What's going on, guys? And welcome to the GOML North American Open Circuit, the South region. We're live and in charge. And shouts out to Red Bull, of course, for sponsoring this wonderful event. And hello, how are you guys doing? It's your main man, Banjo. I'm here with Censored. We're going to be commentating the South region of this bracket. What's going on, Censored? How are you doing?
Man, I'm just happy to be able to be on the mic with my man Banjo again, bro. When I got hit up and they were like, "Hey, you trying to do a block with Banjo?" and I'm like, "Is that even a question?"
You looking real crisp in that shirt, man.
Man,
By the
I,
way,
I tried to look cute for you, man.
oh,
I just had
God,
to.
way too kind, way
here,
too.
here, here you are bringing back memories with the Tsunami shirt, man.
I had to, man. We about to get real nostalgic. It's gonna it's gonna feel like old times to you and me because we've seen a
hmm
lot of these players before in this bracket, right?
Oh yeah, especially you, because it looks like who do you have? Like Grayson and Isman here.
Oh yeah. So we got Grayson, Isman, Shattuck, Dan B. Giddy, uh, Magic Trumpet Man, who was actually
Magic Trumpet Man.
A little Mac main from Houston, who was actually going up against Zai, who is part of
Okay.
I he's from Louisiana, got top 8 at Ultimatum last year, and that man plays Palutena. So quite a it's gonna be a little tricky for my man's here. But yeah, man, the bracket, it looks just like home, and that's what we're trying to replicate right now. Get that little homey feel, you know what I'm saying? Get a little
Oh yeah.
on this Sunday afternoon, part of the GOML circuit. So winner of this is gonna have an opportunity to go on in the circuit finale, and for an opportunity to participate in the tournament to get into GOML 2021. So the next time when COVID is over, you
Yeah.
know, they'll end up going to GOML 2021, all expenses paid if they win that bracket. And
Woo.
this isn't just the only qualifier. There's going to be one every week. So West Canada, Southeast USA, Midwest USA, which I expect to see you back for, of course.
Oh
Midwest
yeah.
is broken, in my opinion, and then you have the West and then the Northeast. So yeah, and all of these have a $1,000 prize pool on the line. So it's actually crazy.
There's a lot going on here, so definitely got to give a shout out to Gamo for continuing to provide Smash content during these hard times. Because just about now, people are probably starting to go crazy. They haven't been to
Yeah.
an actual offline event in a while. I mean, there's only so many times you can get online and play these frustrating matchups and stuff. Sometimes you just need to sit back, relax, watch some top level play, and I always felt like Sunday's the best day for that, man. I always like to sit back, relax, watch whatever tournament's going on.
No,
Today we got Gamo.
FGC on a Sunday, man. There's nothing like it. I get the
hmm
watch everything pretty much stress free and let everyone else deal with deal with.
I was like, man, you know what? You could deal with the delay, man.
Yeah, yeah, oh, for real, bro. Because I'm just sitting here. I was like, hey, shouts out to you, online warriors, man.
Man, I don't know how y'all
How
do
y'all
it.
doing?
like, hey, bro, I played in the juice box a couple of weeks ago, and I was
Yeah,
like, "Ooh, get me out of here, bro." I had
I'm looking at.
13 people just like tune in and watch me, and I was like, I don't know why y'all, this many people watching me go 0-2. I ain't go 0-2, but still,
I mean, you got the cheat code character for online, man.
nah, bro, I don't like it. Like people talk about, like, yeah, I could shoot people and stuff, but I gotta move sometimes, man.
Boy, that input delay is not doing you no favors trying to shoot people from across the map. Oh my goodness. So a little bit of a story about how we got here
Yeah.
to this top 16, which is Crump beat Psycho Ward. Psycho Ward is a resident chem player over there in SA.
Okay.
Siva over Ignite with the Captain Falcon.
hmm
Yosei Fu actually played Simon Belmont, and then Shattuck took it over JK Sonic with Corn. Shattuck probably the dark horse of this tournament. Definitely, if he ends up in top 8, he could make a bit of a run. So it'll be very interesting to see. If not him, then Magic Trumpet Man, because this man
It,
is from
it's
Little
it's
Mac.
definitely it is hard not to root for Shattuck. I'm always so at low tier city. I can't remember he upset somebody at low tier city,
It
right?
was Danby actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Danby.
It was Danby. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that.
Man, you just heard the pop-offs coming from everywhere. It was actually hard to tell where the match was going on because Texas was going so hard for that man.
Like Shattuck is Texas's national, Texas's treasure. Like
Yeah.
literally, like they want this man
Guard that man,
to,
bro.
yeah, protect him at all. So we're about to get some matches going. First off, we're gonna have Giddy, who is
Mhm.
one of these online warriors of this state. Giddy gonna be going up against that man Rated Rudy. Now Giddy, he plays a couple of characters. He plays Roy, also plays Banjo Kazooie. I don't think any two characters outside of that, but I think he's mainly going to be going in with Roy here. So it's really exciting to see like Giddy trying to be in contention to make top 8 for one of these matches. So what is that? Two of these, let's see. So basically 2 wins out of winners round run will get you into that top 8. If you win.
I felt like I've been very much in tune with the Texas scene of late. As a lot of Smash players have been playing Among Us, I'm in a Discord that has Giddy, Isman, Nico. Shout out to Nico. He was actually streaming himself doing his homework the other day. He had 20 plus viewers watching him do calculus.
That's what we doing now?
Yeah. What is the new meta? Can you imagine getting Twitch affiliated because you were doing your homework?
I was doing my taxes, man. I'm a Twitch partner. What's up?
Man.
We doing it like that. So Giddy is going to be going up against rated unrated. Going to be going up against Rated Rudy. First map, Town and City. Is this best of 3? I believe.
Yeah, for top 16, I believe it'd be a best of 3.
All right, so these guys are going to be going up against each other. So let's see what they got, man. I'm really interested to see how Giddy has been progressing. I haven't seen him in like a lot of matches prior to this one in Rated Rudy. I want to see what he's got, and it is actually all best of 5 today. So yeah, we're going to see these guys slug it out. Going to see some mid-game adjustments.
All best of 5. All right.
Oh yeah, so we definitely in it for the long haul, man. Let's see what your set play is like. How can you adjust, mid game? And we're gonna see, and it's it's about to get kicked off right about now. And Giddy, there we go.
There we go, Giddy. What we like to see, a character we have seen a lot of in Wi-Fi tournaments. Cloud, definitely been a big pest for a lot of people.
Definitely. Now, the one thing in this matchup that like Giddy has to be wary of is just his offstage presence, right? Because being Cloud, his recovery kind of linear, right? And only that up B is basically it just goes one way, right? And him being off stage might be bad because Greninja has a bunch of things that can just keep you off, like that hit, like Greninja's up B. You know what I'm saying? He could do the aerials off stage. There's a lot of stuff that he can do to usurp you and keep you from coming back.
Okay.
And we're going to be seeing a lot of that from Cloud as well. That combo breaking up B. Pretty quick startup, so you got to be careful that you're just not mashing in front of Cloud. But this damage is kind of getting a little bit ridiculous on my man.
Oh man, the nerds.
Okay,
there we go.
How many nerds think you can get hit with?
He's like, I don't even need a combo. I'm gonna just reset it. All right, losing limit. Not a big surprise there because your man's got nerfed so much he didn't have a time to really set anything up.
Yeah, this man was just trying to get his feet back on the ground so he could just mount some type of offense. And it looks like now that every time this man's getting touched and there's enough room for him to just up B and get out of the combo, he's immediately going to pick that option. He has to be careful, though, because that could get baited. And Rated Rudy, he's looking for something like that so he can get the But the spacing...
One tomahawk can end that stock. Okay, back air from Giddy.
Yeah, Giddy says, all right, we'll just play footsies, man. A little back air to end the stock right here.
Got that first stock, and this is actually a pretty sticky situation if you're Greninja, because now you're forced to approach, and he knows if you hit the shield, you're going to get that every single time. Ooh, okay.
Like
the blade beam, getting some space to get back onto the stage to a cross slash.
The damage is actually mounting pretty high on Rated Rudy right now, and he's definitely still a stock behind. And like all these interactions, it's like he's counting on like the ground game. He's counting on these pop-up combos. Like he wants to hit this man. Oh my goodness.
Gosh.
That made the screen flash twice, and that up smash is going to send him away. Giddy, not a lot of difficulty right now. This man is kind of cruising.
Took that first stock and then just ran away with it. All right. You got Rated Rudy.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you good.
Yeah, the fact that Giddy has like all this range, it kind of just like ruins the game plan of Greninja because he wants these pop-ups. Like he wants this dash attack, he wants this down tilt so he can start the rest of his combos, but he's just having like the biggest difficulty right now. And Cloud is one of these characters that gets, you know, so much off of his aerials.
Oh, okay. Mans can't land. Oh! Kept the shield. See, and right there, I felt like he thought he was going to be the second part of it. So he didn't have a punish coming out. He stayed in shield because he didn't want to get hit. Could have actually ended his stock right there. Hasn't taken much damage on this second stock of Cloud. He's able to get a clean hit. He's still in this.
Only 49%. I mean, Giddy's having like not the best time trying to just like mass damage on this man. Rated Rudy though, like I said, just trying to just space his aerials. He knows he has a short range, so like he's just looking for the prime opportunity, and that's what you have to do when you see you searching for that. Back on stage. Here we go. Oh no. Here we go. Wow.
Up there is going to kill, man. All right, so Rated Rudy, he's got the stock, but I feel like this is one of those times where you got to get Cloud off stage and you have to. Never mind, man.
Sliding forward tilt. Very nice on Giddy. And this was one of those situations to where it's like if you're Greninja, you're on borrow time because like at that percentage, Cloud is definitely going to get a limit very, very soon. And Cloud probably going to be wanting to be the aggressor in this situation and be like, you know what? I see this man. He doesn't have like, you know what I'm saying? He has high percentage. I just came back from a fresh stock. I got all the offense on my side. I'm going to go ahead and charge this man. Then he's going to go ahead and ban stages where he can get basically trapped by his landings, right? So he banned Final Destination, banned Kalos. So he wants these platforms in his favor. So it'll give him an escape option, basically, right? And by giving them this escape option, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, he won't get his landings trapped by dash attack and
dash attack. It's going to be an interesting, very, very interesting to see because we all know Greninja likes to get those platforms out of the way, you know, so he doesn't get in the way of combos and things of that such. So, okay, so we're going to run it back to Town and City. Smart move because those platforms will leave sometimes and give you that open space you want.
So here we go. Giddy in the lead right now, 1-0.
So, Rudy, he played the first stock very well, and I just felt like it was one of those, all right, you got behind and you just couldn't get the kill sort of things. So if he's able to edge off that kill first, we could be looking at a different game here. Ooh, all right.
What he wants. And once you start getting these low percentage combos going, you want to do your best to just acquire, as much damage on this man as possible. But the problem was also in that first stock, this man was just, you know, combo breaking with the up B all the time, so it made it very difficult for
most definitely. There were times where when he was getting just those bear strings, so there was no combos coming out of him. Oh no. Well, poor rated guy, man.
Hey, you save the tech, right, for the time that you need the most. Straight up, like you save those techniques for like, oh, I can definitely get an edge on this man. He picked Town and City again. He think he's safe.
Okay, he had to make it back to the stage there. Get it off stage. And one thing I would like to see is maybe some use of a hydro pump to. Oh, man, that's actually
anyway.
That was very sad.
Here you go. Oh wow, but DIing right to the left after he got hit with that attack. See, Giddy is doing his DI after he gets hit by one of these like potential like starter moves like down tilt or whatever. It's so good. He has experience against the character, but finally, that's fair. Rated Rudy putting himself on the board
once again. Up B. doing all the work.
You dash attack this man on shield, and up B is soon to follow. You got to be careful on that.
It's like one of those no-brainers. Like you get, like, as the opponent, you're very upset that you're getting hit by it, but then you also can't be upset because it's the most optimal thing to do in that situation.
Right, it's like just working the best with what you got, right? And once again, limit. What's the move here? You got 15 seconds. You got to use it or lose it. And right, yes, just very good by Rated Rudy, just staying in his face.
Ooh. Oh, and not dying. Good DI. Goes low this time. Still getting hit by the forward tilt. That was a kind of a reminiscent situation to how that last game ended.
Yeah.
Where he was right next to the ledge and got hit with the forward tilt. So you saw him kind of far away from the stage and then up be back up. But still getting hit with the forward tilt, but getting on stage that time.
In that situation, in that last stock, I felt it was like way better for him to take a blade beam on a cross slash anyway, which is why I kind of like the idea that Rated Rudy is just staying in his face and just a little bit more of that. Okay, now we're playing. All right. Man says, look, man, I'm just going to up B. I'm lagging.
Hope the move comes out. Oh, no.
Ooh.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, wow. He makes it back. Shout out to that platform. I thought Giddy was dead.
And hey, asking you shall receive that water shuriken on stage.
I didn't ask. I just thought, I'm sorry, Giddy. He's definitely killing me first next game, man.
You saw that, man. Rated Rudy was starting to cook while the platforms were missing.
Oh, no.
Oh, so you just checked out? That's it?
It's gonna be a dag for me, bro. Why is he in the? He's in the capsule now.
He had to put himself back, bro. He had to.
He's going too hard.
He needed to convalesce quick because I'm pretty sure he didn't mean that SD. I'm pretty sure he just meant to snap.
I hope no one ever means SD.
Honestly, so basically, Rated Rudy gonna find himself on the board through some clean play because when those platforms weren't there on TNC, he was cooking like hard, super well. So is Giddy gonna switch? I mean, honestly, I wouldn't, especially in this matchup. You got all that range on your side, and really the only time that Giddy was getting beat bad was like when he wasn't watching his landings, and of course he started to play potato a little bit with the 3 up Bs, 2 up Bs in a row. So
yeah.
So that's a big old we gonna see. But hey, we take those. The series is now tied 1-1 between these guys.
And I can definitely see Rated Rudy using that as some positive motivation going on into the third game because you started to see there were points where this man just started cooking, but he just wasn't able to get it on the plate, man. But we had Giddy there, just giving him that second game, which looked like it was going to be a close one towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, like shout out to Giddy. Like he was able to be protected basically from those platforms off that last counter pick that he did. Where Rated Rudy, he's going to be banning Yoshi's Story and he's going to be banning Battlefield. Say that 3 times fast. And so they're going to be going to Smashville.
The Smashville pick is going to be very interesting, especially because of the platform layout. Woo. That platform being there in the middle, which is going to be a nice safe haven if he is throwing out those up specials. It's going to give him a place to land. But then also where I'm kind of like worried is because there are multiple times where those platforms on Town and City saved that man's life. But you ain't got that here.
So you are going to have to box this man. But don't be afraid. Throw those hands. And that's exactly what Greninja wants. So Rated Rudy, let's see what he's got. And see, Giddy knows I'm commentating. He knows. Gonna go with the Banjo-Kazooie pick here. So now you got the projectile game to contest with this character.
Oof.
And now you got to be really careful if you're Rated Rudy because on this map at 60, you can definitely find yourself on to a Wonder Ring if you're not careful.
So I think one thing that Rated is actually going to enjoy a little bit more is that he could touch that shield a little bit easier on Banjo.
For sure.
One thing that's really going to suck is the lack of space and dealing with these explosives. Controlling space Ooh, man.
Beautiful.
Showing space and time, man.
Beautiful.
He ain't had nothing left.
Go ahead and get
But,
my man out of here, man. So one thing that Rudy is gonna have to be careful of is like I said, now he's dealing with a character that is like, okay, so I can actually have all the range in the world now that I have like 2 projectiles to come at you with, and I got these setup maneuvers that I can do to to kill you with Wonder Wing at this early percent. But Raider Rudy says that's no problem because, like you said, like no combo breaking move, I can basically do whatever.
Ooh, all right, forward tilt. Pretty nice poke tool there.
But I mean, this is the character that as loud and on Wi-Fi is like, this is a character everybody hates. He's like, bro.
Yeah, man, Banjo is definitely a test of your patience.
I hear these tweets all the time talking about some man F Banjo, man. Banjo's so unfair. I'm like, bro.
You know who I heard likes Banjo? Hungry Box. Oh man, bro. Ooh.
Look at that. That win neutral for free button. I call that what's that? That like, comment, subscribe button. That Wonder Wing. Straight up. 91% on Diddy though. Hey, Raider Rudy's handling this very well. He says if you want to award the projectiles, I don't mind it, man. It's fine.
Yeah, and he definitely has that water shuriken where he can apply pressure when Banjo's farther apart. So that's a very useful in this tool. A bit more useful, it seems, than when he was fighting against Cloud. Oh man.
Man, Wonder Wing back.
Did it again.
Hey, do that. Do that. Now, this is the percentage that Raider Rudy has to look out for, because I was going to say,
Yeesh.
I was actually going to say he could get fair, but I mean, speaking into existence, Rudy, go ahead. Speaking into existence, Giddy, you got it.
Yeah, Banjo's definitely got some power moves on him.
So, yeah, and I was going to say, like, even without Wonder Wing, once you hit those what is that? Those 120, 100, like 30 percentiles, you know what I'm saying? Now you can start to get some down throws going as Banjo, but Banjo is getting it done right now, and see, look, already going for the grab. He doesn't have any Wonder Wings left, so it's all just a matter of just...
To say you don't have any Wonder Wings left, that either means you've done an amazing job living, or just bad management. It seems that he's at 157 damage. He's in it. Oh, that was actually clean. We saw a couple nice clean interactions there. There was a time where Giddy, he did the down tilt and then he short hop fared, and I was like, all right, you got to respect that, man.
Yeah, once he got the gun cancel, I was like, oh yeah, I know what time it is. Up tilt and clean work from Giddy, going into a game, going into a game 3. So it's gonna be 2-1. Going Giddy's way. Raider Rudy, he's just having problems right now. I'm trying to just get any type of momentum going. Because as soon as he does, it's immediately just cut in half. Because Giddy is just, you don't see Giddy playing defensively like at all. Man, just seeing red and going for it, man, the whole time. Yeah, green means go, and this man is just like pedal to the metal.
Well, he knows if he plays defensive at all, then you got to worry about Greninja running around you, and that's just one of those characters you do not want to have to deal with feeling comfortable offensively. I know I don't like fighting against Greninja when just out there doing all this running around.
Yeah,
you haven't seen. I'm not too sure if we've seen any grabs at all from these characters today. Like, we're going into game 4. I don't think anyone's hit the Z button yet.
I mean, it's like, like because of this like netcode, you really want to risk going for a dash grab, or trying to do something on somebody's shield? You really want to take that risk?
I mean, I expected to see maybe because with Greninja being such a light character, because sometimes you can catch somebody lacking on a mash game,
Yeah,
and it's done. Banjo's got some pretty strong moves that can take stocks early. Smash attacks. I believe one of his tilts is pretty strong. What is it? Forward tilt.
yeah. So in this game 4,
Probably up actually.
I said this game 3. Excuse me. In this game 4, so what we're dealing with is it's going to be the counter pick of
Final Destination.
Yeah. So Final Destination, and this is what Rudy needs. If there was any time that he needed a game, then this is definitely it. So game 4 going to be going to FD, Rated Rudy with one of the stages that Greninja is best at in Final Destination. So Let's see if he can do it. And is Giddy gonna go Roy anytime this set? We will see. We will see.
2, 1, go!
I'm gonna stick with Banjo.
All right, we're going to Final Destination FB. Or Battlefield FB. I'm tripping.
Yeah.
But sticking with the Banjo. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. One thing that Rated Rudy has to be careful of is, like, you see he's shielding all these projectiles.
Yeah.
Oh, he used that for traversing? You monster. Yeah. So you see him getting hit by all these projectiles. He's actually getting sick of it, right? It's also conditioning this man to just hold shield all the time. And that's when this zany stuff happens, right? The gun cancels, the grabs and the down throws and the plant and the other stuff like that. But right now, you know what I'm saying? Rated Rudy handling it well, 90% on Giddy right now. Giddy, 3 Wonder Wings left. So
I feel like Rated has got that feeling. It's like, you know what? I finally got my stage, got Final Destination. We were able to rip and run, get some drag down combos, and now he's sitting in the position where he is up right now, has Banjo on the ledge. Oh man,
it was buffering spot dodge on that interaction. He wanted to make sure that he did not get grabbed. Wait a minute. What?
I'm not gonna question it, man. But we will go back and talk about how earlier you were talking about, do you really want to risk going for the grab? And we saw Giddy go for that grab, miss grab, down tilt air, knock him off stage. I was like, man, that was all because he went for that grab. Now I see why we're seeing a lot of aerials, a lot of projectiles. Woo.
Yep, and throwing that grenade, a little not preemptive, but he definitely called it out, and he's gonna suffer for it greatly. Oh yeah,
you're man, that was actually very sad. So I think he ran over, and I think he air dodged off the stage, which ended up putting him in the position where he got stage spike. Okay, nair grab. Ooh, wow! Wait, is that a combo breaker? Banjo's up special come out that quickly?
Yeah. I'm over here watching this, and I'm just gonna get taken by the nade. Not gonna happen here. That roll in, and yes, go for regular jab on that one, because any other interaction, bro, you really didn't want to risk like anything else happening to you. And 47%. Oh yeah, he's going back up sky high, and okay, Rated to be able to get back safe. And Rated Rudy kind of going off right now. We see him the first signs of momentum in this set.
Yeah. Got his stage, man. Ooh, yep. These counters are coming in.
So keep
talking about Grenadier ain't got a good counter. Who said that?
Some crazy person. And went through again and
wow.
Part of the Wonder Wings. Go back to heaven, Banjo. Here we go. Rated Rudy, 1 stock left.
I feel you. All right, another Wonder Wing is gonna put Rudy off the stage.
Okay, see, now he's being facetious with it, bro. You see him just going back and forth, traversing with the Wonder Wing from end to end. Air dodge off stage. You're going to be able to make it. Got his jumps. But right now, like, he's having just the worst difficulty trying to kill him at 124. He's going to go for a grab, right? See, off the shield.
You know too much. You know too much. We got to change our tag to Banjo knows Banjo.
He said, look, man.
Oh, no. And it's the grab.
Where am I hug at in another counter, and it is not working out for Giddy right now. 2 Wonder Wings left. Do you spam them?
No hugs for that, man. Oof. Back here. Yeah, and that got kind of messy at the end. Giddy kept going for the hugs, but apparently he wasn't even in the friend zone because he couldn't get a hug.
It's just straight, I don't know you. Don't come near me, please.
Right.
See,
and daps and pounds around here.
And if there was any time for Rated Rudy to win a game, that stage was definitely it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I like I like the stage management, right? Because like I would rather like Giddy take me to somewhere after I get a game off of him, right? So now here we are, game 5. Thank goodness for Final Destination, says Rated Rudy. He said, let's go the distance.
I definitely feel like that we're going to be getting rid of those 2 triplats once again. Mm-hmm. We're not going back to Smashville, obviously, because that's gone. I'll be interested to see if I don't think Lilat's on this stage list, is it? I believe I believe the powers that be. Yeah, I was like, so I'm definitely sitting here. I know the powers that be do not like Lilac, even though Lilac is like my second favorite. I love Lilac,
Hey, them
but
EMP boys said Lilac.
it makes me
We don't
wonder
do that around here.
if okay, yeah, we're going back to Town and City because I was like, all right, we saw Cloud on there twice. You know, he got
Yes.
the one win. The second one, you know, he was in control, but you know, he killed himself, so it was still going well. But now we get to see how Town and City works going Banjo, which I think will be very interesting because you know, the very first stage we saw the Banjo come out, it was Smashville stage where he was able to really control things with those explosives. But Town and City is a lot bigger of a stage. I want to know if he can still have that control when there's more ground to cover.
And with Rated Rudy, you know, staying on Greninja as he has been, it's going to be really, really hard for him on Town C to contest with something like Banjo. But hey, Giddy says, you know what? I've had enough games. I'm done. We're going Cloud for the last game. Why not pick a really, really good character for this last pick? And
when I see somebody play Greninja, I'm just assuming they're going to play Greninja the whole set. I mean,
you're right.
Do Greninjas? They all have the same game strategy, so you just assume they all got this one character, right?
Right. That exchange on the plat was kind of dangerous. I thought Adair was on the way, but here we go. Yes, keep him up. Hey,
Rated Rudy having a clean first stock here.
Right. Yep, jumping over Blade Lean, platforming. Let's go.
I definitely think that's be something he has to be very wary of because the last time he saw Cloud, he definitely got hit by a lot of blade beams.
Yeah, and those blade beams were just like Giddy just trying to make sure he gets his use at a limit as well. You know what I'm saying? Just like, bro, I have to, if I can't cross slash you, something has to be done. So here we go, 127, and he's just like, you know what? I'm just, oh no, but he didn't get all this.
Damn. Yeah, he was definitely hoping for the drift in. Drifted out. Oh, went above the ledge. Getting away there.
Yeah.
Still some hard stuff here from Rated Rudy.
You see the play style from Rated Rudy's gotten so much better. So much better. It's like he understands
got that
like
confidence, man.
Yeah, once this man has gotten the lead now, so he's just like, hey, like you have to do everything to come to me.
Oh gosh.
That man detonated off that fair.
The ball. I was sitting there thinking, there's no way he's not going to jump back up here. And I'm like, oh, he didn't jump back up there, man.
Right, and this is what, like I said, using those, ooh!
Oh, you hate to see it!
Oh my goodness.
Rudy!
And Rudy did not tech, and he paid for it big time.
All right, but he was still in the lead. It's definitely still something that is manageable for him if he doesn't panic. Oh gosh! Speaking of panic, just some up B, some dash attacks, another up B.
Hey man, look, bro, you come in with these dash attacks, and you do these frames, or you do these moves with these frames where I can mash with up B. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
So lucky.
Oh!
Woo! You see that?
Forget your parry. Ooh, we almost got limit online.
Right,
go.
You see the scales kind of tipping in Giddy's favor right now. Tried to finish it, but at least he makes him expend limit the back air. Not gonna kill Rudy just yet.
I feel like Giddy just has his number every time he's on the ledge. It was in the forward tilt, so he was like, you know what? I'm gonna jump this time. Gets hit by a back air. Uh-oh.
That butt.
Retreats to the ledge. Smart move. Ooh, dash attack. Just missed it.
Right, and watch changes on that plat.
Oh, that might be it. Uh-oh.
Yep, gonna block. Just make him hold it. Right? See, got a little bit of neutral going on right now. These boys. Wow.
Oh, and that missed. Woo! Is he still grab the ledge? Man.
Thought that hydro pump was gonna send that man up and away, but
oh, we got a Dragon Ball Z interaction. We're still alive, but we got a limit here.
Yep, and finally gets the blade beam. The reverse speed blade beam, and Come on,
All
Giddy.
right,
Come
I
on,
see you,
Giddy.
Giddy.
You saw what you saw. Okay, so that's what Giddy was trying to do.
Hey, bro. Is
So
that what
that's
we're
what Giddy
doing
was
here?
trying to do earlier. And okay, Giddy, I know he was trying to like seal it.
Yeah.
I saw it. So that's what happened the first time he SD'd with that. So now here we go. Rated Rudy.
You really
said-
think that's what it was in that earlier game, or do you think
Yeah,
it was just a?
well, you know what? Looking back at it, that might have been just a misinput, but like I saw what he was trying to do earlier, and he was just trying to just execute this man. And Giddy only hitting this man with a 39%. Rated Rudy, he's like, bruh, when you swing, I'm running away from you, and when you do that, max punish.
Oh gosh. Yeah, and that time right after definitely got under the lady guy's skin. He was like, you know what, man, can't let you do this. Oh, can't let you do this, Giddy. Man, now Giddy's definitely sitting there thinking about, should I have thrown away that stock? Was that really optimal right there?
Come back complete. Come back complete. Rated Rudy defeats Giddy 3-2, bro. 3-2, man. Shout out to the stage picks. It kind of worked out for it took Rated Rudy to win once. Excuse me. It took Rated Rudy playing there 3 times to kind of get the flow of it, to understand what he should be doing, and it paid off in this last game. So like I said, if there was any game that Rated Rudy needed to win, it was definitely that game on Final
Oh
Destiny.
yes,
1000%. So, man, Rated Rudy taking. Oh yes, in the replays coming through, Red Bull energized
shout out
me.
to Red Bull, man.
Shout out to Red Bull. I love their drinks, by the way. I should have grabbed me one from the gas station, man. Red Bull, keep making those delicious. That peach nectarine, that summer edition Red Bull.
Man, people been guzzling that watermelon one.
I'm telling you, man. Summertime flavors for the summer, and there is no more energy than what Giddy showed in Game 1 with that clean 2-stock lead, and even more so with the sliding F
The
tilt.
sliding forward tilt.
Yummy.
It's crazy, like when I see people like still using all this tech and stuff online, and I'm like, bro, I can't even walk. Like, how did you do this?
Exactly. Look, and you see him using the projectiles to go for the fair right there, the falling fair, and what is that? Wonder Wing? Nah, he went for the I was gonna say the gun canceling, the up tilt. Very nice by Giddy. And like Giddy had it under control for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But Rated Rudy, this is what turned it around for him right here. The dominance that he showed on this, and he used his grenade against him. I didn't even notice that. And and Giddy with this right here. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Rated Rudy, if there was an SD he needed, then that was definitely it. And he took full control. So shouts out to Red Bull for the replay. Rated Rudy going to be going up against Saba in his next match. And it looks like, let's see, Magic Trumpet Man falling to Zai, Palutena Little Mac. I mean, come on.
It was bound to happen.
Come on, yo. Let's see. Well, Danby is actually gonna lose to Saba, so we're gonna have another cloud matchup between Greninja and Rated Rudy coming up in a little while. Crump, another cloud.
Yep.
So cloudy days in Texas, right?
Hey, man, they just doing it because it's GOML, bro. They saw the logo and it was like, we got to put on for our boys.
Yeah, man. We can't get no Lakitu, man, but we definitely got clouds over here, no problem. And Grayson is going to be going up against Crump. So match we've seen a few times before. But if there's any character that is truly not of this earth, it's definitely Rob. So Grayson going to be going up against Crump. And it looks like Grayson is already up 2-0. And how good are you, Grayson? Are you an actual robot? Do you just love this character?
He probably is, man.
This man oppresses us, bro. Every tournament, bro. Just like, oh yeah, I play Rob. I do the down tilt. I throw the top. No big deal. And of course, not to downplay it, but my man Ismon, and going up against Yosifu. So yeah, shouts out to my man.
I wonder with like, does Ismon still use Wario online? Because I know he was talking about the other day saying online Wario is trash. Okay, so he's going Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco, yes sir. Okay, hey, Isman, by the way, when you watch this, when you watch this VOD, we need to have a conversation. You definitely lied to me and said you was playing Tekken, right? You said you was playing Tekken. You said you quit this game, but here you are, trying to apply for.
Who did he play in Tekken?
The God, Eddie Gordo. So it's Joey Flacco going up against Simon Belmont, and yikes, 3-frame. What is that? 3-frame reflector, 3 or 4 frames, and then
I'm gonna say the hitbox comes up that quick, but I think the actual reflecting box itself is frame 1, isn't it?
If I'm Simon Belmont, I'm looking at this.
I don't know what frame it comes out. It comes out frame fast enough. Everything I see that thing come out, I'm just like, whoa.
That FE, that frame fast enough. Let's go. So it's gonna be game 1, best of 5. And they're going on the old classic, PS2. So here we go. We got Isman versus Yosfu. Man, that Simon Belmont to be at this to be like this, come this far in this tournament, as Simon, you gotta really know how to work these projectiles.
Oh yes. You gotta be really good with your stage positioning as well, because we all know one of these Falco combos can drag this man across and off of the stage.
Okay, got the aerials spinning. Yep, you can see that another combo breaking move. So that up B out of the Belmont, pretty fast. We're not. We may see it end. Some combos if they're aerials like on PS2, we may see it end some there. But Yosfu is going to be a game of slow and steady wins the race, right? Because you don't want to overextend against a character like Falco, even if you have projectiles, because they can be reflected back at you if you're not managing it properly. Sounds like that hit still in.
Man, yeah, the lasers sound like they hurt.
This man's shield is actually going away. And hey, if there's anything that Simon Belmont's good at, it's definitely keep away right now. Because he has just all the tools, just throwing these aerials, back air, you know what I'm saying? Nair, throwing cross every now and again. Very low.
Isman's having the hardest time to get in right now. Only tacked on 23 damage. Been a lot of neutral play. No time for combos. Picked up that potion.
Double parry. Is that what the potion do to you? That's what the drink does?
I definitely need that power up.
For sure. The drink gives you powers. That's what's up. Wow. And look at this. A return to neutral. It's really good on PS2 for projectile characters. Oh, you got to punish this man. This has to be back punish.
Oh, no.
Gonna get hit with the up air, and Yosfu only sitting at 52% right now.
That had to be a time to strike right there. Oh, with the laser. Oh.
There you go, coming down with it, and yes, I love using Falco Phantasm to just close the distance, so we can just kind of nullify this projectile game that Yosfu is putting on display right now.
There we go, getting that fire out the way. Man. Yosfu's doing an amazing job of just keeping Isman off balance, not letting him stay on the ground.
Oh. I'm going to be able to make it back. And yikes.
There, keeps him off stage.
Isman having trouble. Yosfu says, look, man. I understand.
This man cannot keep his feet planted.
Yeah, I understand that you're a very good player, and I understand that Falco is very, very good, but I mean, I repel like demons. I don't want you anywhere near me, man. I can't have it. And he's doing a good job right now. You see the differential is getting closer and closer in percentage, but the problem is Isman has one less stock. Oh, okay, the parry to up B. Got those?
Perfectly timed air dodge. Laser coming out.
You gotta wonder, even if a character switch is implemented here, it's like, are we gonna get more of the same? Is it just gonna be just Yosfu just kind of just like nickel and diming? You know what I'm saying, for percentage? A slow game, mind you, but very.
Right? Yeah, there's been a lot of I felt like, especially on that first time, it was just so much neutral and poking. There wasn't really combos going on. It was like, all right, I nicked you with this move, I nicked you with that move. Reset, nick you with this move.
Oh no,
But
it's just his
the further we've gone into this game, though, the more the combos have started to open up.
right now. I like the weight.
Ooh.
There you go. Maximize. You have no choice at this juncture. Did this man try to go to grab on rails like that? Oh, here you go.
Also try to go off the stage. Oh no!
Nice.
Yes.
Potion make you fall out, huh?
Man, that potion do everything.
That holy water. He
It's
said, "Throw it on
definitely
the
not
ground."
that stuff that Michael Jordan was drinking in Space Jam.
Had to have been. You saw how buff them characters got after they drunk that?
It was just water.
It was nah, bro. You was doing 360s from half court. It wasn't just water.
Yeah,
Don't lie to me.
They were definitely playing NBA Street.
Telling you. Imagine just having Game Breaker for like an entire quarter.
Man, you remember in NBA Street when they had the if you had like the GameCube one, you got to play with the like Mario,
yeah.
Luigi, and Peach.
You know how I gets down. Only team where I could have LeBron James and Luigi on the same squad. Shooting threes, crossing people up. I need that in my life, man. So Isman falling that game one to some very, very clean projectile play coming out from Yosfu. They're gonna go to Smashville. Yosfu banned Yoshi's Story in another map. I didn't catch it, but they're gonna be going to what's the name? Forgot already.
Smashville.
Smashville.
All right, so we got Wario coming out. Wario, when thinking of characters like what does Wario provide that Falco doesn't? Wario has some wonderful aerial drift, and maybe he'll be able to use that to get around these projectiles and get in.
Okay,
See this
is how I know Isman is just like he's so smug.
Yeah.
I love him. Yeah, I love him. I consider that man like, just little bro.
Yeah.
But that man is so smug. He's just, and I know he's sitting in his room and he's like, this man's actually gonna make me try.
Yeah.
I guess I'll do it. And Wario's definitely that character because once you get the nairs going, conditioning him to try to air dodge, restart the combo after the wave with the up tilt, and then eventually, his super's on time, so the watch is on the way. So you gotta be really careful of that. Isman,
forward tilt. Oh, my man, still making it back to the stage though. He said, "I fight demons," and then I just fought a Falco. Like, I mean, to the Belmont, Falco probably is a demon. If you saw a walking bird like that, you definitely think he came from the nether realm.
This man just clipped him with Wario's stubby size 7 sneaker, bro. But the answer back from Yoshi with the holy water to forward smash.
Imagine you had to do that to him. You really think Wario only wears a size 7 sneaker?
Bro, I seen his foot, bro. He making a clean sneaker market right now. Has to.
You couldn't even give him size 8, man? Just barely making it to the men's section?
Well, I mean, I assume that Wario's cheap, bro. So he's definitely trying to get some 7 wide, bro.
Some 7 wide.
My man Isman, though, still having a little bit of trouble with this management, this item management coming out from Yofu right now. My man is all over the place. But it doesn't matter, right? Because, I mean, he'll die, like, at 7. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be really, really careful. My man Isman is getting kinetic. He is all over the place right now, man. I love it.
The command grab definitely showing its uses here.
Right? Oh, lots of bite. This camera is trying its very, very best to keep up with these.
Yeah, to keep up with this movement.
I'm telling you, bro, here we go. And this is where it's going to be kind of crucial for Yosu right now. Get the edge guarding going. And such beautiful placement of the holy water. This man just... using that morning
to the fight.
In the way. He did all that work. He did all that work.
I almost forgot Wolf existed there. I heard the noise and I was like, "What's that?"
Oh, that's that boy Yosu getting pink eye real quick. No one home for that. The holy water stopped him from getting the other hit out there.
Yeah.
Incredible. And
He did tilt the attack.
come on, kill this man, right? Okay, finally got him. So, Yosu still doing a pretty decent job. Isman. Did this dude get... I was about to say, did this dude get, like, semi-charged wall? Did he get that? Still very, very close over from this. And I think once yeah, here we go. This is the moneymaker for Yosu right here. Yes. Get that man off.
He's just caught up in it. Isman finally gets his feet back on the ground. Now I definitely feel like we're gonna see. Oh gosh! Probably gonna see my man Isman slow it down, but Yosu's not giving him the opportunity to do it.
So good. So good. Now you actually did. This is kind of what Isman is like. You know what?
Yeah.
Greatest thing is on my side right now. It's time.
He's like, it only takes one, bro.
Uh-oh. Steal this game away.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
No way.
There's no way. Another command grab, 70%. Isman's not gonna steal the game away. There's no way, man. It'll be fine.
Ooh.
And still not dead? Okay. Now,
okay.
so what was crazy about that interaction to send them off stage the first time was that Yosu, like, falling off back air to hit Isman on the other side of the platform from where he's at. To hit him from the far side, bro. Like, that's what we're dealing with. And it's just like
that was next level.
Like they call Byleth a distance demon. This is true, like, demon distance 3, okay?
Because Byleth, you at least see the move coming and you got, time to, scratch your head and then, put your shield up. But with that, it's just like instant.
It's like tower defense when you play with Simon Bell. It's like, I'm fortifying right now. And I think this what is this? Oh, we're running it back to Smashville. And when you play characters like this, right? When you play projectile characters in general, right? You can't let them set up. You can't let them do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it can be very difficult in a matchup like this when you have, like, stubby normals. You know what I'm saying? You have a move to set up, but that's really what you want to do is, like, chase him around. And I think that man meant to bite. I think that man meant to bite. Get his command grab on because he knew he was just going to, stand up and shield and get hit by it. But 77%. But it's just like every time you just get distance against a character like Simon Belmont, you can expect something to be thrown at you. So it gets difficult.
Or so just on that off the
That DI win the match to it? Oh no.
Oh no. Can you get on the stage, please? Oh, and the forward throw, not yet gonna kill Wario being a hefty boy.
He amassed a lot. He is just getting a lot of damage put on.
He doesn't know what the ground looks like at this point.
Uses in there, just using a safe tactic. He knows he's really, really close to dying, so he didn't go for anything too risky. And like he knows that these tilts might kill him.
It's right there. We see a back air. Oh, he was able to go around him. I think I hit with a back air.
And was able to hit that man off leg with that back air. Jumping angled back air. Like, who has that? What words is that? Like, jumping angled back air. Like, who? Nah, bro. That's not real. Don't do that. Ooh, what does the 5 fingers say? The face. Simon.
The world may never know. All right, moving on to the second stocks. Sitting at a very close game here. Isman showing that there's not need to approach right now. Letting that walk build. The sad thing is when you are playing Wario and your opponent's just pummeling you with projectiles, you gotta make a move, because sooner or later you're gonna get hit.
Listen, and what really makes you like, this.
There we go.
He's not gonna kill,
Not
but he's gonna take what he can get at this juncture, right? He's down 2 games. He needs to just find a way to get this victory right now, and Yosu is not making it easy for him at all. Like,
He definitely needed that waft for the momentum, and then also for the tilt of the opponent, because I don't know anyone that gets wafted and is not immediately tilted afterwards.
And like I said, for some players in general, like the next level is just like what type of patience you get. Great 2-frame forward tilt coming down from Isman, and now Isman with a lead, with momentum for the first time. He hasn't really been dying until like 150, 160 anyway, so
Yeah.
this might work out for Isman here. And like the one thing that Isman needs 100% is time, and that grab after the reset.
Yeah, beautiful damage off of it. Looking for the roll in. Got a neutral get up there. Oh, that was some good anticipation. Even though he was wrong on that one, there definitely been a lot of rolls to the left coming from Yusufu.
Another forward throw. Like I said, like you're not gonna really kill that man Isman until about 20% from now with these moves. Like even up B's not gonna do it. And I mean, like I said, this is kind of what Isman wants. Like time is definitely the one thing that he needs 100%, and the axe gonna kill this time. So only a 0 to death will be like, oh wow, this man Yosufu is true. Yosufu ending this game with a 0 to death would be like, oh my goodness. But Isman looks like he's totally in control right now. Just waiting.
Ooh, oh, there after forward tilt, gets him off the stage, and the fair is going to end it. Isman was able to get to him before he was able to tether to the stage, because we've definitely seen a couple times during this set where Isman did go off stage trying to get the edge guard, but that Belmont was just able to get to the stage first.
Yeah, for sure. And what this is going to be is Isman's shift in his game plan is going to be, okay, I can't let this man make it. A lot of people be letting people make it, but you can't let Simon Belmont make it. Not especially not in tournament.
Oh yeah, he don't deserve it.
He is throwing stuff at you all game. He's that kid in those corny school movies who was throwing paper balls and spit wads at you from the back of the classroom. He's that guy. You gotta put a stop to it. Right? So Isman is gonna be banning he's gonna be banning FD, and he's gonna be also banning Town and City. So which is interesting because he wants to, I assume by banning no plats, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He just wants a place to where he can, escape to. So they're gonna go Smashville for a third time.
Oh yeah, you definitely want that safe haven going against these projectiles. Having to stand on the ground the whole time would actually be OD.
100%. So here we go. Isman gonna be able to get a game under his belt. Yosufu, he definitely doesn't want this to go the distance.
Oh yeah,
I'm telling you.
Oh,
yeah, that was a pretty low percent combo. Okay, we see you.
I feel like anytime you see a Belmont, doing a combo and it's got a nair and it's like, oh, non-projectile. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
That character has those. Please show me more.
Normals?
He's just a regular character. Wow, and the boomerang and the Holy Cross still coming back for him, right? And these damage trades are not working out. Isman 114, and he's just getting swiped on. No sir, no one home for that.
Oh, okay. They kind of lost there with the bike. Another neutral get up. Nice to see here. Useful on the first two games. We saw a lot of roll-ins, but now we got the neutrals going on. Wonder if Isman is going to catch on to that. Ooh.
Wow, and totally not working that juncture. So 149 on Isman, and that super is still on timer. So a quick 60%, and Isman might extend his lead by another stock if Yosufu isn't able to close this stock out.
Oh, the fire, but they're not going to kill yet.
Right, and
forward throw. All right.
Charging Chuck.
Kind of forget he has a kill throw sometimes, man.
So I'm gonna try this right away from here, bro. Don't even worry about it. Here we go. And like I said, more stuff is being thrown. Yosufu says, look, if you just try to approach me, then the damage that I want will amass eventually.
Oh gosh.
68. Just off of literally just trying to interact. Like
Yeah, because he was doing a good job holding his ground. He was like, all right, let me try to attack you real quick. And then 144 damage later,
Going in
I don't think he
once,
got touched.
going in once cost him a stop. Going in one time. But I mean, Isman is in the situation to where like this is the function of my character. I have to go in. I have to try to get a pop-up combo to waft.
Get him off the stage. All right, we got that fair. Once again, Isman getting off stage, up in the Belmont's face, far enough away to where he can't get on the stage.
Yeah, and Isman is actually smart in this juncture. He hasn't used waft yet, and he's just like, bro, if there's any time for me to use it, then that time is approaching. So, oh wow, and doesn't get the sweet spot, and ends up getting the upbeat. No, insane.
Yeah, she said, kind of hit me with the cheese. I got you, man.
Wow. Oh my god.
And that was like the weirdest. That was the weirdest hit of waft as well.
Like it's just like, of course, he wanted the waft to kill, obviously, but it was just like that waft propelled him into like getting down there.
Yeah, to his death.
Yeah, and it's funny because at the beginning of this set, I said that combo wasn't going to be used as much, and how ironic that was the combo used to advance Yosfu into top 8. Wow,
man.
Yeah,
all
man.
right, and shout out to the guys at Red Bull for getting a replay here for that previous set. Go ahead and take a look.
Definitely need Red Bull. Give me some energy for this one, man. Telling you. So great set between these two. Yosfu is just like a situation with the Belmonts. Like it's just too much. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're a character with little to no range. Two characters with little to no range. We started off with the Falco, right? And we saw this man. And look, we saw an opportunity, you know what I'm saying, for the up B, but instead for the falling up air. Instead was able to get the kill. And Isman felt that Falco wasn't going to work out when the projectile it wasn't just being justified. Anytime he got caught with that holy water into just another combo or another hard hit at high percentage, it just looked more and more grim from there. And of course, that was very strange. That fire camping him like that, and him air dodging way too low to the ground. But look at this right here. Oh my goodness, bro! That like you put the Morningstar whip right between Wario's eyes.
There's just so much pressure.
Yeah, and this
is back here, man. Like, bro, you're not safe anywhere. And then here we go, another situation. He went off stage once again trying to get the edge guard and got put in a sticky situation.
See, that's the crazy part. And this man dared from way over there.
Yeah.
That was wild.
He was a hot minute away.
That man said, you know what? I'm at the right angle. Down C stick to up B.
Yeah, dive kick.
Dive kick, man, and he hit it right on the money. Isman going to be sent to losers to where he's going to be meeting up with the likes of Danby. Magic Trumpet Man and Shattuck are going at it right now. Shattuck up by 1, 2-1 in that set.
2-1, okay.
Chino going to be moving on. What is that? My man's using Cloud and Min Min. Okay. So we got Cloud and Min Min, and then Danby going to be going actually Danby going to be going Pikachu, but actually Danby is going up against Isman. He did defeat Giddy, and R is going to be moving on in bracket as well, but that's the loser side. So we got a couple more matches to see who is in contention or going to be in contention to get in the top 8, and the winner is going to be playing Yosfu or Grayson on either side respectively. So like I said, we're just a couple matches away from getting our top 8 on winner's side locked in. Did you really expect that Grayson was going to do any worse than top 8? To be honest,
there's no way. It'd be I couldn't even think of a scenario right now in my head that would push it to where Grayson would not make top 8.
To be honest, like I see Yosfu giving him fits, obviously, but when Grayson turns it on for bracket, that man is just in there like swimwear every time. Like he hasn't dropped a game so far in this top 16 set.
Oh, he has not?
No, he 3-0 Chino, the man 3-0 Crump, and he's looking like he might end up 3-0ing either Rated Rudy or Saba if he's not careful. But in loser side, it's gonna be interesting to see, you know what I'm saying, what players are gonna, come out, because they got to get to losers quarters. So it's gonna be kind of a little bit of a hike.
This man is just jogging through bracket.
Oh, you saw the rest of it?
Just jogging.
He said, you know what? Another day at the office for me.
I don't know. I was trying to find the bracket, but I gave up, bro. I tried looking for it, bro.
Oh, yeah. So, oh wow, that must be a set to see. So, Shattuck is going up against Magic Trumpet Man. It's 2-2 between those guys right now.
Okay.
So,
Oh gosh, that sounds so good.
It's super, super close, and winner's going to be facing off against Crump. Magic Trumpet Man, definitely.
Cause that's probably Matt Cloud, right?
Matt Corn.
Matt Corn. Oh yeah. Corn. Does he doesn't ever use anybody else. He just solo mains Corn, right?
Hey, Shattuck has been using Corn since Smash 4.
I'm just making sure. I don't know. Whenever I see someone like play those, I just assume you also play another sword character. But now that I think about it, I don't know if I've seen Shattuck play another character ever.
Hey, I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, you know what I'm saying, don't fix it. So we got Rudy versus Saba. So we're gonna have a Cloud versus Greninja. So yeah, we're gonna see if Rated Rudy learned anything from his set.
I know Rudy's got to be like, damn, really? Like, another one?
I gotta get put to my paces like this. Why y'all do this? Please stop.
Definitely no. So the one thing I always thought was like really funny about Smash 4, every character said Cloud was their worst matchup. I swear, like yeah, man, Cloud was my worst matchup. It's like, wow, everybody's worst matchup. But Greninja is one of those characters where I could see, Cloud definitely being one of those. The one saving grace I feel like would be those offstage interactions, because Greninja does such a good job, just throwing off airs, back airs, what we saw in the last game. We didn't really see the Hydro Pump come into play too much. There was one time that man got Team Rocketed it, but then still made it back and grabbed the ledge, and I was like, oh no.
Saw that man parachute his way just quick enough to hit that ledge snap, and fast enough that Rudy wasn't gonna be able to act. I mean, but to be honest, bro, Cloud wasn't like my worst matchup in Smash 4. You know what I'm saying? I'm capping. I definitely used DK and Luigi, so he was not my worst.
I'm like sitting there, I'm like, huh, really?
Not at all, bro. That was.
I loved the Cloud matchup.
Even at like worse, because like before Luigi got like, you know what I'm saying, and even when he got nerfed, you know what I'm saying, it was just like you go off stage, you do the downbeat dumpster, and then Cloud just goes away and he's just dead. Or Cloud's percentage at as for Ding Dong was like a wide window. It was like 74% to like 100%. So if you grab that man at any time and just did the Ding Dong combo, he just went away.
I know a lot of people that had a Donkey Kong just for Cloud. Like, it was actually like sad.
I'll never forget like for that last run of tournaments for Smash 4. Like the one thing that always came up in Houston is was COD versus it was COD versus RJ, a Louisiana DK, right?
Oh yeah, Russell and Jimmy's.
So this man killed COD at like 30% with shoulder hitbox reverse DK punch. It was the most disgusting thing. I jumped out of my seat. I did 2 laps around the venue. I said, bruh, DK, this guy is insane, bro. This man had a toothbrush in his backpack, pulled out his toothbrush. This man brushing his teeth, saying, man, that was dirty even for me. I'm like, bruh, we can't put a controller on you. You way too much.
I played against him in doubles. Me and Quaz versus him, and I think he might have teamed with Yellow Rello at Low Tier City last year. And man, it was like the most hype of sets because he had the homies with him, and they was just back with all the trash talk and everything.
You know it.
We were like, man, so we had to fight against them and the crowd. So we won. We had to get a little pop off to the crowd, like back.
You had to. It
But
had to. I think
like,
win or lose. Like when it comes to like just that that high mind mentality of the South. It's just like, bruh,
mhm.
like these like at Frostbite earlier this year. I
Man,
didn't.
you
I
would have
didn't.
thought that event was in Texas. That's how deep that Texas went.
Like I didn't expect like 60 something people to be up there from Texas. I'm just like, dog, I was just there to, you know what I'm saying, to commentate, get my swerve on and everything. But like that day two, when like Bonrin was playing or Cyanide was playing or Grayson was playing, these boys were just screaming. Like like you said, you thought it was just like a Texas regional or something. These many goons out here.
Yeah, I heard someone told me that I don't know what month it was, but it was just randomly ended up being like $50 tickets from Texas to Frostbite, and I was just like,
It, it
man,
was it was it was actually in December. It was in December and November where we started just kind of just like where everyone in like the Facebook groups just started spreading the word talking about some, oh yeah, man, Frostbite ticket is $68. That's the reason I went to Frosty Fountain is because the ticket was $60. You know what I'm saying? So tickets to the Midwest are like, not that cheap. And as soon as these events, start to come back, we're definitely going to see a lot more mobbing because I know for a fact that everybody, me and you included, is just kind of like we need to return the form here. We're hankering for
yeah,
IRL.
and you're hoping that some of these players have been saving their money, so when
Oh
you
yeah,
go back to events can be chunky.
oh yeah, for sure. Because we know when these smashes like they go to events, they be spending their money on the most on the most ridiculous stuff, bro. But you can't afford venue fee at the local.
That's too much, man. That is definitely too much. An extra $5 for the people that are streaming and running the event?
Nah,
How
bro.
dare you ask for that?
But they walking out the event with 9 wall scrolls. They got their light up keyboard. They done modded their controller, looking like
You're true. Got they Magister poster?
telling you, bro.
They got too much.
Boys going out
Man,
to KBBQ, Shake Shack. They going out to these ritzy barbecue places. They going out. They doing it big out here at these events.
Korean barbecue and canes.
Telling you, that's I was talking to somebody this weekend. He was like, "Bro, remember that time I came to Houston and I had canes like 4 days in a row." I was like, "How are you even like functioning as a human, bro?
Bro,
You are not
like every
supposed to."
time so I saw somebody make a post the other day because these fall lovers or whatever.
Yeah,
And they're talking about, oh, I can't wait to do fall time activities like eat leaves. I'm like, eat leaves? I was like, you go to Cane's and don't even eat coleslaw. Let me find out you let me find out you eat leaves. What?
boys just tripping. You eat
Nah.
leaves.
You eat leaves, really? Next thing you're gonna tell me that pumpkin spice is bomb or something.
Don't lie to yourself. Don't
Man.
do that. And boys was out here 3-point shooting with the coleslaw at the Raising Cane's, bro. Right in the trash. He said, "Coleslaw? Nah, I get some extra fries or another bread or something. Because this
Yeah.
ain't gonna work." Something that is gonna work though. Rated Rudy versus Saber. Game 1 of 5. Winner of this one,
Mhm.
hey, on the top 8. So stakes. High, high,
Stakes are
high.
definitely high.
And I
So,
think these boys are
do we
going to
see
PS2.
Pokemon Stadium?
Yeah. I think these boys are going to PS2.
All right.
So here we go. Rated Rudy. Hey, the cloud experience definitely might help in this matchup, man. You know what to do. And if I was him, I would I would go all in. I would just be like, hey, I know the matchup. It's time to get real aggressive. One thing that'll help him in this matchup, if Saber does go cloud, is just being just ultra super duper hyper aggressive.
Oh yes.
Don't let this man breathe. And hey, same concept. Even though he's Captain Falcon,
Ooh, he went Falcon.
yeah.
Oh man,
you know the bird. These boys
Bro.
scrapping.
bro, Rated Ruby was like, "This is what I needed, some content for my combo video," because we all know that Captain Falcon is a character that could definitely lay the hurt on him, but when he's getting hurt himself, he's actually getting hurt. The perfect comboable body in the game.
Yeah, but if there's one character with that burst damage potential that we all like, Captain Falcon, you know he's it.
I definitely expect to see some abuse of the recovery in this set as well. If not, I'm going to be very. Ooh!
I'm telling you, this is all we're gonna see. We're gonna see these off-stage shenanigans. We're gonna see Captain Falcon. But does he get the Hasselhoff? Fatality. Are you watching, bro? Help this man Saber, bro. Teach him the ways.
Captain Falcon he's become a very weird character in Ultimate. Like,
And that hitbox was sus. I'm not even going front, bro. That up smash hitbox was
called the up smash.
It was not okay.
The up smash hitbox is only weird to me. Well, that was weird just because Greninja is like a shorter character. But so I think one of the things that they did for Captain Falcon in that last pack, I'm not too sure if they made it to where the up smash like connects better, so where people don't fall out. But I think they reduced lag on it, so where people fall out of your up smash, you're not going to get punished now. And you could get combos off of people falling out of your up smash now as well, Captain Falcon, which is kind of wild.
So we saw them both kind of colliding on that. Like, saw one person going for knee, but the fair off the ninja came off first. These boys are just mad.
Oh man. Yeesh. So you did a little too much. Combo wasn't airtight. Oh no.
I mean, this is what, as a Captain Falcon player, this is what Saber's gonna do a lot, bro. Even if he like connects with that down there or not, he's gonna go for it. It's just low risk. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they're off stage, it's just low risk to go for that. Especially when they're like trying to get like a horizontal or horizontal or vertical recovery. It don't matter. He's just like, yo, like if you get hit with this, you're going back off stage. Above or below, it don't matter.
Dang, he just got up. He was not expecting that there. Alright, Bear coming out. Captain Falcon's kind of like become a human projectile in this game with that Falcon kick.
Here we go. Not gonna die just yet. So Rated Rudy having a little bit of trouble. No back airs off that yet. So
and yeah, another down air.
I'm telling you, man. Saber is gonna go for that every time. There's no reason not to. Just go for it. Like, what's he gonna do? He's gonna contest it and then get blown up anyway? Nah, bro. Don't do that to yourself.
That's not what's gonna happen. I feel like what we need to see in a game number 2, from Rated Ruby, we need to see him tossing Falcon off stage and try to get him out there, man. We saw a lot of on-stage gameplay, some nice cute combos, but I mean the nice cute combos ain't doing anything when Falcon's stomping you out on the ledge.
Right. Now both of these characters, they want the same thing, right? Except Captain Falcon, he gets it by grabs.
Yeah.
Usually. He gets it by grabs, or he gets gets it off nairs, right? So the tighter the space between the two, you know what I'm saying? Like the more hands we're just gonna see thrown, you know what I'm saying? Like, sure, you have Greninja projectile, but that doesn't exactly get you what you're looking for, you know what I mean? So if I'm Saber banned, what is that? He banned Town and City and he banned
Town and City and FD.
Right.
So maybe Kalos?
Yeah, if I'm thinking Kalos, right? You got to kind of, the projectile is going to be like one of the only edge you have to try to like keep Captain Falcon at bay. So you kind of want to mitigate that by not only getting rid of, stages with plats, but also getting rid of a stage that kind of benefits you both, because Captain Falcon's burst damage potential is way higher than yours, right? So going over here to Kalos Pokemon League. So those two platforms at the end, they're going to be real beneficial for Greninja. So hopefully he'll stop getting dared. So here we go, game 2. Rated Rudy going to be down this set to Saba. Saba's Captain Falcon.
All right, bringing it into to this game here, and I definitely expect to see a bit more mix-ups with the recoveries for this game. And just as we thought, we are going to Kalos.
Got killed by the back end of that up there from Captain Falcon. That's what's up. So here we go. The landings are getting trapped. Rated Rudy showing a little bit of resilience right here. Yes, sir. Oh, okay.
Just barely missing with the forward there, and I think it was because of the platform height landed on it.
Right, you see him trying to go for these nairs, right? Right, conditioned to the block off the projectile. Whoa, no one's going for that, buddy.
Yeesh. I was far away. You wouldn't need Falcon to run into that one. Got the back airs coming. Dash attack. Ugh! Hit him with the 1.
Right, good whip punish with the
on the back air.
Eat.
What? That man was down there, man.
That man was definitely buffering jump for that bear. Good Lord Almighty, that was fast.
I'll be very interested to see if Rated Ruby starts using these platforms on the side to recover to, maybe instead of using the ledge, or maybe just get up, roll is the get up option.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wow, he actually tried to knee him there.
But with the cheeky knee, he wasn't going to get a lot off of that low percentage, so.
Now he was going to get satisfaction. Uh-oh.
Did he get the punish like that?
Ooh, that was definitely good stuff there. All right, lost stage positioning right there. Retreats to the platform. Here with the up airs.
Okay.
Down to no fair for you.
This guy's scrapping right now.
There we go.
Not gonna get a kill just yet. Ooh, wow, falling.
Oh no! That looked like it was about to be a kill.
Yeets. And these platforms are actually not doing Saba any favors right now. Rated Rudy, 2 fairs off these plats.
I like that, going just directly onto the stage. Hey, you know what? Too many times I've gotten caught up on the ledge. I just avoid that thing. Here we go, the roll on.
All right, another Falcon kick. All these nickel and dimes is not really doing Saba any favors, man. You just can't get a bead on Rated Rudy, and this is what you were talking about earlier about like Greninja running all over you. But if you want to jump into an up smash from Captain Falcon, it may turn the tide in your favor.
Air back air. Oh, I'm hitting with that. Got the juggles. The Falcon off. Oh, man. He's going for those down airs at the ledge. I just feel like he needs to be rolling in every time, man. Like, he's showing you what he wants. All right, down throw. Down throw up there.
Yeah, I tried to get
side special afterwards.
Yeah, he tried to get. He thought that was going to confirm. He thought he read him, but incorrect reads on that one, my friend.
Yeah, he on the wrong page, man.
Right, and he's been able to avoid. I was gonna say 3rd time's the charm on that one because he was able to avoid those first 2 like fairs after the pop-up combo, but that 3rd time he's like, bro, I'm gonna just keep going for it. Those platforms were just they were just a little like far out because like they kept all the fighting on the inside, right? They kept all the fighting on the inside of the platforms, and every time like Captain Falcon found himself on those platforms, it was a free non-committal move for Raider Rudy to do that fair.
Except for that time he got hit with the up smash.
Yeah. because like he was already programmed in his head. It was like, all right, he's on plat. I'm gonna go for this non-committal fair. What's the worst that could happen? This man gets up smashed.
It was been a little greedy there because I think he threw out at least one move before that one, and tried to hit him with another one. But all right, it's good to see him pick up that second game, showing that he was able to get around those down airs. The down airs were definitely his downfall in that first game, losing stock to 2 of them. So as long as he's able to mix up those get up options on the ledge, he may be fine. Saber, he already knows what he needs to do, man. He needs to get Greninja on the ledge, get those down airs. I think the further along in the set that we go, we'll start to see the book open up on the ledge of different moves that are going to be tossed out. I think Saber, he was kind of big braining himself a little bit too much, like that one where he tried to get that side special after the up air.
Yeah,
because that would have been nice.
Oh man, so here we go. Going once again, game 3. One between these guys.
1, go!
All right. We're going Roy here.
Well, once again, Saber is just something that that's been the theme of just like all these matches that we've seen today. It's just like other than Yosu, of course, we just see these guys with these kind of just these stubby normals, these characters that are very, very strong, have great burst damage potential, but Raider Rudy has just found his way through all of it, to be honest with you, so far. I mean, he's beaten a Cloud, he's beaten a Banjo-Kazooie, he's beaten a Captain Falcon. So now, I mean, if there's he's just going to run the gauntlet, and if he believed, but hey, Raider Rudy definitely believes. And I think he's found his groove. He's just like, you know what? If this man is going to land, not going to land on the platform, I'm going to do whatever I want.
I definitely thought his stock was going to be ended when that double dance started over there. All right, there we go on the ledge once again. All right, with a jab, what was that, a forward air there?
Yes, it was. It was a forward air. Go ahead and seal the stock right there. So Saber, 59%, and he is getting low. This man Rated Rudy said, "Look, I'm awake. I'm here to play now. Don't worry about it."
Sitting a little nice and ooh, got a little bit of spaghetti there. All right, got Roy off the stage.
Running back, trying to cover the roll.
Yeesh, missing the grab. It's not gonna cost him. Well, no, it did cost him a stop.
You are that.
Yeah, you're not drifting back to the stage.
That offstage play was beautiful. Oh my goodness.
And once again, as you said, man, going for these grabs seem to be really risky online, man.
I'm telling you, you go for the grab, you whiff, you'll know like if you're gonna be able to react properly, even though you think you're gonna react properly, and then you end up dying. Eat, not gonna be able to get that.
There's a shuriken there.
Go ahead and let him just retreat back to the middle of the stage.
Oh, then we go with another neutral get up. Oh, drop shield a little bit too early, getting hit with the water shuriken. All right. Yeesh.
That kill from the middle of the stage.
Yeah, man, we having frog legs for dinner.
Oh my goodness, bro. Ooh, he might have scorched them things, bro.
Get a little too. Take these back to the kitchen.
Yeah, bro. You charred them.
Man, these are not wings, bro. Ooh.
I thought he was gonna go for it again.
I felt like it wouldn't have been a bad idea because it looked like the shield dwindled. That thing did not exist.
Yeah, you got a fair coming your way in about 3 seconds. Yeah, well, not exactly on time, but
Yeah. Is anything ever on time anymore?
right. 146.
Oh.
That, my friend. Oh, okay.
Oh, there's.
Oh no, you're going, buddy.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he had to get him out of here because he looked at his percent. He was like, 48%. He was like, I'm not trying to be another Twitter clip, another Twitter clip questioning Roy's abilities. All right, now I'm wondering if we're gonna see another character come from Saba. First, we saw the Falcon. We saw the Roy. I know, is it weird whenever I like see like that somebody plays Roy? I think they have like some sort of like deep suppressed like anger is hidden within them. Because Roy is like one of the angriest characters in this game.
Yells with every hit. Every hit has like fire behind it. There's definitely something repressed. Probably because nobody's thinking about them Fire Emblem anymore. only in Smash does he have relevance.
Man, he was one of the weakest lords, so he has to prove himself in this game, man.
Oh yeah, he was just like everybody was just like, well, Byleth, Byleth, Crom. We love those characters in these other Fire Emblem games. Who are you? Who is Roy? That's weird.
He's our boy. All right, but we are sticking with Roy. And that's just making me think if did we get rid of Town and City as a stage?
I think so.
Okay.
But I think they just chose to just run it back.
Okay.
Right, and that's kind of bad for Saba, just because like this man rated Rudy, he's literally been like trapping his landings like terribly. And it's just like a character like Roy, you need to steamroll. You really do. You need to like. He's a momentum-based character, and like that's the stuff you need to go for. To be honest with you.
Yeah, we've never seen
boys swinging. Woo! I'm not even over here. This man's 5 feet in front of you, and both characters just flapping around in front of each other. Yeesh!
Yeah, the jump from the ledge. You need to do on like the jump or the neutral get up in these matchups, and that's what's they called him to lose the stocks early. I feel like Saba might not even be paying attention to the roll options, man. But then on the other side, I feel like Raiden Rudy it's covered the roll a majority of the time.
Is the fair really that powerful? Because this man is getting like,
yeah, bro.
This man is getting out too big.
Ninja fair is OD.
just baseball hit like right into the blast zone, man. It's ridiculous.
Figure when you don't have too many kill moves, they gotta make your kill moves that much stronger.
Right, you're right. These people swing. Eyes closed, just swing. Dang. We would get the end of that dancing go right there.
Down tilt.
Yes. Ooh. All right, he's gonna a reading of an air dodge might be imminent. These pop-ups continue. Going home, sir.
Got another nair. Yeah, Rated Rudy's just really in his groove now. Just seeing how much he's progressed in these games, going from the first game to this game, seeing with all these nairs that he's connecting and getting these combos now. But I remember back in that previous set with Diddy, it was like, all right, he's getting the nairs, but he's not really getting anything afterwards. He just had to warm up.
Woo! And finally, reading an air dodge, getting a nice smash off that, and no sir, no one won. Relax. But the forward tilt, and that's really what Saba needs right now. He's down by a game in this set, so in this winner's quarter. So if there's any opportunity for him to just try to play the game of his life and not go lose it, and this is definitely it, 100%.
If he has any tricks up his sleeves, now would definitely be the time.
Okay, he'll be able to beat himself back up. Here you go.
All right, able to get around up there.
Hey, that was a dope counter. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Dope shield parry. swinging on each other left and right. Here we go, and that's the one thing he needed was like another mess up, another up air.
Ooh.
It's the landing.
And I just saw like a smash attack coming right there. I was actually wondering if maybe we were gonna see because you had just said counter a second ago, and I was like, that would actually be a perfect time to just do a landing counter, man. Because you know Greninja's he had been aggressive the whole time. There weren't too many times where he jumped at him and fainted. Every time he jumped at him, he came with that heat.
Yeah, and just the trapping of the landings coming out from Rated
Mhm.
Rudy right there was exactly what he needed. We're gonna see this man Rated Rudy go through his paces. This man defeated Giddy, defeated Saba, and now he is in top 8 of the GOML Open, the South Qualifier, which is
Yeah.
putting a lot of people through its paces, man. We see I'm looking at the loser section right now, and Danby is actually going to take it over Isman. Wow. Chino and AZ are going at it as we speak. We're going to see that man, what's his name? We're going to see Saba go up against R, and then Crump and Shattuck are in the mix as we speak. But a couple of replays from that last game, we really saw Rated Rudy. I think he's finally in the groove, right? He understands what his character wants, what he wants to do. Hard after that, after getting 2 Reeboks to the chest into the black zone.
Oh man, not the Reeboks, man.
Once he got to Kalos, it was just the story of fairs from then on out. And we're gonna see this man die repeatedly over and over again by a jumping sword from Greninja is gonna destroy this man over and over again. And Rated Rudy, it looks like he's finally found his groove. He knows what he's supposed to be doing. And what he learned from Giddy is that he kind of has to just kind of like adjust to the DI from the pop-up combos, but that man died from fair. That man Saba died from fair a lot, a whole lot. So our matches are almost set. Couple of updates coming from losers. Shattuck has defeated Crump. So Crump is 1 win away. I mean, excuse me, Shattuck has defeated Crump. Shattuck is 1 win away from ending up in from making top 8. And AZ and Chino, like I said, they're both going at it as we speak. AZ is up by a game, and Chino, his Min Min is stout, but unfortunately, like Wolf is just that good of a character. So I'm saying. So we're actually gonna see the man who's been steamrolling everybody through bracket. You guys know him as Grayson, representing
Wait. What do you know him as?
a monster.
I was really waiting for something. I was just like, you
A
know him
cheater.
as Grayson. I was like, he knows something that I don't, man.
The Rob man. So Rob Easy can do it. That guy. So he's going to be going up against Rated Rudy. Rated Rudy, those landing traps that might have to come to an adjustment or may come to a complete stop, because you can definitely expect Rob to shoot that top a lot and go for down tilts a lot, and you know what Grayson gets out of this.
This is definitely one of those. So I always find it very, I'm gonna just say annoying and Smash 4 when you would like see people do like the combos with like the gyro or the banana. And you just sit there and it's like, all right, banana, I guess, banana, you see a lot of ditties. But then you be like, gyro, like, how often are you gonna see a Rob? How is this ever gonna come, into play to help you? But then you come to Smash Ultimate where, maybe some of those combos that you learn are actually going to come to use because, if you look at a bracket, it's not going to be surprising to see a bunch of Robs in top 16s, top 32s down in Texas. I mean, you might even have 3 Robs in top 8.
Oh yeah, we've had that happen a couple times. Yeah. I think it was what was it? It was this tournament called Set Count that Joey did over there in Austin, and there were 2 Robs in top 8. So you know what I'm saying?
I definitely
Rob Nation out here. I would DQ from the bracket so quick, bro. I'm not playing though. Like, imagine beating a Rob, and then 2 matches later, it's like, all right, another Rob. Oh wait, another Rob after this.
I remember when at what is it, Freaks?
Yeah.
Freaks, when Skittles went down there, he beat 8-Bit Man, Then he had to beat it. Who were the other Robs? There's Sassy, and then there's
You had to be 8-Bit Man, then Sassy, and then I think Cosma, and then Grayson after that.
yeah. He had to play Grayson and Grants, and I can't remember who the other Rob was. But it was another Rob he had to pay 3 Robs back to back to back. And I'm just like, bro, that's actually OD.
Texas, aka Skynet.
Oh gosh.
We creating automatons down here, baby. So yeah, Grayson going up against Rated Rudy. Rated Rudy, if there was ever a time for you to play the game of your life, then now was that time for sure, 100%.
Once again, thank you for everybody for tuning in for the GOML NA Open. Right now, we're kicking it in the South right now, man. Getting those players through this bracket. Shout out to Red Bull for being here for the Smash community when needed.
Definitely, man. And also bringing those delicious drinks when we need it. When we need energy the most, Red Bull is always there. Shouts out to Red Bull. And shouts out to Event Matchup Gaming as well. 2021, pandemic over, you're definitely going to see me over there at the next GOML, 100%. 200%. It's the one event I haven't been to, and I've never been to Canada, so
I was actually very sad. So I got my passport right before all of the craziness happened. I was like, what? I was like, I was gonna go to GOML. I was sad, bro.
Oh no, not like this, please.
Yeah, my passport's just been chilling in my fanny pack, just like it's got dust on it actually.
Well, maybe a little Rob action will shake out the cobwebs because this man Grayson, definitely the most dangerous man in this bracket. He has not dropped one game to anybody he's played.
Oh gosh, just a couple seconds in, I know my man Rated Rudy's like, dang, like chill, bro. Like I done played a couple games back to back when they get a breather. It's kind of weird seeing like super aggro Rob. He's like, that's my job. I'm Greninja.
It's like he was like, bro, chill. I'm playing chill right now, man. Don't even worry about it. It's fine. I do this every day to everybody.
My biggest question in this matchup is, how does Greninja deal with Rob Nair?
Yeah, and then as Greninja, how do you approach really? Like he has all these tools like to cover his open.
I hit with the thrusters. Like open that man a new one. Went into hyperspace.
Oh my goodness. Hey Grayson, you know, Smash is a family game, my brother. You can slow down just a little bit, you know.
Yeah. Grayson is jigging. Like he's playing like mom just said dinner is done. It was like, you know, she got that hamburger helper on the table, so you got to hurry up and finish this game.
Yeah, we definitely have to finish it now. We got the shells and cheese on deck with the beef. Yeah, I have to kill this man. But Rated Rudy says, hold up. I'm still in this tournament.
Oh,
you don't hold skill for this?
Yeah. Oh gosh! Every time you see that like from Rob, like all you can do is just watch and play. Like I don't even DI when it happens anymore, man. Woo. All right.
Okay.
Going for the uptime.
My man's at 103. So next combo or a big hit from Rob definitely gonna put you in a real bad position. 119 and gaining. And are you gonna get 10%? He did. Congratulations. I'm proud of you, Rated Rudy. That's my man right there. What? That hitbox was a late. Not gonna be able to back air here. Yeah, I thought that top was gonna interrupt his combo. Like,
oh, just missing with the up smash there. Air fair. Gets Rob off stage. Oh, just barely not enough there. Yeesh. You gotta be careful. You just can't be that far charging stuff versus Rob. Normally he has multiple moves that he can use to hit you. You know, he's got the laser, he's got the gyro.
That man got tombstoned, bro. That was wild. The man got
Tomb
tombstone and
Tombstone.
exploded,
Yeah,
bro.
man, I definitely know Saba, he ain't in no rush, you know, you at home and your mom telling you that she got some Tombstone pizza. I'm not running to the dinner table.
Nah, for
I'm
100%.
trying
Yeah,
I'm
bro.
trying to go to Grayson house for dinner.
Yeah, bro. Grayson got the hamburger helper with the skillet on the stove and all that with the hot food. You put this plastic tombstone with the cardboard crust in the oven. You expect me to eat this? Mom, look what this Rob just did to me. Oh, here, honey, here's some tombstone pizza.
That's what
Great,
you
Mom.
deserve.
Now I feel worse.
Man, could you imagine, like, as a kid, like, you got food according to, like, how good you were that day?
Oh no.
It was like, "Oh,
Oh,
no, actually, you were in the principal's office, so you get the box Kraft macaroni and cheese today."
ooh, you can taste the chalk. No, sir. My man did good. Got all A's. He got Gordon Ramsay to come to his house.
Man, he had the filet mignon with his food stamps.
Damn.
Man, you come home with F's on that report card, you getting spam.
Oh no. No eggs, no, not even fried. Just eat it from the can. Here's a spoon. So here we
All
go.
right. So
Grayson
Rated
versus
Rudy
Brady Rudy.
coming
Game
into
two.
this game two. So we actually didn't see a lot of we didn't see too much near there play a part like as I expected that we would see. I felt like it was a lot of gyro, a lot of laser that would get Rated Rudy into the air.
And what Brady Rudy is facing is just like, bro, you need an escape, is what you need.
Yeah.
You need an escape. Look, when Grayson's gonna run around this map, he's gonna nair, right? Just like you, Brady
yeah.
Rudy. Just like you. Except, his nair is better. He's gonna throw projectiles at you as well, except Grayson has two of them. So
And a lot of these nairs that we're seeing, it's not like he's approaching with nair. He's just moving around with them to give himself some space, like some back.
yeah, he's really making him think like rethink your interactions with Rob, because like if you think you're gonna get and I see what the tech is here. He's trying to pincer him in between himself and the spinning top.
Yeah.
Okay. See Brady Rudy showing
Ooh, getting with the laser. Oh no! We saw it coming. We saw it coming.
chest. I am in pain currently from watching that. Jeez, man. Okay. Not gonna be able to get the bear. Gonna be able to get the roll. Brady Rudy. There we go.
Right,
and sneak between Rob and that laser. Very nice. Brady Rudy putting himself on the board.
Oh yeah. I can see Brady Rudy keeping himself in this. This is definitely like one of those games where you're watching where it just seems like, oh my gosh, the one character, just has the upper hand, but then you go look at the stocks and I was like, well, it doesn't matter, how much cute stuff you're doing, because you're so close. You're sitting at the same stocks. You're sitting very near. Oh, here we go. Only able to get one up air out of it. Whenever Greninja hits Rob, you're gonna expect a lot of damage to get tacked on, just because Rob is such a big character, and I think that's what keeps Rob from like hitting that next level of craziness of character, is that he's just a comboable guy. Yeesh. Getting hit with the up smash.
Yeah, and like what's happening for Rated Booty right now is that like Town City is getting him all of his space. It really is, and it's allowing him to just kind of just slowly amass damage on Grayson. But like when Grayson gets just these opportunities to just like pour on damage, he's taking steps. He's optimizing pretty much everything here. Covering he's covering space. You know what I'm saying? This man is not only covering space, but he's just like choosing the most optimal thing every time.
I really like I feel like the way that Grayson plays, it looks like he's trolling a lot of the time, but then you're just sitting there, it was like, I mean, it was actually really smart. That's probably just how he plays. I feel like he's one of those guys that he really has fun playing his character, I feel.
And that man Rated Rudy said, "You better stop talking about him. Talk about me.
Man,
I'm doing cool stuff."
Yeah, we got Rated Rudy. Oof. Oh,
including
from
dying,
the down
bro.
smash. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I'll do it again next match.
Do it again next game. All right. So we got Rated Rudy trying to be the guy to take the first game off of Grayson today, because as I said before, this man's just been strolling through bracket. Picking up dandelions, man. Now, that's how you know you ain't got no worries in the world. You picking up dandelions. We all know them ain't flowers.
Definitely not.
It actually took me a long time to realize that those were weeds. I was like, oh, these are
I was about
weeds?
to say, but they say ignorance is bliss too.
I
So
was like, man, I thought those things was cute when I was growing up.
like, nah, bro, we stray away from these. This too much.
All right, so
So
Grayson getting rid of Kalos and FD, of course. So I expect us to see the same stage again. If not, I mean, there could be a what?
Battlefield.
Did he really click Battlefield?
He really did click Battlefield.
This has to be a mistype. Somebody, please help.
Is this? Are y'all really doing this? Okay, you know what?
Whoa.
Right, go for it, right? So
I got really surprised by this music.
Yeah, Ray Rudy is at wit's end apparently. So here we go. Let the burning and the hitting of the gyro and the lasers commence. Here we go. Another. Oh no! Wait! Stop! Okay, good. I was about to say, let me just make it trained off stage. I can't handle that right now. Ray Rudy trying his very best.
Yeah.
Like I said, like the whole like idea of like trying to get his landing strap and the dare and not the dare the down tilt.
Oh no!
Okay, I was gonna say the idea of his pop-up combos are definitely not working that well.
Yeah. I like to see more water shuriken from distance to poke at Grayson. Oh no!
It's that trade. He's like, yeah, man, I need that. I need that 100%.
Yeesh. Grayson trying to get back up. All right, down smash. Gonna hit him on the other side. Solid damage though. Oof. See, that's one of those times where, all right, you saw Grayson, getting ready to do that nair. That'd been a beautiful time to just sit there. You take the nair to get the parry and then forward smash, but he tried to space him out there, and Grayson was able to cancel him out with a move of his own. Oh man.
I ain't even gonna say nothing, bro.
Yeah.
Demolition is, bro. Rated Rudy. I mean, it looks like Grayson. Come on, Grayson.
Come on, Grayson.
Show some respect, bro. You weren't gonna get it at that percent.
Grayson is really trying to eat dinner right now.
Yeah. At this rate, it looks like he might continue the trend of.
Wow. Yeah. Like right there was like some lag as he did like the drag down. That looked like some Enter the Matrix stuff right there. I thought we were actually going to be some OD.
He died at 50, 60. Is what that looked like.
Yeah.
All right. So Grayson's going to continue the trend of going 3-0. And yeah, he's going to be in winners finals of this bracket. So good on you right there, Grayson. Advances to winners final. We're going to be facing the winner of Yosfu and Zai. And looking at the bottom bracket over here, we got Danby versus AZ still in progress. And we're awaiting the winner of Seba and R. It looks like Seba is in position to win this. What is that? Oh, I think he just did, actually. Oh, wait. Well, anyway, Seba's actually in great position to win this right now. He's up 2-0. He's going to face Shattuck if he wins, and R will reciprocate. If he can win, then he will also face Shattuck. So Shattuck just waiting. So yeah, let's see all the things that Grayson apparently did right. I don't even know if he's at the sticks anymore, but we're gonna get a little Red Bull replay.
Yeah.
Shout out to Red Bull. Give us energy for this this replay you're about to bless us with, because I'm definitely
saw some wild things, man.
Here we go, and just calling him out.
Yeah.
Not bad. Very, very well done. Good game awareness, and coming back from the fresh stop, he's like, all right, here it is. Just pinching him in between himself and the top. Always a good tactic with Rob. You love to see it. And this is the straw that broke the camel's back right here. And then that back air. Like I think what happened was right there is like that man hesitated. He didn't know if a back air was coming or a side B, so he just let it run. And last but certainly not least, trying to catch him at the top, and then just angled forward smash to send him away. OUT out into losers bracket. So Rated Rudy, very stout Greninja, had a good run. We're gonna see him again in the future. So he still made top 8. You know what I'm saying? And he's still going to be in top 8, and he's going to be facing the winner of Danby and AZ in that top 8. But for those of you who are watching, welcome to Get on My Level, the North American Open. This is the region of the South, baby. You know how we do around here.
You got the diamonds in your mouth?
I'm telling you, man. And of course, I got my brother from the Midwest, Censored. Good to have you here. And I pointed the wrong way, so it's this way. All right, yeah, you're like, okay.
Hey, I'm actually afraid to point now too. Like this way.
You got it right. So
this way. No, I smooth. Right I just moved. I moved my arm to see which one was going to move on the stream, and then I was like, no. I'm not messing up.
His arms were to his side, bro. Oh man, we're just happy to be commentating with my brother from Nebraska, man. Is it snow up there yet?
Apparently on Monday it snowed for like a second, but I mean it just all turned to rain or whatever. But in West Nebraska, I think it snowed this weekend, or it was supposed to. But man, I don't know. We went from Sunday it was 100, and then it was 70 on Monday. So no, it would have been Tuesday where it rained, and then it was like 48 on Tuesday, and I'm like, what? Like, and then Wednesday it was 45, and I'm like, dude, like, what is with this like 50-degree drop in 48 hours?
I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. But we're going over here to winter semis. Game 1, Yost Fu, the Simon Belmont from Chuck State. Might not fare well against a goddess known as Palutena. Palutena, she got all the right tools for a matchup of this caliber. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Yost Fu can use his item play against this. So Yost Fu is going to be over here banning Battlefield, Zai, with the 2 bans being PS2 and Final Destination. So it looks like we might be going to a Town and City or Smashville. So let's see. Let's see how... And yeah, we are going to be going to a Smashville. So, all right. Man. So this is going to be winner semis, best of 5. Winner of this is going to be going to winners finals to face Grayson as we near the end of our bracket. Shattuck still in waiting at the bottom between Saba and R, and then AZ and Danby still in the mix as we speak. But these guys are going to be going at it. I expect to see the Palutena from Zai, Yost Fu, of course, the Simon Belmont. But man, as we edge closer and closer, winner of this is going to be winner of the whole tournament, right? Of the open bracket is going to be in the circuit finale on November 7th. Don't forget. So if you win grands, you're definitely going to be in contention to going to GOML 2021 free of charge. Smasher's favorite word, free. So here we go.
Gee willikers, bro.
So Yost Fu versus Zai.
All right. So we did get to see earlier when Yost Fu was going against Falco. He had no issues dealing with that reflector, which I actually thought was the wildest thing in the world because Falco probably has the best reflector in the game. So I don't see Palu's ability reflecting to even play a factor in this. I think the big thing will be dealing with the invincibility that Palutena brings with their back air and dash attack.
Hey, under the stage, and he might have died from that.
Yeah, that up air was actually going to kill.
Oh, who had that holy water? Because it was that man was on fire. It wasn't Yost Fu was on fire.
The back air doesn't reflect it, does it?
I don't know.
I'm lost for words right now.
Yeah, that was an excellent question. But Yost Fu still handling it excellently. And look, see, this is going to be like something that's going to be kind of difficult Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say you might want to start like he's gonna repeatedly throw that bottle in neutral, just because like catching him in catching Zai in that holy water will just net him just a free punish. So, but you see that Yosu was just fighting in the middle of the stage right here and able to DI out of the flame.
Ah, dropping the shield there. All right, Yosu. All right, that was a good weight. Making sure you didn't get hit by that cross because that could have been very close there. You know, you might have almost lost the invincibility there.
Yeah.
Oof. Auto reticle. Oh, like I got some projectiles too, bro.
Ooh, yeah, trying to go for the grab right there, and this man just rolled back into the holy water, into the holy flame. Yep, more projections coming up. And he's gonna die from that side B. So we see like Zai trying to make his way back into the middle of the stage using up B, and I don't know where you point that at. But like I said, I think what's going to determine like the real victory in this match is to see who can keep control of the center stage for the longest. We see that Zai is trying his very, very best.
All right, there we go.
In the middle of the stage, but everybody they're treating like that platform like a house, right? They're treating it like a house, and that platform like above their heads is just the roof. And so what they're doing is they're just getting under it and just throwing stuff, knowing that they're gonna have an option to just run away or just try to circumvent the pressure of each other's projectiles.
Uh-oh. Ooh, explosive flame, the brink end of the down smash, not gonna hit though. Clean attempt though. Oh gosh. Woo! Okay, that was a trade if I ever saw one. All right, good directional air dodge. Grab the ledge. Oh man, this is actually like. Okay, there we go. I kept getting surprised to see like the Belmont just make it back to the stage so much. Ooh, in the back air to the other side of the house. Very reminiscent to I believe that is my match.
Yeah.
We saw him run off the right side of the platform. And he was like, well, bam!
Yeah, don't even worry about it. I can reach you from over here. Just amassing just so much damage. Doing a very good job of getting away from it all, though. Here we go, Zai. He's gonna start hitting these standard combos here, and
man.
sliding forward tilt, but wasn't able to get the hitbox, even though he was stuck in the flame. He's amassing the damage, but not able to seal the kill. And that.
All right, up special's not gonna kill, so a forward throw should. All right, just barely getting nicked by the axe.
Yep. Ooh, okay. I like the package.
Oh, the down air. Oh no. All right. Nice fast fall. Grabs the ledge. Makes it back safely. That definitely couldn't have got ugly very quick.
Yeah, I like the setup on the knockdown with the holy water. I like that a lot. Ooh, no one home for that forward smash though.
Oof. Hit trade.
Yeah.
Solid job with the auto reticle. Oh, he said, I don't care. Give it back. He said, I need the potion. Bam. So in that game, I think when like we were kind of losing track, she grabbed the potion a couple times and just threw it back and was like, I don't like Hennessy. Just take that back.
Yeah.
Bro.
She says she's elegant. Give me the dussy.
Yeah, she
Bring the dust, bro.
She needs something a little more fancy. She need a White Claw.
I need some hard seltzer. Bring that over here, brother.
But yeah, there was definitely some item play with the fire there in that game. But
yeah, I think like offense definitely wins games, and we've seen that before. But defense is winning, is advancing Yo's-Fu through bracket. This defense is advancing Yo's-Fu through this bracket for sure. Like you see this man like in everything you see. Most of the action is happening like on ledge, right? Because of like the way that Simon Belmont operates. The crazy part about this is that he is like retreating to the middle of the stage and still using these projectiles to mitigate the approach of his opponents, which is very, very good. So let's see if Zai can help circumvent this. I think like the approach would be, I would think that the approach to this would be like, all right, I need to be hyper aggressive to stop this man.
Yeah.
Every time this man throws something, it's either ending in a trade or like I'm just, getting hit by these normals that are like 50 feet away.
Oh, he tried. She was like, nah, fam. Woo. All right, and she's got a massive amount of space, just super relaxed right now. All right, I see you, Zion. Play lane, win game, bro.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what this is exactly what Zai wanted. He was just like, bro,
because Palu has the ability to poke at and still build up damage from a distance with the auto reticle and the explosive flame. A little too far out of reach there. Man, and it's crazy watching a Belmont have to struggle with projectiles. It was like, how your medicine taste? Oh gosh. That could have ended really bad.
Hey, he ain't that far off, to be honest with you. Sitting here at 88, kicking it back to him, and one aerial, and yes, the fight back to the middle of the stage still continues.
Mirror, toss him off stage. Explosive flame. Huge. Oh man, yeah.
I said, get out.
Definitely got rid of him.
Nice.
He had a nice little momentum building there, but got snuffed out.
Woo! You were playing a deadly game, being out there like that, especially with Simon Belmont, bro.
Fair. Got that shield up. Oh, missing the grab there.
Oh yeah, you're beyond dead. You're beyond dead, my brother. All right, so Yosu, like I said, man, these war projectiles, I don't know where you're throwing that cross at, my guy. Axe barely missing, and even so, probably going to be nullified by the counter. 68% though, so Zai finding his groove here. He's got to keep up this damage, and no punish off of the failed counter.
Oh, and the back throw gets him off stage.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, a little tether.
Just cause? What is this? Oh man, Miles Morales just sticking back to the stage. All right, you got it.
Almost hitting with the up air. Eesh, was it worth it? Didn't die yet. Might be worth it because, man, a Rage Belmont. Oh, just barely getting by the fire. No punish there.
And these kind of guys, both of these characters just walking on that here. They want to kill each other with the longest range move that they have, and Zai has done that twice already. 2 kills with the side B. Woo! Give that crack. I don't like that. The aerials, retreat to the other side.
Dang, say no ground for you. It's a good air dodge. Definitely would have been dead there.
And finally getting a hit, 127%. Careful. I think a forward tilt might do the job, to be honest. Fire everything. Oh my goodness. Fire everything. More. Well, I need to bless you, woman.
What is there to do? Man. Doesn't care about any of that mess. Dash attack. Still not killing. I don't know what the ground is.
See, and I think that's what Zai was afraid of, right? He didn't want to teleport back into the middle of the stage.
Yeah.
And, get punished like that.
And there were a couple of times where he was throwing the holy water towards the middle of the stage, and I thought that was just like, accidental, but I think he was trying to catch some teleport.
Right? Projectiles is something I'm sick and tired of, and he's just like, bro, like, I can't do this right now.
Ooh, down there.
Still not
up special, yeah, not gonna kill you.
Palutena is gonna live until 197, and the forward throw is only gonna kill. So you saw how quickly damage can amass on on Simon's side. So let's see if it'll come to fruition right here. No, sir. No.
All right, Nair toss him off stage, makes it back on though. Back air. Did he use his jump? Gosh.
Yeah.
All right there, Indiana Jones.
And survive from the tether right here. But Zai still pouring it on. He said bit by bit, gonna get 2 framed by the end of that. Down tilt, he's still keeping this man off.
All right, makes it back to the stage, sitting at 166 damage.
Yep.
I
I think at this point, oh no. Okay, well,
yeah.
fine so far, 166.
Oh no, this is not over.
The ledge guarding is coming out, and the back air gonna be able to take this game 1-1 between the two.
Yeah, it's got to be nice having an invincible back air. Zai chuckles. Because I mean that could have got actually pretty scary when I saw that 54%, and I was like, oh no. I was like, holy water to forward smash. This is a game actually.
Oh yeah. And I think it was that space that they were fighting for in the middle was just kind of what almost did it for Zai. Because that man was like literally just like getting kept out of like what is essentially a safe place in a projectile war, which is middle of the stage when someone's on ledge. You kind of have all the control at that point. But Zai going to be able to take that game. Yosfu, I mean, it's not over yet. It's 1-1. Both characters, taking the game apiece. So let's see where the stages take us. And while I'm here, I'm about to look up some of this frame data. I want to see something real quick.
Frame data? Oh, okay.
It's all good.
Well, what frame data are you looking at?
Oh, there's this website. There's a website called Ultimate Frame Data. So,
that's Metal Music Man. Shout out to him.
I want to look at the frame data for Richter, or Simon. So here we go. Because this man is okay. Because I wanted to know the startup for down tilt in 7 frames. So
okay.
I wanted to know what his fastest move from range, or fast move from range was. So that's gonna be it, because all of his areas except for what is that neutral layer is like 14 frames startup. So. But anyway, Zai versus Yosfu. Game 3, 1-1 apiece.
All right. I like the stage selection here that we saw from Yosfu, because definitely it started from the beginning of that last match. Zai showed that, you know what, I'm gonna just play this ledge. I know you like to keep center stage. I'm far enough to where your attacks either won't reach me or it's barely going to reach me. And then also we saw some just some normal movement shenanigans that you're able to do on a bigger stage. So Smash Field, where Zai can't run away, is definitely a good pick.
Zai definitely don't care for running no more. He said, you know what? I've been running for too long already, and that ledge snap saved his life. Jeez. Able to catch it.
Here we go, catching the fire.
You dealing with those type of skills, man. Like, no, you
all reflect. Oh, man, you have the delay with the holy fire. Oh man. All right, we got Yosfu. See how long you can hold on to the stock.
That's what's gonna
man. Whoa.
So these guys are trading blow for blow. Jeez. Oh yeah. I haven't seen Zai get on a lot of combo trains at these early percents. Kind of both characters are kind of just taking what they can get. Not really, And this is the punish. No, you need that. 100%. Grab, not gonna be able to hit here.
All right, tossing my man's off stage again. Oh, goes above the stage. No punishment though. What's up with the explosive flame there? Negative so you can't approach.
That was a clean conversion. Jeez, man. That was awesome. And that was incredible.
That was long. I felt like a viewer there for a second. I was like, oh man, that's nice. And I was like, oh, I'm supposed to be cast. Let me talk real quick.
Yeah, for sure. Now I get real kinetic all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that might have ended it. Oh nope, he's got his jump still. Oh, and the forward smash mid-stage. All right, we are not out of this one yet. Damn, as I mentioned, not being out of it. Holly not letting up. Okay, got the throw. Holly's fair. They forget what you're talking about.
Yep, and it's really this awkward position of like, do I overextend and go for him, or do I just respect the projectiles and fight this distance battle? But Zai is like, bro, I got this in the bag. I'm already ahead by almost 100%, and this well-spaced back air is going to send you to game 4. Zai. Oh, my goodness.
Once again with the live.
Fire Emblem. Nah, I'm playing. Anyway, so Zai is going to be up 1 game versus Yosfu. Only needs 1 more to put himself versus Grayson in winners final. And they're going to be going to Smashville once again, so they're just going to choose to run it back. So it looks like for Yosfu, this is it. I think somebody just found a way to mitigate that projectile game over here in winter semis. His name is Zai. So,
oh man, running in. Oh my! I feel like Zai heard you in that last game talking about there hasn't been too much combo play. Because Zai definitely ran in and got that grab and was like, let me show you something real quick.
Yeah, Zai is 100% going for the neck, going for the jugular whenever he goes to these combos. Because they're either like, oh, okay, I was gonna say not getting the semi drag down, but getting the nair off that down tilt. I mean that dair, yeah. Can really survive here. Good back air action, okay.
Alright, dash attack, ending that. Ooh, Dom not having some issues landing here. Up smash not gonna hit.
Ooh, and that was right on target. I saw that.
Oh gosh. What was Paulo really still in a hit stun there?
Because he sat there and that looked like it was just a beeline for it. Going home for that.
Ooh, drop shield at the perfect time to get hit by that move. Oh, the parry. Up special. He's feeling himself now.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yep, going for the yep, he wanted to wait right there. Good air dodge to get back. Yosfu sitting at 170.
Yosfu gets Paulo off the stage. And
I look like
Zai needs to be careful. One false move and you dead at the ledge. Oh, the explosive flame is gonna make it back to the stage as well. Oh gosh.
Yeah,
that angle.
Hit that man in between the crease 100%.
Down air to forward tilt.
Oh,
bro, was that like 31 damage from the 2 moves? Actually? Yeah. Can we talk about this?
From there, getting back to stage, getting another grab off of that. He's trying to put the game not back in his favor, but give himself an opportunity to get hit with axes and whatnot. 127% on Zai. Zai knows that he has to seal this game up.
Yeah.
And still not going to kill 152%. Right? He takes the flame. Able to crack the bottle, though. Getting real close. And now that basically this man, Yosfu, is at 100%, is exactly what he wanted. Dash attack, not going to kill just yet. Is the axe going to kill? Is the really going to kill? Oh. Axe? Here we go.
Maybe rolled right into it.
Yep. Forward tilt after the roll. So now you got to kill this man if you want an opportunity, Zai. So Yosfu playing a pretty clean game right now. Throwing these projectiles, just making sure that he doesn't get abused.
Good get up attack there. Didn't panic. Back airs him off stage. Ooh! That air dodge. Back up, gets up, right?
Real close between the two. No food, just standing his ground.
Oh, gonna be a back throw. It's not gonna kill you though. It was a good weight on that recovery as well. Didn't want to jump too early too easy. Auto and man, getting toasted in the 70s from that forward smash. What was that? 94 after the hit? Or
yeah, that was definitely 94 after that forward after that fair. Hit him with that fair off stage, and wow, what a game. What a set. So now Yosu Zai 2-2 between these guys. It's coming down to the wire 100%. Oh, man. So going to Kalos Pokemon League. And this is the stage where Zai won off of a back air, correct? I think this was it. I can't really remember. But game 5, Zai, Yosu. What you got for me? One more to determine who fights Grayson.
3, 2, 1, go!
all right. So, taking it to a game number 5, and we're starting off with a okay. I thought we had a drop punish there, but I think 48% is pretty solid.
He's taking the homie coast to coast. He said, "You ain't never seen New York? All right, well, let me show you California."
That sounds like the ultimate vacation right there. Had you a bad chick take you across the world? Went from Paris to Tokyo.
Insane. Got an 84 damage for send-off, too. And Zai says, you know what? I'm going to mash this damage on you real quick. And then after that, you can do whatever you want.
I'm actually very surprised that we didn't see the stage banned. Was this not the last stage that
Zai won on?
Zai won on?
Yeah, like I was saying earlier that like this is the first stage that Zai won on. I'm pretty sure because he.
Okay, it was the first one. Okay, I still would have got rid of it. I didn't like that that beginning nonsense for Yusufi, of course. For Zai, I'm like, all right, yeah, that's what you got to do. On the ledge.
Right, and like I said, trying to fight for control of that middle, and Zai showing great dominance, getting the first stock here.
Down there, missing with the up. Oh, and the down smash. All right.
Both sides. Very excellent play by Yosu.
That was. Oh, man.
He was watching that, did he? Oh.
Still making it back to the stage.
Yep. Go ahead and forward tilt him before he gets out that F smash off.
Feel like he would have outspaced him probably anyway, but.
Yeah, speaking of outspace, I'm going to send you right back there because of the spacing on that last side B. This man was on the platform and just fell with it. Very, very nice. So, Zai smells blood in the water. He's like, you know what? I could actually do this, man.
Oh, that up smash. Alright, we got some more footies going around. Man, Zai will not be denied the auto reticle. We're gonna keep doing it till it works. Y'all heard?
Now this man's in juggle state. Almost getting hit by that, but getting caught by the down smash. Not dying yet, but to no avail. Yosu will be going to loser's bracket. And Zai's Palutena will meet Grayson's Rob in winners finals of the GOML Open South. Doing a dirty over here. Very well done. Nice. man. So actually, that was the last match of the block for our top 16. So we're going to be going into top 8 very very soon. But quick shouts outs. First off, shouts out to my man Censored for coming through, man. You know what I'm saying? It's always a pleasure. You're looking real crispy in that shirt. But before we go into that, let's go into see how we got to these outros with that last match coming from our Red Bull replay. Shouts out to Red Bull keeping us energized and focused, giving us wings throughout this set. And speaking of wings, Palutena with that last down smash to win. But before that, whips aplenty, the Morningstar whip, the blessed weapon from Yosu will get him to this game 5 set. That forward tilt, that down smash, and then what is that? That more just play. I'm trying to figure out what he's doing. All right, there it is.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
What is he dancing around?
And like as we said that, like this was a great set. Most of these sets were great and competitive. Minus Grayson the bully, but the going back to Kalos is just like forever going to be looming on me. Like I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't have seen the stage again. I just feel like Palu did such an amazing job of playing the keep away. And then even there in that last scene there, we saw the holy water get in the way of the of that top platform here. Woof.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like these guys were actually going back and forth. You know, Yosu did a really good job to make sure his projectiles were on point. But once Zai finally got started and was able to like mend that good combo play and projectile game together, he was able to create some really good stuff.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of good like damage racking up then also from Yosu, but then I felt like Palu was living way too long.
Yeah, exactly, and it was because of that like, you know, Zai was really able to like reassess what he was supposed to do in neutral. Like you saw that like once Zai started throwing like, you know, explosive flames and he started getting like all this like these little damages off of these little damage bursts off these like DIs that he's reading from Yosu, that he was able to like actually get it done. And because of that, this man Zai gonna be once again in top 8 of a bracket with Grayson in it, and these guys are going to be going up against each other in winners finals. And don't forget, guys, the GOML North Open, one of these guys is going to be in top 8. The regional qualifier winners advance to the circuit finale on November 7th. So he's going to be you know, joining the winner of Mexico and the winner of East Canada. So let's take a look at this bracket overlay real quick. Let's see the path,
how things are mapping out.
Yep.
All right, so there's that losers bracket that we were talking about. I think we have the AZ and Danby. We got Seba and okay, yeah. Let's stay up here at the top. So Chino, got the AZ there. Isman sadly knocked out of bracket along with Giddy there. But man, that losers bracket just looks like hell actually.
Yeah, actually, honestly, it's quite a road, and we see that somebody, the cream is definitely going to rise to the top. Zerge with the unfortunate DQ, and then Seba defeating R, but Shattuck defeating not only Magic Trumpet Man, but also defeating Crumb, and is also in the mix right now to try to get into top 8 of this bracket. So yeah, that's the losers overlay so far. But you see Grayson from winners quarters to winners semis, a 3-0 on both ends. Rated Rudy showing great grit, but unfortunately not being able to take it over Grayson. And then you see Zai taking over not only AZ but Yosu, and Yosu was actually the one who sent Isman to lose in the first place. But all roads lead through Grayson is what it seems like. So yeah, we're gonna see Zai face off with Grayson, and like I said, the automaton is what's going to get you into grand finals. So you got to go through him. It's either going to be great, it's either going to be Grayson or Zai. We will see very soon in this top 8 coming up. Man, what a bracket!
Yeah, I mean, if Zai wants to try and take down Grayson, Palutena definitely the character to do it, right?
I agree, and then Zai is like one of these. Zai has the character to, like, you know what I'm saying, try to have that happen. So Seba is going up against Shattuck as we speak, and the winner's gonna face Yosfu. Yosfu gonna have one more shot along with Rated Rudy, who's going up against Danby as we speak. Man. So yeah, really fun. Really fun bracket coming up like very soon, man. Especially for this top 8. We appreciate everybody who has stopped by. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate not only EMG and Red Bull and GOML for putting on the event, and of course, you know, everybody who's participated, man. You guys keep Smash going. We all keep Smash going as a whole, man. And it's really cool to see like an online circuit throughout all this. And when the pandemic is over, you know what I'm saying? We'll get the party again over here at GOML 2021, and the circuit winners, we're definitely going to be in contention. That regional qualifier is on November 7th, and yeah, they're going to be joining the winners of Mexico, East Canada, West Canada, the Southeast USA, Midwest, the West, and the Northeast. So, man, fun stuff ahead, especially this top 8 that's coming soon.
Yeah, it was some good stuff here for us in top 16. I think the biggest thing that I liked was the character diversity.
For sure.
I feel like even like in Wi-Fi, you know the characters you hear people fuss and complain about or whatever, you know, like the young links and the small characters, you know, spamming projectiles. But we've seen some nice aggressive gameplay, some nice competitive 5-game sets here in this top 16, which is a really a breath of fresh air. Am I right?
Oh yeah, you're definitely correct on that, man. I love me some good Smash Brothers, and today was definitely the day to do it. But up next, we got top 8 coming your guys' way. So keep it locked for GOML, the South region, and more Smash coming your guys' way in a little bit.
Hey everybody, welcome back to more Get On My Level online action, the North American qualifier for the south side of things, y'all. Coming at you, I'm Neighbor.
I appreciate the y'all. I'm Kimona.
I couldn't remember if I had dropped one unintentionally, so I had to
Had to make
in.
sure we got at least one in.
Yeah, it really is not a southern event without one.
No, the y'alls are necessary, and y'all have been here so far. I've seen that the Twitch chat has been active. I was chilling. We were chilling, watching those last couple of matches, and we were like, "Damn, Louisiana is here."
Yeah, if there's one thing that is true, whether it is online or offline, no matter what, if there is a Louisiana player, there is a group of the player base behind them from Louisiana bringing the noise.
Yeah. A couple people in particular stand out more than others.
Yeah.
But I was literally
has
talking
their
about it. I was chatting. I'm like, I've missed hearing this.
Yeah. RJ for sure is like the voice of Louisiana.
He's the voice of any event that is in the South.
Yes, much in the same way that Cheeks really brings that home for DFW.
I'm sure that Cheeks, I know you live in Denton, bro. If you can just give me an E right now, I'm sure that I'll be able to hear it. Yeah, I'm sure that I'll hear it. Just walk outside, drop an E, Wouldn't it be really funny if he lived like across the street from me?
That'd be wonderful.
I'd be like, oh, hey, Cheek, hey, what's going on, man?
Like, he just hit 8 million GSP, and he's single.
Ladies.
So
ladies can't resist a man with 8 million GSP.
Right.
You know that to be true.
He is gaming.
Gaming with a capital G and G.
Yeah.
So, as we get into the rest of top 8 here, we just saw both winners semis matches. Of course, some closer than the others. Grayson had a pretty clean 3-0, and then Zai Yosifu was like down to last stock almost every match, went down to game 5, last hit. I mean, a lot of people, went into this expecting like, okay, yeah, Yosifu's like one of the best players in Mississippi in that area, right? Looking amazing, right? And everybody knows Zai's one of the best players in Louisiana, pretty much one of the best in the South at that. Yeah. So watching that happen and getting to see the war of like Yosifu's I'm going to lock you down and limit your options versus Zai's ability to play within that constricted space was incredible. But Zai was the one that was able to move on. He's going to be playing against Grayson in winners finals.
That'll be a really interesting one.
Yeah, it'll be crazy good.
That might just determine the whole tournament, to be honest. Like, these two players coming in from winners finals, one of them's going to have a hot streak, It could determine a lot, but the losers bracket is still full of killers, and any one of them down there could probably still take this tournament.
I mean, that's true. I mean, some people that have been eliminated in losers bracket could have, won this tournament as well. Like I'm looking at, Giddy got eliminated very early on. Zurge got DQ'd, which is super unfortunate. Didn't show up today. Isman is already out, and he's one of the ones that I looked at and was like, nice. He's got a real solid shot to win this thing.
Right.
Atraxia,
another invitee that just wasn't able to make it all the way up to the top 8, and now we have two people who are fighting for their life who were invited both in Danby and AZ. Representing Arkansas and New Mexico respectively.
And on the other side of the losers bracket, by the way, in those winners 8s, we have two people who had to fight to get to today.
Yeah.
Fighting it out to make it. That's going to be Seba versus Shattuck, the capital names that start with S war.
Yes.
There's your extremely specific sports fact for today. Such
Yeah.
as, Mike Trout is the first person to hit a home run on a Tuesday when the weather is 74 degrees and the pitcher is a left-hander.
That is extraordinarily specific.
That's my favorite kind of baseball statistics. I saw one that was like unironically posted today. It was like Kevin Biggio is the 9th fastest player based on age to get to 100 walks, and I was like, nobody cares. Literally nobody cares.
This stat is not going to be relevant to the game at all.
No, not at all. But it's something. It's something to put out there, right?
Yeah.
And I guess that's what we all look for.
Yeah, just something extra to flavorize it.
Flavorize it, yeah. Indeed. I hear that a lot on the Food Network, is how we need to flavorize. Flavorize a lot more, yeah. So there'll be plenty of flavor to this day, though. I think that Censored and Banjo were talking about it earlier. Fantastic job, by the way. If y'all still watching on commentary, y'all always kill it.
But they were consistently on the top of my mind when I'm looking at people, especially in the South. Like when we're running events for Free Locator and we got some commentary slots to fill. Immediately.
And just in general, people are like, hey, who's some commentators in the South? Aside from you guys, because, we want to work, too.
Right.
Like, I'm not going to lie, but,
hey, everybody eats.
Yeah, everybody's got to eat eventually, but Yeah, no, like Banjo censored, y'all held it down, and they were talking about like, you know, hey, we got a lot of character variety in this bracket, you know, that we've seen, and that happens with online tournaments too, and it's especially a little bit different from what you would expect to see offline compared to online. So right now we'll see the war of two people who, like you mentioned earlier, are fighting to stay alive despite being invited to this tournament based on their results. We're going to see AZ versus Danby. So this is going to be, I believe, the war of New Mexico versus Arkansas.
Yes.
In fact.
Yeah. And Danby repping NWA Northwest Arkansas in particular.
Mm-hmm.
He's really repping a very specific part of Arkansas.
A specific part of Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
Really,
I feel you.
The boys. But Danby should be Yoshi bringing it to the Wolf in AZ's corner. But Danby's messed around with a couple of the characters here and there. I know that he's flirted with picking up more of a top tier in Pikachu.
And Kirby.
Well, Kirby, maybe not more of a top tier, but Kirby's definitely a...
Speak for yourself.
He's a rounder, sometimes flatter.
You cannot tell me that Yoshi is a more well-rounded character than Kirby.
It's very arguable. I think that Kirby wins a lot of the time in that argument.
Depending on your definition. Well,
and here we are going to see actually the Pikachu, not the Yoshi or the Kirby, but honestly, all three of them I think will be all right. I actually think Yoshi's the one I would be least inclined to want to see, just because I feel like Yoshi versus Wolf can be a bit of a slog for Yoshi sometimes. You get that big back air, break the double jump hard. It's suddenly one of Yoshi's biggest strengths becomes.
Mm-hmm. And so I think that, you know, when you look at it in this way, you know, you have the Pikachu up against the Wolf that AZ's bringing. You're talking about a character that has a pretty flowcharted recovery in Wolf, and any character that can take advantage of it might as well be Pikachu.
Right, Wolf's biggest weakness is his recovery as a character. It's not even like that bad because his air drift is so good and he doesn't have mix-ups available, but it is one of the biggest weaknesses of this character. Because when you're talking about top tiers, you kind of always grasp at straws for what things. Wolf, very strong character, struggles off stage. Pikachu is definitely the one to take it. This is probably one of the worst matchups Wolf will run into in the bracket.
But that being said, you know, you look at the way that things are playing out right now, AZ's got the lead, you know, by a pretty wide margin, and that's because Danby hasn't been getting the Wolf off the stage yet so far, right? We've just been seeing a whole lot of on-stage interaction, and in fact, if anything, Danby's the one going off stage constantly.
Exactly, and while Wolf is still on stage, he's still a phenomenal character. He has great buttons to box Pikachu, because Pikachu doesn't have the fastest or biggest limbs. Is pretty good with it, but having to contest with like Wolf Nair, Wolf Forward Air, given the range on that, like, good luck, and the dash deck coming through to catch Danby on the way up. Now 2 stocks clean to 1.
Yeah, despite losing that, you know, despite losing that first stock, not getting to open up a 2-stock lead, yeah, AZ is certainly still in control. The only thing that he really needs to do right now is, you know, kind of think about, okay, how do I deny Danby's combo starters, right? How do I deny his ability to open me up and get those quick stocks? And getting stuck into the corner like we just saw, maybe with that jab lock as well, he's looking like he's in danger of losing that big lead he worked so hard to build up.
Chasing him all the way down and barely doesn't get the edge guard there. Great maneuverability from AZ, but look at the percent that's been piled on, just continually trying to get back to the stage puts you in these kinds of situations. Now we really could see one more confirmed, maybe like an up throw thunder if he'll connect right now, or just an up smash if he finds the opportunity. You know, on Danby's end, could really bring this close, but wow, just 2 or 3 hits, and Wolf already feels like he is a little bit more comfortable now. He's got another stock to play with, 100% on Danby and climbing.
I would certainly not call this, you know, over by any means. I would not say that Wolf has got this, but, you know, you have to know as the Pikachu player, yeah, you're about 1 hit from death at this point. Wolf is one of those few characters in Ultimate that can just kind of eventually kill you. Pikachu, of course, does have that as well because he's got reliable kills like that up throw and the dash attack that he lacked in previous titles. But to get to that point, you have to work pretty hard as the Pikachu player. And, man, Danby, at 120%, he's got to be precise to get it.
But one thing that Danby definitely has, and I feel like I see that out of every player who's ever touched Yoshi before in their life, just has a level of clutch where they can bring things back, but unfortunately not enough of a clutch factor to take that game back. The simple, clean play from AZ, a lot of anti-airs like that up tilt that we saw coming through, really punishing Danby for trying to be too proactive with it without the Thunder Jolt to back it up, and he really made that happen. made him go for some of those awkward jump-ins because he was playing around Thunder Jolt really well with his reflector as well. So like, good on AZ, really on top of this matchup.
Yeah, I think that actually a lot of that, like you're saying, came down to how the aerial game was picked apart by AZ. I think that early on there was just a whole lot of Danby trying to, get the Wolf off the stage and playing defensively, and because he would keep going near the edge of the stage or going onto a platform, he'd have to jump over the Wolf eventually, and AZ was utilizing those excellent anti-airs. And then later in the game, when Danby was trying to get a little bit more aggressive with those aerial approaches, and like I was saying, those combo starters that you have to look out for, a lot of those come from aerials for Pikachu, and I think that AZ did a great job of scouting out, okay, as long as I can just land one solid hit, I can win this game, so I'll just strike when the opportunity is perfect, and he found it.
Yeah, and I also noticed he was doing a good job of not just anti-airs, but air-to-airs as well. In this matchup, Wolf has phenomenal air. I mean, in every matchup he has phenomenal aerials, but specifically in this one, his aerials do a great job of trading with like any multi-hits that Pikachu's got. Kirby does have some multi-hitting aerials, but they're a little bit better at challenging Wolves, and honestly, I'm kind of happy to see the Kirby, because I think this is a little bit more of a practiced character of Danby's than the Pikachu, maybe one that speaks to his soul a little bit more. I think Kirby's one of those picks where he's like, I want to play one of the best characters, so I'm going to pick up Pikachu. But Kirby is a character that I feel like I watched Danby play, and I feel like, yeah, he belongs with this character.
It's definitely one of those times where, like, normally if somebody says something like that, you're like, oh, how dare you insult him like this? But you can already see that Danby's combo game is so much more assured with Kirby versus with the Pikachu, where you expect Pikachu to do 50-60% of the time, and that wasn't just happening. So Danby's decided, okay, I'm going to go to the character that I'm more comfortable with, and on FD as well, it's going to be a lot harder for AZ to handle himself in that grounded game against Kirby.
That back air is so potent, getting confirm off of the Trump into the KO. Kirby's still sitting at a terrifying percent though. 77 is not healthy against Wolf, as Kirby anything can take you out, but I mean, just like in the matchup against Pikachu, Kirby has great edge guarding potential and really can put Wolf in really awkward spots off stage that can end his stock just as early as Kirby is naturally tied.
We see AZ going to a lot of lasers right there, just trying to catch Danby using that final cutter in an unfavorable spot. But either way, Danby's able to get himself back on stage, and he hasn't had a problem doing that. We talked about how Kirby has a lot of good edge guarding tools, but he's pretty edge guardable himself right there. However, AZ picking up once again on that air-to-air game. You mentioned it at the end of that game one, that Wolf is built to be a dog fighter for a reason. I mean, one, he's a dog, two, he's a fighter, but also to have that aerial combat. It's what he is so good at with that aerial drift, but off stage, yeah, exactly what Danby's been looking for.
The second verse, same as the first, simple and clean. Just grab that ledge, pop your opponent off, and come through with a back air, big swing. And honestly, I would love to see Kirby with an eye patch right now. Grab that blaster, go to town, but I wasn't quite able to get that swallow, so you might have to go for another setup later. Still, to look at the disparity in damage, you can tell the comfort level difference. Crouching under these lasers, there we go. Immediately, once the lasers stop working, you see AZ jump, and Danby meets him there with the back air. He is so much more ready for this one.
And you can see that AZ's like way too comfortable right now, going forward, throwing out aerials, not waiting for his time to strike. He's trying to force his own game plan, but unfortunately that's not the way to stop Danby from playing his own. He's going to toss the Wolf off stage to try and get a KO, but at this point, yeah, Danby's just one more of those ledge trump back airs away from sealing out the game too.
Now, he was able to make it back to the stage though, is able to fight his way back onto the center with a dash attack. 54 isn't normally what you would consider to be unhealthy, but for Kirby, honestly, we're a down smash, forward smash away.
Yes, the laser!
There we go, yeah, now we've got Eye Patch Kirby coming through, he's got lasers. Oh, getting clipped by that recovery, so we're going to see AZ make it back to the stage, wondering what he's going to be able to do with it.
But it's the forward air on stage that's going to be able to close it out. Danby looking nice in that game too, and like you were saying, it's the damage output that made all the difference. In game one, Danby really couldn't get any combos going with the Pikachu, and in game two, this time it was AZ that couldn't get any combos going with the Wolf.
Right, and Kirby's not like the easiest combo weight. He's a floaty character. He dies really early, so you don't have to hit him a bunch, but Wolf really couldn't get a lot going on. AZ didn't have those big combos that we saw some against Pikachu. And conversely, like you were saying, as Pikachu, Danby got maybe one or two hits, and that's not what you want to see as Pikachu. You want to see yourself looping the other person consistently, but online, that's really hard to do. And we saw AZ consistently being able to get out of it. So pull out the Kirby, make the a little bit more consistent cheddar.
And I think that it also comes down to the character matchup. You're talking about how, Kirby's a little bit more of a floaty character. The combos are a little bit more difficult in some places. And I think especially the problem for AZ's game plan lies in the fact that against a floatier character like Kirby, a lot of your reliable combos are going to come off of grabs. That down throw dash attack is going to be reliable for a large amount of percent, and then even at the higher percents, you can get something off of your up throws or get them far off stage with the forward throws, the back throws, the down throws, anything like that, right? And it's just so hard to grab Kirby. And we saw a lot of AZ throwing out aerials to try and get the combo started, but that is also difficult.
Right. I know from experience playing against Zan really early on in this game, if you want to fair a crouching Kirby, you still have to go for that fair so incredibly low if you want it to connect, or sometimes it'll just whiff entirely. Now we're already seeing the Blaster Kirby come through again. 55 damage, trying to cover it with the Blaster. It's just a beautiful start again for Danby. We're going to see if AZ can adapt to this, maybe find a better answer. Another thing, Wolf very clearly wins this matchup, or the worst case scenario for him, it's even, right? But you'd have to argue quite a bit for me to believe it. But Kirby definitely doesn't struggle. This isn't one of his worst top tier matchups. What are the things he benefits from?
All right, I think we're back. Sorry about that, y'all. A little bit of technical difficulties on my end here, but yeah, getting back into the game. What were you saying, Ryan?
No, I'm saying Wolf doesn't have the greatest ground speed. Normally that's one of Kirby's biggest downfalls, is not a lot of ground speed or air speed. Wolf has air speed but doesn't have a lot of ground speed, so Kirby actually doesn't feel really as slow, and the Blaster doesn't really make up for it as much in this matchup because Kirby's able to play around it so well that you actually get big access to Kirby's normals that usually are kind of locked away behind opponents' mistakes, whereas in this matchup you really do get to play Kirby sometimes aggressively, but cat and mousey more than anything.
And again, you have to be very careful with how you're applying that aggression. I think that's why we're seeing so much of AZ actually getting to build up damage in this game, is the overextension and believing that you have more reach than you do in playing the little puffball. But 76%, Danby's done a good job of clawing the stock back, but it's the pickup on the jump once again. This is how AZ has gotten every single stock against him.
But still, though, 87% lead is not one that I'm unhappy with here. Again, finding that Swallow is going to get more of that eye patch action. I just love to see Kirby with an eye patch on here.
You know what I like to see even more, actually, is these angles that AZ has been recovering with. He's consistently putting himself in a place where if Danby tries to sit at the ledge for that ledge trump, he gets flipped by that Firewolf and gets knocked away, and that gives AZ an easy way. You see that right there could have hit Kirby as well, but the parry this time saving Danby, who is actually in a scary spot right now.
Right, he's only sitting at 47 at the time, but man, that really could have been curtains. Managed to make his way back on stage. AZ wasn't able to fully capitalize on the situation, and now again a stock lead falling fair. Finds a tech chase.
Oh my goodness!
Already up at 68%, and on stage, Danby didn't recognize fast enough. He thought he would grab the ledge, so that wasn't a true punish. But man, that's the damage output. Slow to react again on the trump there, maybe expecting AZ to have a buffer since two of the stocks have already gone to the same setup. This time he's just going to go for it, and this time AZ is ready with the buffer, doesn't fall into the trump there.
Yeah, problems right there trying to challenge. And Kirby coming up with the final cutter, nearly getting it with that dash attack. Danby, though, man, he is holding on to that second stock so long.
Barely doesn't crouch under the fair. Good fast fall by Danby. That way he doesn't fall victim to the up smash from Wolf. Down throw is not going to do it, but it does send him very far off stage. He's going to have to recover awkwardly. Manages again. Great angles, but what a beautiful freeze frame. The happiest Kirby I've ever seen wearing that eye patch going for the neutral air.
He's like, all right. I finally won a game, even though it was 2 games in a row now for Danby.
Yeah.
And I think that was actually so well set up by the parry. It let Danby go into an option select where when he realized he missed the ledge trump, he goes, oh, well, he's been DIing into the stage anyways to avoid the back air, so it'll probably be a neutral getup, and then was instantly ready to cover with the nair. So fantastic play at the ledge all game by Danby. The moment that he switched to the Kirby, it seems like it's just been impossible for AZ to not only start getting big damage, get the combos rolling, but also just to be able to play the game in general.
Oh yeah, I mean, the fact that Kirby is a character, we've talked about this, you and me, multiple times. Kirby and Incineroar, I feel like, are in a really similar spot in that they are characters with phenomenal normals and just really, really good moves, but stuck behind awful character properties where they're just too slow oftentimes to in a play to win environment. If the other person just doesn't want to play against you, they won't. You can't chase them and you just lose on time, right? But in a situation like this where Wolf actually doesn't have the best tools to guarantee that he's gonna be able to play lane because laser doesn't function as well against Kirby, and Kirby can maybe take it and turn that against you. He doesn't have the fastest ground movement in the world, and his aerial approaches are honestly not what you want to go for against Kirby, because you'll give him opportunities to anti-air you. It gives Kirby an opportunity to play the game with his phenomenal tools that he's been given.
I mean, and that's sort of like a recurring archetype within this game, right? Is that, boy, this character would be so good if it wasn't so easy to just not let them play the game, right? That also, I feel like, applies to a lot of the heavyweights, where you look at them and you go, oh, wow, they have some crazy tools, like Donkey Kong, for example, right? It's like the character actually has some crazy tools, but I can also combo them until 90%, and then they have to be afraid of me killing them.
Right. And sometimes it's a situation in those characters like ledge trapping. They just don't get to play the game once they get knocked off once because they don't have options to get off the ledge.
Yeah, God forbid you're playing Donkey Kong trying to get back on the stage against a Roy.
No. It could not be me.
Like, I'm sorry, bro, but at that point you go, different character time. Maybe.
Getting ledge trapped by Roy, I'm built different. Built as a different character on the character select screen.
I'm literally about to be built different. So we're going to Pokemon Stadium 2 again for Game 4. I'm wondering if AZ has just taken some time to think about, how he can try and force Danby to play the game. If you can't, normally, like you were saying, that button is usually just the B button for Wolf. You press the laser and you tell your opponent you have to play the game. But not so against Kirby, just because he can normally duck under those lasers. So if AZ's sticking with the Wolf, then he's going to have to figure out a way to goad Danby into coming towards him. And right off the bat, actually go into a couple of lasers just to stick him back.
Yeah, 2 quick lasers, 17%. That's beautiful lead territory. Playing around these platforms until he can find a big opening, but that is now lasers in Danby's court and damage in his favor as well. Gonna see if he can get this ledge trap. Lingering neutral air is great for covering the neutral getup.
I like the up smash though right there to punish that imperfect recovery from Danby, who tries to go to the laser himself, but AZ is ready for the counterplay as well. See right there though, he panicked a little bit, realizing that he gave up center stage and didn't want Danby to push him into a corner, get ledge trapped again. And Danby punished that, and in an ironic turn of fate, put him off the stage at the ledge.
Ooh, doesn't quite have time to get the forward tilt all the way out before it gets clipped by that final cutter. Kirby makes it back on stage. Great utilization of that extra double jump that Kirby has. He has multiple extra double jumps in order to skirt disadvantage.
Ooh!
That was nasty and clean at the same time.
Well, I mean, like, seriously, to go for that against a character like Kirby, who is so small and so floaty, that kind of thing tends to be very uncertain against the floaty characters, especially if they're not heavy, which Kirby is not.
And we really haven't seen anything like Wolf Flash combos out of AZ yet, so I don't know if he had them. Not every Wolf does have those unlocked, But that was definitely nice to see, picking it up, giving him a stock lead now that he hasn't had since the Pikachu win.
And look at this, now AZ goes, thank God, I can finally not have to approach the Kirby. Right there, it looks like that final cutter actually shield poked, which would not surprise me, but either way, 86% going very deep and tried to get Danby on the spike afterwards. Instead, he's going to be taken up to the skies with that seismic toss and going on to that next stock.
Up throw, slamming you back up onto the highest platform available. He is going to even up the stock count, but the percent count is so bad in AZ's favor. Danby's really got to work if he wants to say, ooh,
try it again!
And barely avoided. That's going to be a swallow. That's going to be a laser. Maybe Danby can play back with this, but of course, not only does Wolf have the laser, but he can counterplay his own laser with his reflector. So Kirby laser is really just an option coverage tool when Wolf's in the air.
And AZ, like we've mentioned, does have to go to the air pretty often to get most things started, but actually that dash attack was the perfect transition to what I'm talking about, as he's able to get the grab for the kill as well. He hasn't had to go to the air so much in this game because Dambi is not running away from him. He does not have to, or he does not get to, rather. AZ doesn't have to approach the Kirby in this situation, and therefore, when Dambi makes a mistake, AZ gets to strike and not the other way around.
Yeah, man, AZ just playing this beautifully, only really going in when he sees the opportunity, trying to wait for Dambi to throw a move first. Because Kirby definitely has these weird hurtbox shifting properties, like that dash attack maybe would have connected if he wasn't ducking, but you know the way that body blocking works in this game, it's kind of funky.
And Kirby can become an IHOP menu item if you so choose. Right up close with the... Ooh, I really love that from AZ right there. Would have punished some crazy aggression there from Dambi if he decided, okay, he's giving me some center stage, maybe I push for more. The opportunity didn't come up there, but AZ, man, I mean, this is looking like he's down to his last stock. Without the rage, the stock may be a little bit harder to come by for him. Dambi's got a real shot to bring this back.
Definitely, but I mean, this is AZ's game to lose. He really does need to tighten up the screws a little bit. Just clutch out this last game, bring it up to a game 5 if he wants a chance here. But oh, that tech opportunity forward smash isn't going to do it, but it puts him off stage. Laser covering.
He got hit by the laser.
That was a brilliant opportunity there from Dambi. I love the idea that he went down for the forward air, because once he got hit by the laser, like you saw, he had no choice but to recover low. So Dambi barely missed it. Great recovery from AZ to avoid it. Just getting the dash attack in time so he doesn't get forward tilted, but the back air trade comes through for AZ, taking this to a game 5.
And that was, I mean, honestly, even though Dambi started really bringing that back with some big combos, the reason that AZ was able to stay in the game is he realized Dambi is just looking for me to choose something and then react to it. He is clearly locked in the zone right now, so I'm going to slow it down. You saw that once he got the moment to land on stage, he just walked away from the Kirby, waited for Dambi to choose something, and then hit him back and said that it was something to snap him out of the zone and say, return to neutral, get out of that flow. And that is why he was able to bring it back, is because Dambi wasn't able to carry that all the way to another stock. And that's something that is very important to be able to recognize as a player, is to see when your opponent is clearly outplaying you and say, how do I get them out of that area? Your first step to outplaying your opponent is to make sure that they cannot outplay you.
Yeah. Remove the comfort. When they're not comfy, then they have to think a lot more about all of their actions. And the more they're thinking about their actions, the less they're able to focus on doing them immediately. You know, there's a little bit of a stutter in their step.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you have to do, especially against a character like Kirby, right, who doesn't have the mobility to just see you walking away and then chase you down. It can be really difficult if you're going up a character like Fox or Sonic, right, where they have such high movement speed that even if you do try and slow them down, you still have to be on your toes. Whereas against Kirby, we've talked about it, not a very fast character, and not with a lot of range either. You just kind of get out of that threat zone and stay out of the bubble. And then the moment that they have to calm down and their aura kind of goes away, then you go, all right, now I can go back to playing the game.
Yeah. They'll let them cool their jets a little bit. I do think we should still see Kirby on this game 5. I'm curious about the stage choice. I feel like the long flat stages are pretty good for Kirby in these matchups. I definitely don't want to see something up close and personal. I feel like that benefits Wolf more than anything. Yeah, so I feel like it was a really interesting ban on Smashville. FD makes sense to me to ban that one, but Kalos is what I would expect from what's left there. The longest, flattest stage you got, so you can play with all the space that you have, get those bigger blast zones, so Kirby's not going to drop as easily, and maybe get some edge guards here and there, and Kirby isn't really worried about having to get those early kills on the opponents. Plus, his smash checks are just so strong. Backers just so strong.
I think that AZ right there, like with the Smashville ban, we might be reading too much into this, but I think that you kind of want to play to your own win condition, which is if I get the lead on Kirby, I get to run away, and you don't get that space on Smashville. Whereas if you get taken to a bigger stage like Kalos, yeah, it will be harder to take that lead against the Kirby, and, you know, God forbid if you go down a significant margin, but if you get the lead, basically, these two are playing a game of chicken of who gets that first stock.
Yeah, and then the other line of thought is, well, if I'm on Smashville, there's way less stage, which means there's more opportunities for my opponent to throw me off stage. That could be really bad for Wolf as well. So I totally understand now, thinking through. Yeah, I maybe wouldn't be my favorite thing against Kirby in the worst circumstances, but Either way, you know, the stage is fine for both characters. Wolf really doesn't have a stage on the select screen that he doesn't like.
Yeah. No, Wolf he's a very adaptable character, and he can play pretty much anywhere that, you know, you ask him to. But again, that goes to one of those situations where you just want to stop your opponent from getting comfortable. But boy, Gamby's got to be feeling good, getting that stock out of the way in less than a minute. That's something we haven't seen a whole lot of.
Definitely feeling comfortable as AZ tried to go for a really tricky Wolf flash. But Dambi was not phased by it, ready to block it, definitely ready to come through with the punish as well. But he couldn't be eating the stock right now here. Getting launched from the air by Wolf at these percents is dangerous. Time's feeding on the ground, but who knows for how long. He's at 92.
Oh, wow, actually getting the up tilt off of that knockdown. The trips from Kirby, man, they're so brutal. Dambi does get the ledge trump, but doesn't get anything off of it. AZ is able to get the buffer in time, but playing with this deficit right now, you can see just how much that's affecting AZ's game plan. Even when he's on the ledge here, he feels like he's got to pick something a whole lot quicker, and he quickly gave up stage right there, trying to put pressure on Dambi in the corner.
Here we go, forward air, catching him, trying to punish the whipped up tilt, but it's really, really hard to get out of shield real quick and punish something as low lag as that.
Be going onto that top platform. It's something that AZ is going to have to think about as this game goes on. It's just game 5, so he doesn't have a whole lot of time to play with, and that's something that unfortunately you do have to do as Wolf sometimes. When your opponents get out of those combo zones, you just start throwing out your smash attacks. They're pretty safe in general, but he was a little bit too close to Dambi in that situation. Does finally land the up smash he was looking for there, but he's down a clean stock at this point.
Down a clean stock, Dambi taking his time to come back down with it. Wants to maybe a mental reset, saying, yeah, you know, the fair got a little bit too aggressive.
I'm not a big fan of that. Seeing that Dambi, you know, had that inhale behind him, and he got very greedy trying to go for something huge off of that, when you could easily say, all right, I can get an up smash and great positioning at that by just, you know, up smash out of shield on the inhale and then juggle the Kirby. That's something that you're totally able to do as well.
For sure. Yeah, Kirby is really floaty, and with those multiple jumps can be hard to catch the landing with the right timing, but eventually he does have to come down, and it's kind of a bit of a sitting duck when he does. Speaking of sitting duck, he is standing and ducking under these lasers, still not going to let that get to him. Doesn't have to approach.
Oh, so you're sitting? You're sitting and ducking?
Yeah.
That's Dambi's whole game plan right now. You can see that he's really only going to approach if AZ goes completely on the defensive, like into that shield or running away, shooting a laser. Just something that we've seen a lot from him in these situations where I feel like AZ does really need to knock out that stock. He does need to kind of put the chips on the table eventually, or you know, if you fold or check every single round, you're never going to win a hand of poker.
Ooh, finally connecting that nair into the Wolf Flash, taking it to the last stock, but
he raised him right there. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, so deep off stage. Gonna go for the high Wolf Flash, and Dambi kind of scattered out, but he doesn't get the combo to the down smash.
Just barely missed out, not in the frames. AZ once again tossing the Kirby off the stage, looking for something bigger than the bread and butter. And in that case, you know, it's difficult. We've seen for Wolf to edgeguard the Kirby, barely able to hang on with that DI.
Does get back onto the stage, does avoid the ledge trap, but eventually lands with the aerial back on Kirby's shield and on behind him as well. That's the worst place you want to be against Kirby, because he comes through with a quick back arrow shield, and that's going to be the end of the game, end of the set, and Danby moving on to play against Rated Rudy.
3-2 for the Kirby, and yeah, going up against the Greninja next in the losers quarters, and yeah, like you're saying, man, Kirby's kind of counter to what you would normally think in the game, where normally, hey, if you land behind somebody's shield, their options are so limited, but you're actually opening up Kirby's best options if you hit his shield and try and cross him up, because that back air is brutal, and that's kind of the move that defined that whole set in a way.
Definitely. We saw, I mean, 2 stocks got dropped pretty quick to ledge trumpet to back air, and even more is even more stocks later on down the line. You saw the different conditioning that was forced out of AZ because of those ledge trump situations, and Dambi just consistently said, I am going to do this, you have to do something about it.
And that's what we saw a lot from AZ, honestly. Like, the honest, neutral game was very, very good from AZ when he had the opportunities to play that. I think that's why he did really well against the Pikachu, too, because there were so many more of those situations. But the problem ended up being that AZ got very comfortable playing that way and then didn't get aggressive. And sort of like I was talking about with my poker analogies, eventually you do kind of have to start playing the game. And, you know, playing defensive is great and it works with a lot of characters. But somebody like Wolf has the, how would I say it? Like the statistics, the internal, I'm basically talking about the airspeed, right?
Yeah.
That you can eventually get up close enough and utilize his good frame data to actually open up your opponent, or at least goad them into opening themselves up.
Yeah, he definitely has the characteristics of a character. He just has those good tools to make it happen. He can get aggressive with you, but I think Kirby's best characteristics line up very well with Wolf's weaknesses that make it so it's very possible. You get it?
No.
Almost.
This fly has been bothering me for like literally since I woke up.
Ugh.
I've been sitting here at my computer and I'm like, this fly will not go away. And I've tried multiple times, you have seen, to get it. And I can't. This thing is too small. It's like trying to fight Kirby.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's just ducking, small hitbox. The small stature of Kirby is one of his biggest benefits as a character.
If I could laser this fly, I'd like to call it so many other things right now. But if I could just laser it, I would be so happy to just zap it.
Yeah.
That's why we have fly zappers, I guess, but I don't have one.
Yeah. I can't relate. Maybe a fly swatter at most. But like an electric zapper? I don't know about all that.
I don't got a fly swatter either, man. Yeah. I rely on my raw skill.
Yeah. Greninja also relies on his raw skill. You know, he's a frog and all that. Pretty good at getting those flies, so hopefully we'll see a little bit of that from Rated Rudy up against Danby. I'm really interested to see what the character choices will be in that matchup, whether it's going to be Kirby, whether it's going to be Yoshi, or Pikachu. Really anything could come out, and I'd be interested to see the outcome, but we're going to have to wait for that because there's going to be more matches in between. Of course, there's got Saba versus Shattuck.
Okay, but Danby's hero, though.
Danby's hero?
Danby's hero, though.
It's actually kind of nice.
It's actually kind of nice. I'm not going to lie.
He'll
never play it, but Danby's hero, though.
Yeah, man. It's been a minute, but I've definitely seen that character. Danby playing any character, I'm interested. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be one that I know that he's played before, but I'm seeing Danby on the screen. I know something cool is going to happen.
I've missed him, too. I've missed a lot of the people that, like, you know, the Smashers that don't live near me. I've seen Cultist a couple times when I've been out on my walks, you know, and he's pulled me over and I'm like, I'm trying to walk, bro. Like, at least like the third time it happened, right? Like the first time I was like, oh, yo.
Yeah.
And the second time I was like, oh, hey again. The third time I was like, clearly this is a recurring thing. Can I keep walking?
Yeah.
I love my man, though. I love my man, Cultist.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's great. A lot of people in Texas and in the South in general are great. Like, I gotta say, you might be surprised if you've never gone down to one of these tournaments, but like, it's one of those few times where I can say Southern hospitality is a real thing, and everybody down here, like the Smash scenes are generally just so. There's something about them that makes you feel like, oh, I could hang out with these guys like literally forever.
Yeah, like,
you don't have to put up with a lot of gaff.
Yeah, any Smash player, even if I never met him before, I can just sit down and have a good time at a tournament. Like, it's gonna be an all right time. No matter what. Yeah.
I feel like a big thing in the South is that a lot of people here know how to talk about things other than Smash.
True.
Which is something that, like, you know, if I go to some other regions, I don't mind talking about Smash. Clearly, I like to do it.
Yeah.
But, you know, sometimes I'm like, you know, if we're going out to, like, you know, get some food, eat some dinner or whatever, I'm getting some fried chicken. I'm like, can we not talk about, like, Lucario's frame data? Like,
right, we just spent, like, 6 hours at a tournament, and it's 2 a.m., and I just wanted to do anything else.
I'm like, you know, I'll try and, like, put on a baseball game, and then somebody's like, oh, baseball? That's not Smash! And I'm like, it sure isn't. MVD's the only guy that has my back ever, I swear to God. Well, hey, let's see. Roll the dice. Who's it gonna be? We already know who it's gonna be, but who's it gonna be?
My money. Well, it's too late. I can't put money on it. We're seeing it. It's Saba versus Shattuck.
Yeah, Saba versus Shattuck. This is a match that I kind of thought. I don't actually know if this is a match that happened yesterday or not in the previous bracket, but I do know for a fact that these two going up against each other, I know that Shattuck's Corrin is something that people love to see because we just don't see that much Corrin, right?
Yeah. Underutilized character for a minute.
Mm-hmm. And so to see the Corrin online as well, you know, in an environment where you know, movement speed and reaction time is not everything, and being able to have reliable combo trees and frame traps and 50-50s and that kind of thing is far more reliable for your characters. I really like to watch Shattuck play online. But Seba, I haven't gotten a chance to see. I heard about a Captain Falcon yesterday. I think I see a Roy and a Cloud played earlier today as well. So we'll see how it goes. I hear the game 1's going to be on Pokemon Stadium 2.
Okay, yeah, solid start. And yeah, just like you were saying, we didn't get to watch, but we heard of the Captain Falcon and the Cloud yesterday, the Roy, a new addition for today. But Seba, probably one of the, just rotate characters, then go for it, right? Cloud, definitely a solid choice, though, against Shattuck here, against the Corm.
It's like I'm watching Smash 4 again.
Yeah, back in the day. The DLC powers are coming out.
Like it's show this to somebody 2 years ago and it's like, oh, Cosmos versus Tweak, yeah, of course, yeah,
totally normal.
But yeah, I think that out of all the characters that we've seen from Seba, Cloud's one of the wisest choices, I feel like, because you're one of the few characters that can actually challenge Corrin's range as far as disjoints go, and you don't have to resort to laggy projectiles and opening yourself up in that kind of way.
Now, if it doesn't go well, I wouldn't mind seeing the Falcon. I think Falcon Corrin's a really fun, interesting matchup. But the Cloud's definitely a solid place to start. Having that big back air to kind of challenge Corrin's big back air. Not quite self-spacing, but it'll get the job done sometimes.
It's certainly just as safe.
Yeah. There you go. It is still the ledge trapping aerial. Gonna see if we can make it happen to the border.
Oh my goodness!
Punishing a whiff on the aerial pin coming down with a forward smash. That's a punish if I've ever seen one.
It's not often that you'll see a Cloud go for a big forward smash like that, but he was so confident that you were going to see that fade-in aerial from Shattuck, and he just threw it out there. But Shattuck's just been, slow and steady as it goes so far. Evened it back up, but Cloud's early game damage output, it wasn't quite so much back in Smash 4, but in this game, boy, that back air into cross slash and then just one more and you're at 50.
Yeah, any combination into cross slash is insane, and a low percent has got plenty of moves that'll just knock you up just a little bit, so that you're stuck in one of those awkward situations. Great parry, but still stuck on his platform.
Name something more useless than parrying Cloud's forwarder.
Ugh.
I can't. I feel like no matter how I play her on that move, I'm like, well, if it's already out, he got away with it.
It is too late for you.
Yeah.
Wait for your turn again later.
Interesting to see that Seba has gone for these limit moves, very quickly when he gets it. He doesn't want to try and hold on to it, take advantage of that movement speed, and I guess he doesn't need it in this matchup, right? He doesn't need the buff in his statistics. He just would rather have the hard-hitting moves. And having Shattuck at 135 right now, it would be nice to have it at this moment, but he kept him in the corner by utilizing that, throwing it out, and saying, stay over there. Don't try and come to me.
And honestly, still having access to regular cross slash for extra damage is just nice. Not necessarily needing it right now, but getting real close to that extra limit coming through. Ooh, just another up smash. Who needs limit when you can swing it like that?
I mean, literally just, hey, if Shattuck's going to keep trying to get his combo started by jumping at me, throwing out these neutral airs, forward airs, even the pins, hey, I mean, might as well throw one of those puppies out and see if it works. And Sword's big enough to do the job, and about a half a stock lead on Shattuck at the moment. As long as he can get back on stage, he's got a lot of room to play with, but Shattuck's edge guarding.
And you were talking about how useless it feels sometimes to even parry that forward air, but that combo almost started because of a parried forward air into a down tilt, set up eventually to back and get him on stage and get that pin. Great on Shattuck's part to punish so what sometimes seems like the unpunished.
I think what we've learned is that Shattuck is just better at this game than I am.
He is built different.
He is simply built different. Well, there's another one of those forwarders, waited a little bit to try and get the spike, but that meant that a back air was able to meet Seba off stage, and he air dodges right into the bite. I'm amazed he's still alive.
He does have to burn the limit to get through. We saw that set up so many times in the forward smash after rolling to the ledge. Doesn't catch Seba this time, does have to recover, is able to get back to the stage. A little bit of that pressure alleviated now, going back to that clean neutral, but both players now at last hit, last stop.
Dude, I need some Aleve myself. I feel like my bones are about to break from how these guys just have not taken a second to step off the gas pedal, and that is how it's going to end with that Dragon Fang shot. These two just wanted to press buttons. They just wanted to play Smash Brother.
Who can blame them, right? That's what I want to do, is hold forward, press buttons, have a good time.
But the precision in which they were able to do it with is what's so shocking to me in that case, that neither one of them wavered from their confidence and said, I need to take a second to calm down and kind of get a mental reset here. they just still sat there and said, I'm confident that my inputs will be solid. I will go where I need to go, and I can fight. That is exactly the kind of moment that gives me anxiety. But after the fact, I'm like, that was pretty awesome to see.
Definitely nice to see. There was a little bit greedy of Saba to go off like that against Corrin. Sometimes it's so tantalizing to try to punish that character's recovery, but man, is it brutal when you mess it up. You get flung off stage and you have to recover against the Dragon Fang shot, against the pin. And Shattuck really showed the sour side of it all. Getting rid of FD, getting rid of Kalos totally makes sense to me as Corrin. They're some of your least favorite stages because you do not have the movement speed to cover that ground.
Yeah, and stages like those, that's kind of what you were talking about earlier, right? If you don't have the in-game statistics, those inherent values, you're not going to be able to catch up to somebody, and they can dictate when or when you do not get to play the game. When you do or do not. When or when does not make any sense. But regardless of that, you know, kind of what you're saying, right, is that I think that you do have to have at least some platforms, at least some illusion of a smaller space. And platforms oftentimes can offer that. Even though they do give you more maneuverability, there are also places where you can get hung up and stopped. And on aerial combos, the extensions are also nothing to laugh at.
And going back to Pokemon Stadium 2, just running it right back, but this time with the Roy instead of with the Cloud. Saba bringing out a different character, not one that I was really excited to see the Falcon, but maybe Roy is the choice. Roy's still a phenomenal character, definitely one that can step the corner in this game.
I think that the offense is going to be something that, you know, like I was talking about at the end of that last game, you're going to have to be confident as a Roy in this matchup because any half-hearted approach is going to get absolutely torn apart by Corrin because that sword is so large and almost anything sets up for a combo. But if you are not keeping track of yourself and your inputs, like I'm saying, that will happen.
Just the baby little tap, I think. Maybe not aware that there was no jump there. And Shadixon is going to take that first stock, and now we're seeing the downward angle double-edged dance. This is definitely a solid start for Saba, and continuing.
Yeah, that's like just a couple times that he hit Shattuck there already at 60%. Just got to be very careful. See, Saba knows now that he has to be very careful about that pin to edge guard. He tossed the Corrin off stage right there. He waited for an air dodge, but it was a fastball from Shattuck that got him around any potential looming forward smash. So Shattuck's able to hang on to the stock just barely.
There we go. Going to go for the forward air to air. Catch him at the platform. Meet him halfway. Saba just moving around, forcing an aggressive option out of Shattuck, just out of range of the pin kick, and now 3 stocks to 1. High percent, but still climbing on Shattuck.
I was thinking about how, you know, Saba can't go way too hard because, well, he does have to go hard, but if he does not be careful about it, he could end up throwing himself right into the clutches of the Corrin, but it's actually totally the other way around. Shattuck is the one that seems like is moving a little bit too fast and is getting eaten alive by Saba's Roy right now.
Got caught on the platform, jabbing a couple times. He's going to finally drop a stock to Shattuck here, but goes right back into it with landing near combo. Puts some damage back on Shattuck on his last stock, and Saba's applying the pressure consistently with Roy. This is kind of what I expected to see out of the Falcon potentially, is just that combo game that you're bringing to the table against Corrin, and the speed that you're able to bring to the neutral side of it.
And the speed of the match, too. I think that was a little under a minute and a half to finish up that game 2 to bring this to a 1-1. And I think the thought process behind bringing the Roy versus the Falcon is that I think against a sortie like Corrin, as Falcon, you have to wait for them to open themselves up. They have to be the one that swings first. That's sort of how you play Falcon, is you just wait for your opening and then you're fast enough to strike before they can react and course correct. Whereas with Roy, you do have enough of a sword and tons of aerial movement that you can actually press the advantage first.
Definitely true. And Saba looked like he wanted to be the aggressor that whole time. So definitely enjoying what we're seeing here. The ability, I love the PS2 pick as well, because just even with the movement removed on like FD or whatever, I kind of shocked we didn't see Town. But PS2, just to prove that you can do it on that same stage you lost on, definitely good enough.
I think that Roy's just phenomenal on PS2 as well, though, just because he will so often carry you over to the ledge before he gets those mostly horizontal kills. Whereas, you know, Corrin doesn't get the chance to do that. Her combo game is more vertical anyways. And PS2's Blast Zones, even though they're large as a whole, PS2 as a stage is also very large, very long, and therefore those Blast Zones are actually relatively close to the ledges, and Roy gets to take advantage of that because he has the power to kill early, but he can also carry you over there, whereas Corrin cannot. And I think that's kind of why we're seeing the ban on Yoshi's as well, not only because Corrin performs so well on triplats, but you also have, you know, a pin potentially killing Tipper off stage at like 50%.
I wouldn't be shocked to see Battlefield here out of Shattuck, maybe. Taking advantage of those triplats, like you were saying, are very good. Might be one of the best of the still available stages for Shattuck. But I'm really curious what the stage pick will end up being, because I'm not sure what else is even open that I would love to see as Corrin against Roy.
I would expect to see Battlefield, but if we do go to Battlefield, I also would not be shocked to see Seba switch back to the Cloud, because then those juggles become so potent, but we're actually back to Pokemon Stadium 2.
Honestly, we could see this whole set here, and I'd be happy.
Yeah, I think that, again, Corrin has, you know, their benefits on this stage. Obviously, Roy's are very clear, but once you get the Roy into the corner, if you're the one trapping him there, Corrin's not going to let you onto that platform. But, whoa, 51% right off the bat. Again, this raw damage from Seba is crazy.
Good patience when he realized he grabbed the left second as well, and back up, waiting for Shattuck to spit a move too quickly. So he was able to get away from the light trap situation and throw himself out.
That jab to try and cover some quick burst movement in. Didn't find it. And immediately turned back around with that double-edged dance. And once again, the story of this is that, you know, we're going to see a sortie stick a sortie in the corner and then not let them out. But Shattuck has got to be able to find a way to take some stage control, force Seba into those corners.
There we go, getting caught on the platform with the dash attack, unfortunately. Still, though, eventually catches Seba back on the ground with the pin. Kind of even up the percent, you know? Roy's sitting at 80, not quite death percent, unless you get something wild with Corrin, but it's climbing back up.
Yeah, boy, that up air was like almost enough to take it. It's such a good move even without power, but with the power that it has, it becomes one of the best up airs in the game. But you swing it too much, remember that it still has that end lag, folks. It is a move. So Punish comes out with that forward tilt from Seba. Now pushing to the corner. This is where I want to see Shattuck make the big plays, but aggressively off stage, barely able to hang on with that ledge trump.
Oh, that's not what you like to see.
No.
Man, up the input on stage. Must have been a misinput. Maybe he was trying to pin.
I would guess that it was probably a pin.
Doesn't quite catch it, and now because of this, look at the damage that's on here. Could go for a counter. Goes for just a down air even.
You wanted the stonks, and he's gonna find some perhaps. Shattuck utilizing every last ounce of that recovery to make it back, but at 87%, he'll at least get the stock with that up throw, consistent as they come. Roy will haunt my nightmares today as we go on to the second stock.
Horrifying sound as he gets KO'd off the top. But
oh my goodness!
Almost killed. That move gets way stronger as you get close to the ledge, just naturally as any other move would, but I swear that move has some kind of suction when you get close to the ledges. Center stage is not quite as potent, so we're seeing survival out of Shattuck, but for how much longer?
And this is what I'm talking about. As a stage, as a whole, blast zone to blast zone, and from center, very large ones, and it's tough to get the KOs, and so as long as Shattuck is able to play center stage, he is able to mitigate a lot of that kill power, but the moment that you get close to those platforms, Roy is just as strong as he is anywhere else.
Loves to chase you down and throw out those big, strong brass knuckle brawling moves with that forward tilt.
Yeah, he might, I mean, he doesn't really have a sword as much as he has like a gauntlet maybe.
Definitely just, you know, some weights in the punching gloves.
Go back to punch out today, baby.
Oh yeah.
So 40% really quickly. The shield pressure with the jabs, it's not enough to face Shattuck, able to get back to center stage, but giving up quite a bit of it just to try and land those backers. And Seba, once again, is able to take advantage and start up a ledge trap. We've seen it all game.
Going real deep. Shattuck does even up the stock count, only at 64. You know, that's not the worst place to be, but it's climbing back up. Seba is not content to leave it there.
Yeah, it's a pretty big gap by Seba to leave it open.
Wasn't quite able to seal that jab back air, but look at the percent still climbing on Shattuck. Pretty much any one of Roy's tried and true trademark kill moves is going to take it at the ledge here.
And forward smash is tried and true as they come, but you're really just hoping for Shattuck to drop that shield. And to a degree, I guess it makes sense because Saba's found 2 stocks on Shattuck just deciding to commit to an aerial and then leaving himself open to a forward tilt. But now, man, Saba, he is sitting on his last leg, 75%. If he's at the ledge, this could be toast.
Weak back air means he's not going to seal it out there. Still not quite catching the neutral get up from Shattuck, but this time dashing back the same way he got that second stock. Catches Shattuck's movement with that forward tilt sliding back over.
That's all 3 stocks in that game were taken by Saba putting on a lot of pressure in the early game in percents and making Shattuck feel like he has got to preemptively swing at the Roy, which as a Corrin player, you sort of can do that, especially online where you're not going to be able to react to Roy's movement so well, you know? And in that situation, Saba's found a way to take advantage of it and say, if I put on all of that pressure early in the stock, then once I can guarantee that he's at kill percent for this forward tilt, all I have to do is do a dash back, he'll commit to something, and then I slide right in. Again, all 3 times he took a stock in that game, it was with that forward tilt, using that strategy.
Now I'm interested to see what kind of stage are we just going to go right back to PS2, or does Shattuck have a counter pick in mind? Is he really going to actually try to make something different? Because still close games and everything, but you know, something's got to change, and maybe it's the scenery.
I honestly think that the stage change is where Shattuck needs to go with this. Not only just because he will go to Battlefield, as I would expect.
Like to see that.
I would think that, you know, despite the fact that the Roy has been so good from Saba so far, I would think that you would go to the Cloud here, which on one hand is sort of Shattuck's win condition, right? It seems that he's unequipped to fight the Roy right now. And he did well against the Cloud, but Cloud is so much better than Roy. Even though Roy is good on Battlefield, don't get me wrong, Cloud is that much better that you would consider the switch if you're Saba here. And I'm only concerned that, you know, for Saba's sake, if he's trying to close out the set right now, that is the win condition that allows Shattuck to take this into a game 5 and really pile on the fatigue.
Or even the surprise game 4 Falcon pick on Battlefield.
God, you really wanted to pick Captain Falcon,
only because I've seen it from Saba before, and this is one of very few matchups that I think is really interesting with that character. But either way, you know, Cloud I think would honestly be the smarter pick.
I mean, personally, I would never pick Falcon if my opponent is taking me to Battlefield as Corrin. I feel like that's just asking to get comboed big time, and it sounds like it's going to be the Roy again. So Saba's going to stick it out with the one that is working at the moment, but we're going to have to see how he works on a stage where he does not get to control the space. This is a stage where now Shattuck really has bubbles that are more effective as opposed to Roy's.
Definitely, especially because sitting on platforms is not as dangerous against Roy when you get those like tip up airs, you know? Don't get the nice meaty hitboxes that really lend yourself to big combos.
Oh my goodness, and jab back air. Man, Jared just not able to close it out yet, but he's still got the ledge guard. And this entire situation, up until that down tilt to up air for Shattuck, that whole thing was set up by Shattuck missing one recovery on stage and then getting set up on a falling up air, but he's able to close out the first stock.
I'm amazed that he was able to from that distance center stage. Now, jab back here at the ledge, you definitely expect to see it at that percent, but from all the way across stage, starting playing shot killing right there, even on Battlefield, definitely plays favorites on the sword characters.
Oh, there's the stomps and into the sour spot forward smash. It's still going to set up for a ledge guard from Saba as he retreats back to under the platforms, and that gives Shattuck the opening that he needs. But again, we're seeing 50-60% just off of being given one opening to either of these players, and it shows you the margin of error that you have to be able to play with.
Here we go and get that forward throw. Doesn't quite set up on the platform, but still is able to get the tech chase here. Now, Saba, really, he's still playing with this corner beautifully when he's given the opportunity.
Very well spaced forwarder right there. Doesn't give Saba any opportunity to get that big aerial drift started up. It is not great on the acceleration. And so therefore, opening comes for Shattuck, and now catches him dropping the shield to once again take a small stock lead.
Small stock lead, but he's trying to build up the percent here. If he stays close to center stage, could avoid some of the... Oh, jeez Louise! Expecting to roll in.
You can see Shattuck right now is doing anything but pressing the shield button. He is going to the air and saying, man, if you want to keep that pressure on, you're not going to find it on my shield.
Iron Shield's going to punish that jab facing the wrong way. Going to get some pressure with the Dragon Fang shot, bring some room, but just meeting him halfway in the air with a back air, catching him trying to jump over the plat, and Seba at 69% might be able to bring this comeback.
Again, we've seen the damage output from the Roy, but it's so hard to get anything started when your opponent does not need to play anywhere near the ground and can just stick on those platforms, try to get a tech chase onto it with that pin. I think that might have closed out the stock if it was a tip or two, but instead, Seba's got an opening, and this could end up being that comeback that you were looking for.
Getting a little platform extension. You know, Roy doesn't get a lot of them on this stage, but that was a beautiful setup for him. Hilt. Up airs, big damage, avoids that forward smash setup.
Don't land on that platform, that's a danger zone. Oh, miss input right there from Shattuck, wanted the fall through forward air, and instead, again, just one mistake can open up everything in this match. Seba's got this to kill percent.
Oh yeah, and doesn't quite find jab set up at the ledge or anything. Jab a little bit further away from the ledge back here is putting really terrifying percents on Shattuck, but not quite gonna do it. Really has to find it.
Oh my goodness, you just ran right into it. He really did. I mean, he got caught in the movement, which is ironically, like you mentioned in that game 3, what he was taking advantage of so much. And in that moment, I think that Seba was still looking for Shattuck to commit to something and to come closer to him and was baiting him with that movement. But instead, it's the Dragon Fang shot. It's actually the projectile now that has closed out both games.
Yeah.
You know, that has gotten that setup for Shattuck. So 2-2 at this point, based on, again, these games are being decided by very small mistakes.
Really thin.
Yeah.
Really thin. And I'm really interested to see what stages now get banned from Shattuck, what kind of we go into for the final game. Town and City definitely gone, Smashville definitely gone, and going right back to Pokemon Stadium 2. It's a stage, again, works great for Roy. I don't blame them for going here. Maybe, you know, if FD's open, I maybe would like to see that, but PS2 is still such a good stage. The Blast ones I feel like are more beneficial for Roy here, so. And it's worked out for you so well so far. No reason not to run it right back.
And I think that's one of those situations that we talk about a lot, right? Where it comes down to the confidence in yourself and the ability to just play the way that you need to play to get the win. And if anything, Seba's like, all right, I've gotten a 2 stock in a solid game here on Pokemon Stadium 2, and I don't think I need to change anything up. You know, if Seba goes back to Pokemon Stadium 2, I think that if anything, that will be the most reassuring mindset that he can give himself.
We're gonna see where that carries him in this game. Who's gonna be able to go and basically press go from the start and begin the momentum swing. Because a lot of the game has really been determined by who's able to get that first string, who's able to carry that lead. Going into the rest of it, who's able to, because if Seba goes through and is able to get a lot of damage, he's able to threaten with his movement a lot better than Corrin will. But if Corrin's able to take that first lead, suddenly the movement is a lot less threatening, because who cares if you're dancing around the stage? If you're not anywhere near me, I don't have to chase if I've got that % lead.
So Game 5 getting started. This is going to be the last game of this set. We've seen a couple of Game 5s already, 2 consecutive here in the losers bracket, and this one is sure shaping up to be another really good one that I would bet would go down to last stock, because Shattuck has made some good changes, in that Game 4, probably boosted that confidence a lot, and to be able to play the way that he wants to. And already you can see that he is just dancing around that platform and saying, hey, if you want to play anywhere near the ledges and try and ensure that kill on me, you're going to have to get me off of this platform. But to Seba's credit, he has answered that call very well.
Yeah, they're able to retreat to that platform. Again, these platforms are actually kind of nice for Seba to escape some kind of situations. Down throw is going to maybe set something up. Nair fights the way out, but the trade is, I think, a lot better for Seba in that situation. Still has a ledge trap opportunity.
Oh, double-edge dance at center stage again, though, like you're talking about. That move is all about that base.
Yeah, it doesn't have that suction coming in from the sides. Ooh, interesting recovery from Seba. Love to see it.
I like that a lot, too, just because that'll get him to that ledge very quickly. He knows that he is not going to have that ledge grab invincibility, so he needs to take advantage of whatever time Shattuck needs to process that.
Now, gonna have to fight through the pin to make it back. Oh,
twice!
Barely.
That right there, all of that was those 2 players betting on... I'm sorry, he got stuck in that way longer than I felt like he had any right to be stuck in that.
Extra charge on that one.
Either way, Roy was like, I'm gonna take a second just to think about it. But that was a situation coming off the ledge where both of the players kind of didn't know who was going to get trumped, so they both just tried to get back on stage, and Shattuck was the one that came out on top. And 151%, this definitely only takes another one of those sliding forward tilts that we saw in that game 3, but so far Shattuck's been doing a much better job of controlling the ground and not opening himself up to any of that.
Ground again. Whoever has the lead really gets to set the pace. Dash attack is
Great
barely
DI,
good.
wow.
Again, across the stage, Roy's kill power is super limited.
I'm just shocked by Shattuck's DI. That was straight to the corner on a move that you should never really even be ready to DI for, if I'm going to be honest.
Expecting that one. Yeah, but now, I mean, we're getting close to percents where Roy might just kill with an up throw or just straight up nair. Sure, why not? Let's do it.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one too much, but
every once in a while it gets the job done.
If it works, man. And so far, Saba's having to pull out every tool that he's got, because he is down by a quite hefty amount of percent, and putting this corn in the corner is the only thing that he can do to make this back.
There we go, does find a grab, gets a little bit off the platform, double forward air for 50%. Nothing wild, but he barely doesn't chase that roll on now. All of the stage back to Shattuck. Still fighting out of the corner.
Ooh, the spot dodge. I can't believe that Saba was actually able to air dodge out of that too. Anything else and he would be dead, but it's jumping into that charged forward smash to do it. Shattuck's got quite a lead to play with now.
Does get a juggle of his own though now, Saba. Putting on damage, doesn't again get to the platform and he catches an air dodge into the forward smash. That's a classic at like 60%. Shattuck's down. You saw him wait for just a second to say, all right, that was not something I wanted to see, so I gotta recollect.
Boy. Now that Saba's opened up that can of comeback factor, this is anybody's game, and in fact, he's playing with a lead at this point, with the corn trapped in the corner, no less.
And when you're in Shattuck's position, you get hit by that kind of move after you've been playing so solid with the lead throughout this whole game. I feel like that's where the tilt factor comes through. You really got to fight that tilt.
Speaking of the tilts, though, they've been working out great for Shattuck so far. Down tilt and forward tilt have been opening up a whole lot of opportunities for him, and I'm hoping that as good as he's been controlling the ground game, if he wants to make that comeback like we saw there with that forward tilt, he's going to have to utilize a lot of it to slow down Saba's approach game.
There we go, Saba. Really doing a great job. The stage control has most consistently been Saba's. I feel like Shattuck's had a good hold of being able to avoid Saba's movement. That's going to do it. That's going to catch him through the shield. If you hold that forward smash charge, unless you have like a frame 3 invincible escape option, that's going to catch you.
And Roy does not have one of those. So Shattuck, man, getting right up close and pulling the trigger on a guaranteed win condition as long as that shield comes up, and it does. So he pokes on through, and he gets the win with that forward smash to move on to loser's quarters. The 3-2 over Saba that had to require a comeback. He was down 3-1, or 2-1 rather, and had to make that comeback. And to be able to have that fortitude, again, like I was saying, the change of scenery was necessary. I think that he still could do it on PS2, but you had to get some sort of mental cleansing to get to that point, and going to Battlefield was exactly what he needed.
Yeah, definitely that slightly different pace of a game on Battlefield. Gave him, I feel like, a little bit more opportunity to understand I don't need to play with stage control the whole time as long as I'm happy on these platforms, able to hop back around and continue to force Saba to chase me. Even if I'm being chased into a corner, he's chasing me. So I'm opening up opportunities for myself.
And you know what? It was such a close set. Why don't we go to our friends at Red Bull to go ahead and take a look at some replays from that game, because you know what? Honestly, there were quite a few plays, especially that forward smash at 60% to bring it back into that comeback zone. That's one of those ones that I got to see again to just admire. Okay, you know, your win condition is to make a big play, and you got it.
Yeah, definitely something I would say. Trip down memory lane. Let's make it happen.
So, yeah, Red Bull, by the way, I mean, longtime sponsors of GOML, by the way. I mean, they have always been bringing, and for a lot of Smash events as well. I know they were at Genesis for a while, a couple of others, big supporters of the Smash scene, whereas a lot of other people don't step up to do that. And I think that, you know, the community has a lot of appreciation for Red Bull for the things that they have helped us do, such as this tournament, which, you know, an online tournament of this scale is surprisingly hard to pull off.
Yeah, definitely. And shout outs to GOML for making it happen consistently.
Yeah, big shout outs to Red Bull, man. I've actually got, you know, the replays up right here. I was going to talk about something else, but first, yeah, taking a look back at the replays, this is that game 4 on Battlefield, like we were talking about, what you needed to bring that back, and it came down to there catching the movement, right? It was a whole lot of the game was just about not necessarily with punishing moves, but about taking advantage of your opponent's habits. And that's what we saw with that air dodge read right there. Again, man.
Yeah, it wasn't the first time we saw a forward throw almost hit a platform and kind of force an early do I have to tech or not situation where you just get that ugly air dodge. And we saw, once it was on the right side of the stage on PS2 really early on, and bringing it out again when it matters most, that adaptation coming in from Seba, but unfortunately just barely wasn't able to clutch it through with that knowledge. Shattuck still was able to consistently play out.
Yeah, dude, that corn forward smash, that's a good move, and it hits like a truck. You know what else hits like a truck, by the way? A good mug of Red Bull. Can we talk about something else? I got a mug of energy drink. I'm like, I might as well talk about it.
It wakes you up. Definitely.
I've needed it. I had to turn off a bunch of lights in my room to make sure that we can actually look like people, because otherwise, that scene in My Hero Academia where Midoriya makes that All Might face and he goes like, eat this. If I have lighting behind me, that's what my whole face looks like.
Oh geez.
I literally just like, my eyes are so far back in my skull that my eyebrows are an awning. Yeah, it just puts shade on it. I don't know what to do.
I got the benefit of glasses, so it covers everything there. You can't really see my face. Like, if I take these off, I look way angrier because my eyebrows are like the thickest boys you've ever seen in your life. Right? So they just kind of meld into my thick glasses, so I don't look that. If I take off my glasses, suddenly I look like the most angry person you've ever met, no matter what is going on.
Yeah, I think that you're a pretty friendly guy, no matter what, neighbor. And
thanks, I try.
I don't have a segue for this, but we're gonna take a look at the bracket as well, because it might be good to get a little bit of a recap. Winter semis feels like it happened about a year ago, so we'll take a look back at it again here in winners. The winners finals will be between Grayson and Zai, because Grayson pulled off that win over Rated Rudy 3-0. Zai and Yosifu in winners semis on the other side had a much closer set. It was the Palu coming out over the Simon to make it that far. And of course, Yosifu and Rated Rudy are still in bracket. We're going to see them in losers quarters, but Grayson versus Zai, man, that's something that I feel like I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, it definitely has been a minute. I don't know if it's been, I mean, that must have been early shockwaves. Back in the day.
Probably a while ago, but hey, we got the losers bracket to look at as well. Here we can see that Seba actually knocked down there pretty early, rather. He went down in round 2 in winners and quarters, got the win over R. Shattuck, meanwhile, on the other hand, had to fight through both Magic Trumpet Man, who had a great showing yesterday, and through Crump, who as well played amazing. Fighting against, two stressful characters that in some ways define Smash 4, Little Mac and Cloud.
Definitely.
But yeah, we definitely saw those two matches play out there. Danby got the win over AZ with the Kirby primarily. Had the one game with the Pikachu, didn't work out, and then it was the pink puffball the whole way through. And it was the solo players that actually came out, for the most part,
right,
on this part of the bracket, where Shattuck stuck it out with the core the whole way through, got the victory over the Roy from Seba. So that means that we are left with just 6 people in this bracket.
We're really getting down to that end. Winners finals is going to be a doozy, and even going through the rest of it, Yosifu versus Shattuck is going to be one heck of a match. I'm really excited to see. Again, I don't know what roulette we're going to get out of Danby over against Rated Rudy, but we'll have to wait to see it, because first, Grayson is going up against Zai up here. It is going to be no questions about the characters. That's going to be Rob the Robot versus Palutena.
Palutena the robot.
Sometimes it feels like when you're playing that character,
at times
it's a little robotronic.
a little bit, but if there's anything that we saw from Zai in that game against Yosifu, he plays like anything but robotic. He is so good at taking the situations that are in front of him and not sticking to a flowchart. Like I said a lot earlier, Yosifu did not give him a lot of space to play with, and yet Zai was still able to suss out a game plan and fight through to be able to play in what was basically just like a box. But actually, it turns out Grayson and Zai are going to be a little bit later.
Okay.
It is winners finals. It will take a minute. We are going to see, as you mentioned, though, one of the more exciting matches here in losers bracket, Yosifu versus Shattuck.
Yeah. Looks like, I guess, Shattuck running right back into it, going to play with all of his momentum, and Yosifu maybe looking to build some back up after a slow game that he played against Zai.
Okay, I'm hearing now that it's not going to be Yosifu versus Shattuck, so that means there's only one match that it can be. And that is going to be Rated Rudy versus Danby.
And unless the rug gets yet again pulled out from under me.
If it turns out to be something else, then we are commentating a different tournament.
I have been fooled for the last time.
Fool me once and fool me twice, that's fine. But fool me 3 times.
Come on.
We are going to have a talk.
Danby versus Rated Rudy, though. This is it's the first match I was talking about of the trio that I'm interested to see more of. With Rated Rudy definitely going to be with that Greninja. I haven't seen a single other character throughout this whole tournament, and I don't expect to see it start now. Danby, however, really could see multiple different character options. I don't know if we've even seen the Yoshi this tournament out of Danby, or if that's retired or what. But I do know that more recently we have seen more Pikachu and more Kirby out of Danby.
I'm pretty sure that it's called more Pico.
That too, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's not. They should have just called it more Pikachu, because that's really what it is.
It really is what it is.
I'm not gonna lie.
They said, all right, last time, we were adding all of our different Pikachu clones. We've got our Emolga. It's different because it's flying. We got your Togedemaru. It's fun to say.
Okay, but to be fair, Togedemaru funny.
Togedemaru funny, but more Piku is more Peku, more Paka. Definitely.
Wait,
more
nobody
Pikachu.
Even knows how to pronounce that thing.
More Pikachu is how you pronounce it.
More Pikachu. They really just went like, what do we call it? It's a more Pico. It's more Pikachu. Who
more
cares?
Pico. Mr. Briny is ecstatic at the thought of more Pico. Wingle everywhere. But no, it is going to be the Pikachu. More Pikachu up against, an aquatic, not quite a Wingle, but it is that Greninja.
Yeah. You would generic commentator joke about how electric is super effective against water. So we've seen Rated Rudy in winner's bracket pretty deep, but went down 3-0 against Grayson. And Danby had to do a lot of fighting in loser's bracket as well. He won 3-1, 3-2, and then 3-2 again to get to this point. And so up against Rudy, again, yeah, the Pikachu is going to be coming out, and we've got to see, a better combo game than we saw from him in the previous set that he played.
Yeah, and against a character like Greninja, sometimes it's hard. He's got that awkward hurt box, at least to get these combos started. But like you mentioned before, he is pretty tall, so sometimes he does fall into those combos pretty easily once you get that first hit. Falling there into the forward tilt, for example, it's going to be nice and simple confirm. And already, like you were saying, we do need to see a little bit more out of this damage, and we are seeing already 90% coming out from Danby.
And again, not all of that has been off of, long chains of juggling or big lightning loop combos or anything like that. It's just been the skill showing at work from Danby, that he's a very experienced player who is fantastic at controlling the neutral game. Twice now we've seen this counter come out from Rudy and just has not connected yet. Danby is playing very widely.
Yeah, but at the very least, it's not going to get him punished either. That substitute doll really is just a way to skirt around.
Ooh!
Oh, great
SDI, wow.
Playing My Name is Jonas for a minute to get up there. Mashing that up on a stick. But was able to get all the way back. And now he is close to taking the stock from Danby, sitting at 95. That forward smash definitely could have done it, but he didn't fade too far in. A little ambitious.
And I think that's smart from Danby too, to play a little bit more careful with that stock when you have the lead as the Pikachu, because you do have your burst movement like that quick attack to get up quickly. Nothing personal, kid, with that counter. 3rd time's the charm.
Yeah, teleports behind you. Was able to make it no problem though. That substitute doll is definitely just a way to skirt around these Thunder Jolts in neutral. Don't have to worry about it nearly as much.
Danby no double jump right there. Can't follow up more on that back air. Chases him down with that quick attack. Rudy was like, all right, I'm gonna wait to see what happens. And he hit him with that +1 priority.
Zooming right over there. You can't just slowly walk away from that move. He's tried it twice now. But you kind of have time to react as Danby to go for that second angle a little bit deeper.
Oh boy, the quick attack is eating Rudy alive here on the second stock. Just has not been playing outside of its range, and in fact, quite perfectly into the range of that second dash. I wonder if Danby's actually just hunting for that, like looking for an opportunity to use the quick attack to open up.
And great the eye on these dash attacks too. Even when Rated Rudy finds his in, Danby is making sure that he does not get any conversions.
I think a big reason, by the way, that Rudy's counters have not been connecting is that they seem very telegraphed. Like, anytime that he's about to counter a Thunder Jolt, he just kind of stops and stares at Danby. And right there, Danby had about, like, a full second to realize, okay, he's just standing there, so I'm going to pull up the shield and just wait. But the up throw right there finally gets that first stock from Rudy, but almost 2.5 minutes into this first game.
Right, and 100% down before he was able to even it up in stock counts. This is just a read away from Danby's end if he's able to connect with those up smashes or just set up the right situation at the ledge.
And man, Danby's content to play it slow too. He knows that with this kind of lead, if he just continues to chip away at the frog, he can eventually get that stock. And, you know, if you're down onto the last stock, that puts a lot of pressure onto your opponent mentally. But again, I talked about it earlier, right? If you play with the lead, you can't play too defensively. You do need to commit, put some chips on the table, because otherwise a character like Greninja, that could open you up real nice. But Danby does wait for that opportunity, patient as he is. Notices that that Nair is not spaced well, and the dash attack is able to close it out.
That dash attack, like you said, is pretty crucial to add to the Pikachu's kit in order for him to find these just raw kills and all these high percents.
And Danby is just, like, his spacing is not, like, right on line for the combos, you know? Like, I feel like the inputs are right, but a lot of times when he tries to start the combos, he realizes, okay, I'm not in the place to get another up air into the back air, so I hope that he fades in and get a Nair, and by that time, Rudy's able to air dodge and get out of the combo.
Speed of the Nair, he does fall down. Rudy does with that Nair. Doesn't quite land into the forward air. Again, even when Danby is giving Rudy these combo starters, his DI is just so good, he's not falling into the finishers.
I see that Rudy has started to realize a lot of the times that if it looks like he's about to get hit by a Thunder Jolt, Danby will often follow that up with a quick attack and then try and get just like a small aerial on after that. Seems like a very reliable way to build up damage, but as deep into this first game as we are, it's given Rudy a lot of time to sort of pick apart that piece of Danby's offense.
And when you figure out how to get around the Pikachu Thunder Jolting, suddenly the character gets a lot less scary. But right now, it's still applying the pressure necessary, still catching him every once in a while. He does find a full hop over that one. Again, we're landing with an air, but again, no follow-up is going to finish it. We're reaching percents again where it might just be another up throw.
It just looks like there's a lot of guessing coming out from Rudy's end, where on Danby's side of things, it seems a lot more of, okay, I noticed that when Rudy wants to dash back and just try and have safe control of the stage, so here comes a Thunder Jolt, here comes a quick attack, something of that kind, whereas Rudy just says, this is a good game plan, I want to try and stick to it, and therefore, you guess wrong sometimes and you're going to get burned for it. The dash attack is able to take him out, and Danby gets a prolonged but clean game one.
Yeah. And you were saying there's a lot more guessing on Rudy's part, and I feel like some of that does have to come into the matchup where if Thunder Jolt is just constantly peppering the stage, you have to do something preemptively about it, or else you just let Pikachu run the whole game plan over and over and over again. So you kind of have to press a button first, and that gives Pikachu different opportunities to start stuff.
And that gets into that deep, that deep part of the game where you have to find the right balance between, okay, I obviously can't play too defensive like I was talking about. You can't just sit there and let your opponent play whatever game you want, but you also can't just guess, right? You can't just say, all right, well, I need to apply offense in some way, so here's some offense. It does need to be... That's the fun about Smash, right? Is you have to figure out what kinds of offense to apply and where the pressure points are that poke your opponent, and you say, oh, that made him do something funny. Like, you want to be able to poke your opponent and then make them go, ooh. I'm poking Ryan right now, and he's not working with me.
Well, you can't see the visual gag. So.
I know you can't, but I'm trying to at least process. People know what a radio play is.
Ooh, that made him do something funny.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then continue to pressure from there. Something like Greninja, if he's able to down tilt a shield, what happens next? Do they jump out of shield? Do they panic and spot dodge, or do they just still hold it there? What do you do then?
Boy, so we're on Final Destination, traditionally fantastic Greninja stage, but Pikachu is able to stay in the air a lot longer than Greninja is, despite, the fact that the frog got hops. 91% should show you why this stage is still good for Pikachu.
Yeah, this is one of the best stages for Pikachu, but also one of the best stages for Greninja, so really, I wouldn't be surprised to see more flat stages come for both of these players, just throughout the set. You know, we could play the whole set on this stage, and I don't think that either one would be unhappy.
Yeah. So you were talking about how Greninja's hurtbox is funny because it's very small, and that Thunder Jolt bounced perfectly over him. It was literally just like an arch of water.
That is hilarious. Yeah. Greninja is he stays low to the ground. He doesn't like to keep a high profile about him. A little bit low key.
He's a bit of a secret boy, as he is a ninja.
Ooh, that catches the full hop there. The Thunder really high up, but falling air doesn't find it confirmed.
Ooh!
Down tilt, air dodge down, but he somehow avoided that forward smash. I have no idea.
Because that air dodge was down and in, and that's why Danby was able to stay alive, take that first stock with, you know, some thunder of his own. Ooh, and I love the idea of that back air right there trying to catch the high recovery, but instead Rudy goes low. Danby's not able to get a big follow-up, so... You know, we're finally back to that neutral point on stage, which it takes a while to get back to in this matchup, as you can see. Uses the log to extend that hurt box, and it finally catches Rudy. I think I finally caught that fly.
And that impressive on both fronts, both for Rudy and yourself catching the but Rudy now still really close to closing out this stock, but has to, again, find his way, hopping around all of these Thunder Jolts, eventually maybe land with an air, get that forward air. Find some kind of finisher. Trying to catch a roll in, perhaps on the shuriken hitting the shield. There's kind of a mix-up.
Still seeing a lot of these substitutes come out from Rated Rudy, but you know, again, it's not really opening up a whole lot. He's not forcing Danby into anything that he can punish, at least, because he goes up with the substitutes a lot. So if anything, it just resets neutral or puts him in a bad position. Speaking of a bad position, turns out I lied. I did not get that fly.
No, tragic, and it was also bad for Rated Rudy in that situation, flying high in special ball above Danby there.
And again, flying high with that counter, not able to put on any pressure aside from just resetting Danby to neutral, but you're kind of already in that situation there.
A good delay on the recovery from Danby, so it doesn't fall into the water. Hitbox shenanigans, dash attack almost takes it for another 2-stock lead, but the forward throw this time is for the up throw is what's going to do it. Bringing even stocks, but the percent is so incredibly high.
Oh.
Buffers the Nair out of the Thunder Jolt connecting to him off stage, and that is just going to be the next stock here.
I think as Danby, you can also see that and glean, okay, so when I throw these Thunder Jolts, maybe Rudy wants to try and get up attack through them with that invincibility and see if I'm trying to put on pressure. So something to keep in mind that you can use preemptively before Rudy even gets to put it into action.
Exactly, yeah. There we go. This time trying to jump around the Thunder Jolt pressure.
There you go.
Maybe the last thing wasn't working.
See, look at the positioning that Rudy got out of that counter right there. And I guess he was able to do it that way because he was actually close enough to Danby that the counter could actually get behind him and then played around that substitute doll very nicely. But again, it's just, we're not getting the damage output that you need to be able to take advantage of a Pikachu that is also not doing so, and Danby's winning neutral way more often.
Here we go. Whiffing attack after attack right next to Danby. Eventually he's going to find the forward air shield to punish. Here we go. And again, the Thunder Jolts come through. Just not connecting. Yeah, Pikachu. Tiny little boy.
Ooh! I think the log might have gotten in the way of that jet block right there or something.
Got in the way of my line of sight for it for sure.
Yeah. It's like one of those scenes where you're like, the person, like the bus goes in front of the guy that's running away and then he's gone.
Yeah, literally that, but it's a log.
And this time tries the counter right towards Danby, and he is able to get out, and in fact, Danby overextends trying to get to him, puts himself in a corner.
Honestly, I think if you parry that, you still can't chase him.
He's just way too fast. Okay, forward tilt to knock him off stage. One of those big water shurikens could close out one of the stocks, and I think that's what Rudy was looking for right there. Finally connects a counter and gets that KO.
And finally punishes one of the things you were talking about, where a lot of the time Danby will throw out that Thunder Jolt and then follow up with a quick attack, trying to get a little single aerial follow-up afterwards, but this time quick attacking right into the frog legs coming out of Greninja. And there we go, getting another one, trying to bounce off.
Oh my goodness, wait a
combo.
second. Rudy is super in this right now, and that time, I think that Danby definitely would have expected the counter to go towards him as hold forward as Rudy was playing there. He resets back to neutral. He is not playing with fear, but Dash Attack should put some in him.
Definitely almost taking the stock back. Just going to send him all the way to the other side. Thunder Jolt tries to lock him down, but he's still hopping right over.
I mean, Rudy just can't get the opening to set up for the stock. Neutral Air might be the one. He gets sent the opposite direction, though.
Ooh, chases the air dodge, tries to catch the down smash, but just barely doesn't connect. Rudy's able to get to the other side.
Well, you can see Danby starting to get really nervous right now. He doesn't have the confidence that he was playing with before. Tons of damage on Rudy, and that air dodge is going to put him in enough lag for Danby to clutch it out. Probably, I would have to guess, a fist pump on his end to go up 2-0 instead of being forced into that 1-1.
Yeah, and that air dodge putting him in a really bad spot as well, because even if he recovers in time, his aerials, even if they trade with that dash attack, it's going to put him in a bad spot. They take so long to start up from Greninja. Just beautiful positioning from Danby to set up that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of the counter again too, right? Where we saw that a lot of the times Rudy was getting away with them, mostly for free. And as Greninja, you usually will, since it sends you so far. I think that Lucario sort of has the same thing with his counter as well. But Danby finally able to take advantage of the positioning that he was given, Rudy throwing himself into a corner, and he will once again pick Final Destination as the venue to try and grind out that win that he was very close to getting near the end of that game too.
Yeah, and like I was saying, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this this stage for the entire rest of the set. Both of the characters love it. No complaints from either of the Pokemon, really. So, no platforms to get in the way of their straightforward brawl.
As anybody would imagine, Smash Brothers on Final Destination. It's competitive. That's the tagline that you can put under it. You get that one for free, Sakurai. You can just give me some credit in the in the end of the credits game. Let me shoot my own name, and it's it's competitive.
We need a postcard from Final Destination.
It's competitive.
Yeah, we'd love to see that
in cursive, italic,
little
exclamation mark. Yeah, it's a Hallmark greeting card. But hey, let's give these two a greeting as they run into Game 3. Danby certainly still feeling himself, certainly still having a party with that party hat on. But this time it's Rudy that gets off to the beginning lead.
There we go, not to be outdone. Still, little 3-piece coming out of Danby to follow up. It's early percents really just go back and forth with these characters. Both of them have a decent combo game at the very least on the other one.
I think that Rudy's combo game has definitely gotten better as the set has gone along, gotten a little bit more comfortable with following up on the Pikachu, and especially landing the moves that will set up. That was something I've never seen before. It was new.
Yeah, it was definitely something different. Good on David to somehow recover from that awkward situation. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we're seeing these bigger combos from Rudy, but I do still think Danby's ability to DI away from almost every dash deck that I've ever seen him connect is phenomenal.
Getting that parry on the Thunder Jolt. Good recognition there by Danby, though. He noticed that after that first shield, he wasn't going to get an opening off of those Thunder Jolts, so he stopped short, and that saved him from giving Rudy an opening on that parry. All right, drifting right back. That's something that I've seen a lot from Rudy. His aerial movement is actually super solid and sort of plays into what we've seen in these games, right? They've been taking a little bit, and that's because both of these players have such good defense, but the overextension trying to apply some offense there at that Shadow Sneak opens up the door for Danby to take the lead.
And great recognition from Danby to go for the down smash there, knowing it's just going to send the direction that Pikachu's facing, so it's a consistent way to punish that and get the stop.
And love these landing neutral airs to challenge the Thunder Jolts as well. Rated Rudy, and as the set has gone on, has found a lot of different ways to deal with these Thunder Jolts, and it's all about mixing up which ones you use. And oh boy, I was also talking about how Rudy's combo game has gotten better. It looks like Danby's has also.
Now climbing up to 72%. Continuing the aggression back there is going to put him off stage. Might even look for a Thunder setup. No, just going for the Thunder Jolt, still trying to catch that get up. And he just walked up for him, slowly waited.
Got that up throw, didn't get the Thunder afterwards though. So DI, once again, like you said, Rudy's combo DI has actually been pretty phenomenal.
No throw Thunder, but still, look at the stock lead. Clean stock, the percent's about the same, but Danby very easily could bring his 3 stocks to 1.
Oh, Hydro Pump goes a little bit too high. Danby gets the ledge trump. A little bit of a flashback to the Kirby that we saw earlier in this tournament. He's able to pull it off with the rat.
Consistently, whatever character he's got, don't hold on the ledge too long. Finally does connect into that forward air. DI is not always 100% there from Danby to get away from that combo extension. But I mean, sometimes it just works, you know. It goes down to him.
So, you got a full clean stock lead for Danby, though, but the fact that he's down onto that second stock is big for Rudy because we've seen that he can actually get that damage on pretty quickly so long as he can force Danby into pressing those buttons. Like we said, poke your opponent. See what makes them make a funny noise.
Well, the Nair definitely makes a funny noise on the Pikachu, but doesn't quite, again, find any real extensions. It's crazy to me how well Danby's able to avoid like every combo follow-up. Normally Greninja has 72 moves to hit you with out of nowhere that'll send you flying in an awkward spot, and when you're not ready for it, you can take big damage. Danby's never unprepared.
However many minutes are in that song from Rent, that's how many combo options you have as Greninja. Alright, that neutral air to open it up. Like I'm saying, man, even off the soft nair, he's able to follow up with the fair. And, I mean, look at this. Rudy has taken hardly any % on this stock. This is what I'm talking about. His ability to build up this damage slowly but surely because that defense is so rock solid.
Oh, in the air right above the Greninja was terrifying, but he was able to find his way down. Rudy going for the counter stuff. Maybe not really finding any funny stuff on the landing, though.
That time, Rudy trying to use the neutral to get rid of the Thunder Jolt just to give him some extra space to play with. But he mistimed it, and he actually got zapped anyways. And now sitting at 60%, this is, you know, that's a pretty solid deficit to be playing with, even if he does close out the stock right now. But Danby's recovery, he takes some time to make it safe, does not run into the forward smash.
Just barely connects the forward air of his own to get out of the situation. Down throw to get a little bit extra combo. No, still air dodging, catching it, an escape option.
Right there, Rudy taking every little bit of space that he's given Danby with a double skull bash.
Yeah, the first one may be a mistake, but the second one covered for it. This time, though, getting the counter is Rudy, taking it down to last stock. And we saw last time that when we got to last stock, Danby started getting a little bit shaky. He was able to clutch it out last time, but maybe this is Rudy's opportunity.
Well, right now, it's that dash attack, it sounds like, that's able to get Rudy off stage, you know, after that whole sequence. But percents are more or less even at this point.
Almost all the way. It's been Rudy just continuously applying pressure. Danby hasn't been able to find a way down. Finally does get his feet on the ground, gets those Thunder Jolts going, and slows down the pace a little bit. That could be a punish. Oh no!
The downer off of the substitute log was important anyways, but
the way it was barely sitting on the tip.
it's like one of those things you see where like the engineering majors do some nonsense with Jenga towers.
Yeah, you flip a coin and it lands on the side.
Either way, man, again, Rudy has his back against the wall. He's one solid hit from Danby away. But then again, a soft nair could actually set up for everything Rudy needs. Counter, he's been relying on that counter really heavily near the ends of these really close games. And I think that Danby might find his opening there.
Oh, that should be it. Go for the dash attack. Cleanly punishing the recovery on stage. Not what you want to see out of Rudy, but maybe trying to go for a wild mix-up there. Unfortunately, doesn't go in his favor, but that's going to be 3-0 for Danby. I feel like 3-0 really doesn't tell the whole story. It was a lot of last hit, scary situations, but, I mean, it kind of doesn't that Danby was the one who was able to hold strong towards the end of it.
He was the one that was in control of the whole game. I feel like there was never a point where I was watching and I said, man, Rated Rudy is playing the way that he wants to right now. I feel like the whole time I was watching, I was like, I'm watching Danby's version of Smash. Yeah. And I think that, like you're saying, yeah, that does show in the 3-0. And Danby sticking with the Pikachu all three of those games is able to move on to loser semis. And that means that we have to wait on one more match to finish to find out who he's going to be playing.
Yeah, I feel like we saw little inklings of this is how Rudy wants to play at the last stock moments of games 2 and 3. But it wasn't enough of the game. The pace was totally in Danby's favor. And we might see more of that going up against his next opponent in the winner of either Yosifu or Shattuck.
Which I'm assuming will be the next match. So yeah, the Belmont versus the Corrin. That will, that'll be a slog for Shattuck, I think. At the very least, it will be very hard for him to find the openings that he needs, especially considering how good Yosifu is at locking him down. And what we're going to have to see from Shattuck is a lot of the gameplay that we saw from Zai back in Winter Semis, where there was a lot of, okay, I have a very confined space that I can play in. How am I going to maneuver within that space an inch closer? That is why Zai did so well against Yosifu, and we're going to have to see it again from Shattuck, who is playing a character that is much less fast than Palutena, so it will take more successes on that end to get close.
Corrin has some of the worst ground speed in the game, and the burst movement doesn't really help you that much in a matchup where you're flying yourself at projectiles. Now, the juggling game is intense. If you're able to find one hit on a Belmont, you should be able to carry it really, really far. And even just having access to the pin there will help offstage a little bit more. Most characters have something that they can do to the Belmonts offstage, but
Yeah.
Corrin's got a little bit extra.
It's going to be a classic case of unstoppable force meets immovable object, right? You know, if the unstoppable force gets going, well, I mean, it's in the name. It's not going to be stopped, but to move that object in the first place is the challenge in and of itself.
See if Shattuck's going to be able to chase down Yosifu, get one of those hits, and start one of these combos, continue a juggle. Or if Yosifu's just going to lock down Shattuck's movement the whole time.
Which is totally possible. I mean, depending on the stages that you go to. I mean, Corrin loves triplats because you get to control the movement there, but not when there are axes flying everywhere. They are so perfectly made to cover battlefield platforms, it feels like.
Right. And the whip as well. A lot of these slow characters gain the illusion of movement with platforms like that. But when both of them are getting it, it really doesn't benefit either one more than the other.
You're not really catching up to anything in particular.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess when they're both that slow, who needs to be fast? It's just the thing about the projectiles covering so much ground that I think Corrin's at the disadvantage in catching up speed-wise.
It's one of those situations where like there's a difference between trying to go fast and trying to not be slow.
Yeah.
You know, Wampy, the Palatena banjo from Florida puts it in a way that I really enjoy, which is if you feel like you can't go fast, then just remember go medium.
Yeah.
Fella, go medium. That's how I feel like you have to play that matchup against Belmont. Like you can't just go so slow that you stay in a corner the whole time, but go medium and don't try and blitz him. Just like inch around the slightly open doorways.
Definitely makes sense because if you go slow against it too much, you give him all of the opportunity in the world to set up more of your doom.
Yeah. Boy, do Belmonts have some setups, dude. I mean, just off of like the cross alone, you get so many follow-ups, especially on the platforms.
Yeah.
If you go to a tri-plat.
We've seen from Yosifu consistently, his holy water has that drip.
Yeah. He's definitely spot on with his placements of those projectiles. So let's see if he's able to hold onto that as we get later and later into the bracket. Going up against Shattuck, who is going to be staying with the Corrin, the only character that I know him to be playing. And Yosifu will, of course, have the Simon Belmont. I think that, as we've been discussing, he's going to be the one in the driver's seat here. But right off the bat, showing that he is not uncomfortable to scrap.
And sometimes you gotta be like that. If your opponent gets way too close in your face. Now, of course, I feel like both of these characters kind of benefit from that mid-range. So Corrin a little bit closer mid, and Yosifu is the Belmont a little bit more mid or far mid, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I know what you're talking. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
But when they get real up close, neither one's comfortable. You just gotta hit something, get something away.
And I think that might be part of the game plan there for Yosifu, where he says, okay, I'm going to go into this and put into Shattuck's mind that I have pressure that I can apply, and you better not just be looking at my projectiles, because the whip is here too.
Oh, and the whip definitely comes. It's just there out, punish you for trying to cross with your projectile.
Once again, perfectly placed right on the ledge as always. But that time, Shattuck able to take advantage of that get-up invincibility. He's finally able to fight a little bit on stage up close against Yosifu. Does not get that much damage out of the openings that he was given.
Holy water in Corrin's hands, but only gets a jab off. We're not going to be something crazy.
Plenty of damage. Woo!
That back air covers a lot of that range, the way that Shattuck set it up. Not really a lot of places Yosifu can go. Great cover.
Wow, and this is what we're talking about, right? If Corrin gets that one hit, you're in for a world of pain, 54%. Now, we'll be stuck there on the ledge for probably a very long time at this percent. I'm not gonna lie.
There we go. Doesn't react to the fact that he was stuck in the holy water and actually dashes away with the whip, so he wasn't able to get the confirm, but 177, and it's Yuka time. You go back here, it's going to do it, but I'm thinking like even forward throw, catching for neutral get up, will be some damage.
Ooh, great air dodge right there. Yosifu knowing that on that down tilt, if he flies behind, DI's behind the Corrin, that up air is going to take a while to get to him. It is a very long, active move, so he's able to get out of that situation, but 100%. Well, Shattuck gets a little bit too aggressive off stage, and that does open up the door for Yosifu to shut it.
It is amazing that he was able to make that recovery in the first place, and now putting on some damage that he's made it back. And opportunistic player.
Yeah, he does not miss out on the opportunities that he is given. If you make a mistake, he's going to make sure that you regret it for the next 45 seconds.
It hasn't been touched in a second either, continuing to apply this lockdown here. Throws that cross the other way as a bait, is eventually able to catch Shattuck on the rebound.
You fell fool to one of the classic blunders. Cross the other direction.
Pretty much.
Hey, look, Jesus is over there. Huh?
Look over there, kind of wave your hands distracted, then it comes back. You're not ready for it.
Perfect illusionist. Penn Gillette would be proud. But, you know, 131% now. This has only taken, you know, one hit from Shattuck, one hit from Yosifu as well. The last hit of that holy water offstage is enough to doink Korin into the axe.
That's insane. Yeah. Definitely took a big doink there for the axe to come through. Now sitting at the ledge again. I feel like you spawned and we're at the ledge taking 65.
That is disgusting. And he built it up so quickly too without Shattuck getting an opportunity to get out.
It's kind of what you expected to see. If you're not able to get around all the projectiles,
wow,
you're just going to take hit after hit. You're going to be stuck at this ledge. Another holy water is going to have that drip.
And just how do you get off the ledge at this point? And with that forward air, 131% is where he started that stock, and it's where he ended. He put on about that much unanswered.
Man, Yosifu, I mean, again, starts off pretty even, but then Yosifu gets kind of a hold on what your movement patterns are. He's like, oh, that's where I need to place the axe. That's where I need to place the cross. Here comes the holy water again. And
here comes the pizza.
Exactly. He figures out your movement just enough so that he can push you on the ledge, and then it becomes a much more one-dimensional game.
And that's really what we saw in that last stock was, you know, Shattuck had to spend the entire time trying to figure out, how do I get out of this vortex, this whirlpool of projectiles and holy water and axes and crosses and whips coming my way, everything, the whole kitchen sink getting thrown at him. And eventually, you know, it looked like Shattuck was still trying to hold forward, fade in, and get something started when, in reality, you can't get something started until your opponent stops. So, going to Pokemon Stadium 2 here, no longer on Town and City. I definitely agree that the more flat stage is, you know, not something that Korin can necessarily take advantage of. I think that as the slow character, you do need the platforms to be able to maneuver. So going to Pokemon Stadium 2 here, I think that Shattuck will get the opportunity to at least maneuver around the projectiles using these platforms, but not be constrained by them either.
Now, yeah, the slightly larger stage might give Shattuck an opportunity to stay away from the lockdown of the projectiles, but who knows? That's a big opportunity. Take a bite out of that one.
15 seconds and the first stock is gone. Shattuck says, yeah, I think I'm pretty comfortable on Pokemon Stadium 2.
Yeah, I mean, we saw almost the whole set against Seba play on this stage. You know that there's going to be a comfort level here. And I really expect with this full stock lead, the way that Shattuck had been playing around those platforms before as well, definitely going to take advantage of that and not really fall victim to this projectile pressure as much.
And honestly, I like this from Shattuck right now. Even though he's got the lead and he's got the ability to run away from the Belmont, he says, well, I would rather be able to stay up close and personal and continue these amazing combos that I've gotten, looking close to getting another stock before a minute passes.
He finds the holy water on the plateau, almost gets the double up there. Would have been something miraculous to see.
See fade away from that holy water, barely able to stick it out, and the tipper pin to give himself some space, and in fact a ledge trap as well.
Yeah, and you know, kind of foiling what we've seen as a very consistent setup for a tech chase there out of the Belmont single hit down.
Speaking of consistent setups, man, that holy water at the ledge, what do you do about it?
And sometimes you just cry.
Yeah, that's about what I would do.
That
will not cap.
Fire's on you. Burn on the damage.
Oh,
that's gonna KO off the top.
And that was big. I think you might have had an opportunity to live that if you're Yosifu there, if you're ready to DI to the corner, but he's spending his time SDIing up, trying to get out of the chainsaw, and you know, he's mashing a little bit too early. Shattuck almost letting go of that stock a little bit too early, but barely able to hang on.
Man, still though, I mean, for as big of a start as we saw from Shattuck, this is almost an even game. This next ledge trap could be the biggest one of the game.
Yeah, very, very close. I mean, again, one holy water setup could be enough to take the stock, and just as I speak about it, there it is, only into the up smash.
Now, Shattuck's definitely not going to let it go. Oh my goodness, without anything to say about it, and he answers back fast.
Shattuck was on fire that whole game, whether it was from the holy water or whether it was from his own internal burning desire.
Right. Regardless, when you don't wear shoes and there's hot coals going on, it's going to be a hot one.
Hot faux show.
Yeah. But it was quick. Going through, pressuring immediately with that invincibility off the Angel platform, pushing the Belmont off stage, getting that back air to finish it all. Impressive.
So 1-1. You know, you got the opportunity now to sort of open yourself up to a larger stage, but certainly one where you can still keep your opponent on lockdown. That's the balance that it's hard to strike as a Belmont sometimes. If you go too big, your opponent can run away from you, just totally ignore you, basically, especially, you know, as a Corrin player. When you're that slow and you have a lead, you say, well, you know, we did see a lot of Shattuck play up close to the Belmont, but you also don't need to force an interaction at that mid-range where a stage like Smashville, for example, right? You think, oh, it's a small stage. Corrin can stay up close and it's really hard for Belmont to fight you off, right? But the reality of that stage is that most of the game will be played at mid-range. When you try and get off the ledge, it won't end up being close or long range because there is virtually no long range on Smashville.
Right. Yeah, that's true. It's just there is a ledge here and you're probably being trapped on one side or the other. So Smashville is the stage that we are going to be seeing.
It's just a very good Belmont stage as long as your opponent, you know, does not have amazing aerial drift. I think that, you know, a character like even Roy, even though the acceleration isn't great, or, you know, God forbid somebody like Wolf or Wario, right, you know, goes to Smashville on you. And then as a Belmont, you have some trouble because you're basically forced into 50-50s of covering the platform or under the platform and where you want to stop your opponent to approach you from. Whereas against a slower character, you have a little bit more time to back up and set up a zone.
Yeah, definitely. And Corrin is that character you're going to get the opportunity against. We'll see if we're going to be able to make it happen. I mean, it already felt like when there was a stage the size of PS2, it would be one ledge trap on one side of the stage, and if Shattuck makes it back on, it's just another ledge trap on the other side of the stage, and 2 seconds later. On a stage that is shrunken down like Smashville, we could see the same thing.
I mean, God forbid you play against like a Ridley on Smashville and you realize, oh, he throws out a neutral air and it actually covers a third of the stage.
Just the whole thing.
Yeah. It's crazy. And Belmonts can be the same way. You know, with the holy water and a cross, you have pretty much everything covered. So we'll see how Yosifu tries to cover his bases here, as this is his pick. But right off the bat, again, Shattuck says, hey, small stage, I can play up close, and that means I get combos.
Ooh, tries to go for a parry, but doesn't recognize it's on the jab, so drop shield and eats a ton of damage for it. Shattuck, again, the one in the driver's seat at the start of the game.
But the moment that he goes off stage for that aggressive edge guard, Yosifu gets his opportunity to set up for some damage. 30% on no combos. It's just the Corrin at the ledge, and if you're at the ledge against a Belmont, you have to accept that you're going to take some damage. Oops!
Definitely gonna happen. Watching out the cross in the holy water. Setting up the drip, the cross comes back, doesn't quite find the whip, but again, it's just rinse, repeat on the pressure. And it's not rinse, repeat the same thing over and over, but the way that you're cycling through, or the way that Yosifu is cycling through the resources so he's never fully out of all of them at the same time is impressive.
I mean, that's one of the things that you have to think about if you play a character like Robin, right? Where you make sure you don't run out of all of your books at one time. That's the hard part about playing the Belmonts, is making sure that you never overextend your resources and give your opponent that half second or full second of an opening, because the cross is way off stage, the holy fire is burning, and the holy water rather, and the axe is just not even in the picture. Down smash gonna get caught out by that get up attack though. Shattuck again at close range. If he's playing Marshall, he's not giving Yosifu time to breathe.
Definitely not. Continuing the whip pressure, he's backing up, but runs right under the holy water setup, gets a grab, doesn't
Oh
KO.
my gosh!
Using the kick to get himself a little bit further off stage, still doesn't get the KO with it, falling near into the special both players are trading what look like lethal blows, and neither one finding the kill.
It's so tragic that for all that work that Shattuck did right there to take the stock, he didn't find it. But that time, the aggression from Yosifu getting punished, thought he had a free opening for a kill, but it's the counter to come out.
Yeah, still gonna be searching for it, though. Go for those uppercuts when he can. Goes for
Wow!
the there, because a lot of people know they'll DI away from that down air. They think if I air dodge, I'm not gonna get comboed. And you're not gonna get comboed. But if you go for that air dodge, you're opening yourself up for a setup. That axe comes through clean.
It's one of those times where I just get so amazed and I think about how many situations Yosifu has found himself in where he's like, all right, well, if I can't do that, then maybe I have like something else on the mind that I can go to. And that axe was so perfectly placed, you wonder how many times he's seen that happen.
Yeah. Definitely seems like not unfamiliar territory.
Oh, and not unfamiliar territory there either. That's the second time today that we've seen Shattuck SD in a really crucial spot where he was playing a very tight game and holding on to, you know, a hair's breadth of a lead, but now playing very far behind a Belmont. This could be the death knell of the game 2 or 3.
And again, we saw Shattuck spawn and then immediately just teleport to the ledge, basically. Getting ledge dropped for a 53% margin.
The Dragon Fang shot is just not going to buy Shattuck any kind of space. Cross is just going to control so much on that ground level.
Either covers the entire ground or the entire option of being on a flat. That's your only two options on Smashville. Pick one.
Basically, yeah. Now Shattuck, you know, trying to take advantage of the times that he does actually get Yosifu on that top platform where it's harder to use the Holy Water unless he commits to a jump. And in that case, you're Corrin with the sword and the Belmont is so deliciously above you.
Both players getting a little bit paralyzed there. As the Dragon Fang shot trades with the...
Oh! Down air into the up B. Oh, the DI from Shattuck keeps him alive, though.
That's insane that he's able to manage leaving all of these. But eventually, low fair on the Holy Water is active. Low fair hits the shield, and then the whip just comes through. You're not going to block all of it.
Yeah. It's amazing how good that frame data of that low fair on shield is as well. Because not only one, if your shield is too low, that'll shield poke you anyways. Yeah. Because it's such a precise hitbox. But on the other end as well, you know, he was able to land and get a forward tilt out before Shattuck could act. And Corrin's out of shield frame data is not the best. Right. But it's also not all that bad either.
Yeah. It's not the worst, for sure. You might expect to be able to jump out of that situation, but no, whip comes through quick.
Look at the flick of the whip. Oh. So both triplets, as we can see, banned by Yosifu here going into game 4.
Which is interesting, because normally those are pretty solid stages for the Belmonts, but like you said before, no matter how good they are for you, Corrin really does like those stages.
And I think especially we've just seen when the platforms are in play, Shattuck's just been playing so well around them. I mean, even just Pokemon Stadium 2 being available for you, right? You wouldn't call that a stage that is defined by its platforms, and yet that was why Shattuck was able to pull off the victory there. So taking away the options of the triplats, I think, is very smart here from Yosifu. And I think that he's just going to kind of have to mentally prepare himself for going back to Pokemon Stadium 2. Because in my mind, there's no way that Shattuck picks a flat stage. We saw that has not been working out for him, you know, in the game 1 on Town and City. And even on Smashville with that center platform, it was just too hard to get through that barrage of projectiles. And, you know, finding that middle ground there in PS2 where you can be more flexible with your game plan really opens it up for you as the Corrin. So, yeah, we'll be going back to Pokemon Stadium 2 where he found that Game 2 victory. Now he's got to do it in Game 4 just to stay alive because one more win for Yosifu means he goes on to loser semis.
Yeah, and, you know, the stage size of Smashville definitely played a lot into that game. But also I feel like that unfortunate SD when they were both sitting in a pretty even position. The most important thing I think again is just going to be the pace and how well Shattuck's going to be able to start it off. If we can see maybe a repeat of game 2 where you get that quick 0 to death and run with it, or just putting on the damage and not letting yourself be victim to all of the oppression of stage control that Belmonts will bring to you.
So very tight games that we've seen played so far. Shattuck has had just, again, such a small margin of error that he has to play within if he wants to even get close to the Belmont. And, you know, that self-destruct, as you mentioned in the game 3, really sort of changed everything for him, took him out of the zone. So he's got to be able to rebuild that house that he had in game 2. Here on Pokemon Stadium 2, the confidence should at least be there. But right off the bat, once again, it's Yosifu getting those first strikes.
And again, Yosifu is setting up camp at this ledge. Once he gets Shattuck off, he knows it's party time, setting up the axe, setting up the holy water. Here comes the cross, and rotating back and forth until he finds the lethal blow.
Oh, and the lethal blow comes out of nowhere. It's Jesus with the assist.
Yeah, coming through. Yeah. So you should have left room for me.
You have to always leave room for Jesus or else you'll get killed at 82.
Right. Room for me way deep off stage. Be cognizant.
And Yosifu, again, huge for him to have such an early lead. Good DI to not die to the fake shot, but it's Shattuck also firing back with a surprise projectile. He says, hey, you know you still get knocked back by this if you're already stunned.
Right, and we saw that the air dodge was spent really high up already from Yosifu to try to make it back, but there was no avoiding that thing.
So, great by him. He's now still in this game. I would not call it that if he wasn't able to fire back with a quick stock of his own, but, you know, one quick combo from him means that Shattuck can get right back into this, but Yosifu, man, again, he's just such a momentum killer.
Definitely. I mean, we already we see it so many times that the player comes back with invincibility, even when you think you should have the advantage, and then suddenly you're at the ledge against Yosifu. But does the same work using the invincibility as well.
Shattuck is just barely able to eke out of the way of some of these combos. This time, he gets caught in his own fire. Shattuck able to take advantage.
Great use of the cross to fight away the Fang shot and be able to grab the ledge there.
Ooh, air dodges to catch it after the hit. Wasn't able to find an opening, though. That burst movement from Yosifu coming in really clutch.
There we go, falling out there from Shattuck. Not quite
Oh my goodness!
Another one is going to do it now, continuing with a lead in this game. Very high percent. You know, the 142% is not where I'm comfortable with an extra stock, but any extra stock is something I'll happily take.
Man, and after that early stock, you would think that Yosifu would start to run away with it, but Shattuck able to keep it so close that he's now playing with the lead. And at 163, all it's going to take is a quick hit, but that up B is now staled in Pokemon Stadium 2. Pretty high ceilings, and Shattuck's DI will not falter.
No, maybe it's a whip that we need to see to take the stock, or maybe it's just a forward throw or something, but not without taking a bunch of damage first. Shattuck's already put on 53 on this stock and climbing. Got the stun there, so that's a potential setup on a platform. And here we go.
And great recognition on the DI there for Yosifu as well. Shattuck able to follow up on the platform as well. 92. This is looking very, very well into Shattuck's favor. Game 5 could certainly be looming if Yosifu isn't able to take this stock quickly.
And again, he's putting Shattuck really deep off stage, ledge trap opportunity, but Shattuck has gotten better and better at getting out of those situations. He down tilts into the Fang shot, and that is going to be reminiscent of how Shattuck took the first game against Saba in just Dragon Fang shot and get a little bit of charge on that forward smash.
You've definitely put a little hot sauce on that bad boy. And to go into game 5 in that fashion, I feel like is what Shattuck needs. He needs to have the maximum amount of confidence going into game 5, and importantly, to destroy what Yosifu has built up there, because Shattuck really didn't get hit all that much after that first stock got taken. He only took maybe, once he took his own stock back, maybe about 100% per stock, but still refused to die. And sending it into the game 5, getting that 2 stock, man.
I love the adjustment of banning Smashville here, because I feel like that was a really strong stage for Yosifu. Definitely don't want to see that one again. And yeah, like you were saying, that the adjustments are huge on Shattuck's ends, where it wasn't even a huge burst of momentum at the start. It was a swing of momentum in the middle, where I think Shattuck really figured something out. And what I noticed is he was not getting ledge trapped half as much against Yosifu going towards that second part of the game, as he'd get launched over to the edge and then wait out a little bit extra to time himself getting up against all of the different projectiles being cycled, and eventually was able to get back through and not deal with any of the stuff that we've been seeing Yosifu apply pressure to everyone else in the bracket thus far. You know?
I feel like that's why in particular I think that, you know, banning Smashville is so good for Shattuck is that sort of gameplay of, okay, if I can bring this back in the middle of the game, if I can make an adjustment to get a leg up, then I can really shut down. Because basically, I was talking about this earlier, right? Yosifu's game plans are based on locking down your opponent, stopping them from playing their game. That is a very difficult playstyle to maintain when you have a small margin of error, when you're against an opponent that can adapt as quickly as Shattuck does. And so going to Town and City here, Shattuck's not going to get as much maneuverability and room as he would like to make those adaptations. And Yosifu has got to very early on establish that Shattuck's ability to play in a small space is going to have, again, small margin of error. Like we saw on Smashville, it was everything Shattuck could do to keep it even in the game 3. And then after that SD, there was nothing about it. And this is the tragedy that we are talking about. Another SD from Shattuck means that margin of error has thinned even more.
Yeah, you know, all I want to see in a Game 5 is good Super Smash Brothers, and that's not the way I want to see it start. But, you know, that's... Oh, my goodness, don't get stretchered now. That's certainly a good thing to see if you're Yosifu, though. At the end of the day, we take those, right? Whatever happens, happens. If my character is on the win screen at the end of the day, it's a good win.
Yeah, he's got to be grinning like a Cheshire cat right now, having a lead like this and seeing that, all right, like, I get to lock down this Corrin, because if anything, if you're down a stock against a Belmont, you do not get to control the game. But I think that we're still close enough to where if Shattuck, well, after that, I don't know. Yeah, I was about to say, like, if he gets one stock very quickly, here's a strong move, he could bring it back.
The axe was too chunky of a hit to feel that one again.
Surprisingly, getting hit by an axe hurt.
Oh, yeah. Who would have thought?
Ooh, catching the holy water. No opportunity to follow up, though. Again, we've seen Yosifu is very good at playing catch.
Here we go, and again, we're seeing that up special is really not as good of a kill move when you've got the DI of Shattuck by your side.
Oh no, not the down smash. Forward smash certainly could have done it there, but wrong move got selected. Shattuck was not close enough, so still trying to figure out how to take the stock off the Belmont. The tipper pin will not be able to do it. Phenomenal DI by Yosifu.
Yeah, and great recovery option as well, using the cross to cover yourself. No, he goes for the forward smash. This time it runs too far.
That time it was supposed to be the down smash, but Shattuck got in his own head after whiffing the last one, thought he might need the forward smash for the range, and instead just mixed himself up. Finally able to take this first stock, but a full clean stock lead here for Yosifu. He cannot chill. He cannot let off the gas, but he is certainly the one in advantage.
Definitely, and getting pinned and immediately just uppercutting out of it. That is some wild stuff.
I feel like these are the situations where there's a difference between the good players and the great players, right? Where I feel like a good player can play well in a regular, even situation, but will get comfortable thinking, okay, I've got a lead that I can play with, I can make some mistakes, and that's how you lose a set. Whereas, you know, a great player will say, no matter what, I have to keep shifting gears, I have to keep going forward.
Definitely, and I think we're seeing Yosifu is definitely playing to win no matter what the stock count is at. He is A-okay sitting back continuing the game plan, not playing last.
76% build up on Shattuck. I think that, like, you know, Holy Water into an axe could very much almost do it at this point.
Ooh, barely avoids that Dragon Fang shot, but still falls into a setup. This time, I love the idea there. Running away after the down tilt, because we've seen so many times Shattuck go for an aggressive option after getting knocked down by the first hit down tilt. But Shattuck, again, was able to escape that. The down tilt is not as infallible as that. Again, just narrowly missing the forward.
And narrowly missing a KO on that counter as well. 155 is certainly the percents where the Belmont should start going down, and he gets it on the up smash there after the Dragon Fang shot. So we are last stock, but again, Shattuck's margin of error is so small. Can he get off this ledge and make this comeback happen?
We go in backing up, trying to catch the aggressive jump in from Shattuck, but doesn't have the range on that whip. So Shattuck does find his feet back on the ground. The ledge trap is over. Like I was saying, it is so much harder as the set goes on for Yosifu to continue to get those ledge traps.
Up until that up B, Yosifu was playing so safe. He was only throwing out very safe moves that were very low commitment. But after that up B, he's opened himself up for Shattuck to get some damage on. And getting around that holy water is huge, but no double jump now.
Hugo does finally make his way back on, and using too many resources. Yosifu wasn't able to continue that ledge trap pressure. Oh my goodness, the downer gets him down, but he does still fall victim afterwards to the forward throw, and Yosifu ends up cleaning up that game.
Yeah, he eats that corn off stage and tosses himself into loser's semifinal, clutching it out in a game that ended up being very close despite the very, very early SD. But like you said, Yosifu is not the kind of player to relax when he's got a lead. He realizes that he's still got a job to do, and despite Shattuck turning it up to 11, he's going to have to be satisfied with a 5th place here at the South qualifiers for Get On My Line.
It's setting up for a really interesting setup now of Belmont versus Danby's potential Pikachu, which I think would be I don't know. You and I have seen Geo versus ESAM.
Yeah, we've seen Geo versus ESAM, the
classic set that could be fit into a GIF.
It was less than a minute. It was less than a minute for sure. Yeah, Pikachu can get some early kills.
That is an interesting matchup. We might see it. We might not. Or we might, who knows if Danby's going to be able to maneuver it the same way.
Yeah.
Or Yosifu, for that matter.
Before we get there, though, before we see some more Yosifu, let's take a look at a Red Bull replay. That's what I want to see right now, because there were certainly a few clippable moments in that match. That was certainly one of them right there.
Yeah, the doink.
The doink into the donk. As it will certainly not become to be known. But yeah, man, like, I think that eventually, yeah, you get that ledge trap cleaned up as a Belmont. Like, you only have so many ways you can get around those ledge traps before you eventually fall into one of them, because they just come up all the time. And Shattuck's survivability on all those uppies on Smash 4, by the way, was so phenomenal. Wasn't enough to get him to win, but man, DI was always on point.
Yeah, definitely always had. If there was an opportunity to not die post hit, Shattuck was bringing it.
I think on one of these points we're gonna find, I think it was here in this game 4, Shattuck had that, there was that early kill, and Shattuck had, you know, that one really good clean comeback stock. But yeah, in the end it was just that one forward throw. By building up that solid percent, Yosifu was able to win the set. He's up in loser semifinals, as we were discussing, going to be up against Danby. I think that next, though, we will finally get to see that winner's final set.
Yeah, it should be Grayson versus Zai. Again, Palutena versus Rob the Robot. Reverse order there. Grayson, of course, rocking Rob the Robot. Zai rocking the Palutena. Grayson from Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas, of course. And Zai representing Louisiana.
Yeah, I think it's actually interesting that, you know, despite the fact that, you know, some people will lean more towards Texas as a more dominant region, or, you know, some people will say, like, back when, you know, MVD and ESAM were here, you would lean towards Oklahoma, some other areas. Right now we have Grayson representing Texas, we have Zai representing Louisiana, we have Danby representing Arkansas, we have Yosifu representing Mississippi.
Yeah.
So 4 different states are here in the top 4.
Yeah, that's incredible. And, you know, Mississippi being right up there with them as well, knocking out another Texas competitor. Mississippi's not a state that I know for Smash. I think I know now exactly one of their players in their season.
Yeah. But boy, is that a player to know now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely representing well.
So we'll see. It may actually be Yosifu versus Danby next. We haven't been told who it's going to be. I'm only speculating based on the bracket that I'm looking at.
See Grayson?
Will be winners finals. Okay. I was looking at the bracket. You were looking at the screen. You were smarter than me.
I was bouncing back and forth. I saw that alarm bell. Ring-a-ding-ding.
Ring-a-ding-ding. Yosifu, don't go too far away. Although, honestly, you could probably go for a walk and then, you know, come back and play your set and losers, because this one could honestly take a while. We've seen that Zai is not afraid to play patiently. You know, people put a negative connotation towards the word camp, but sometimes it is the right thing to do if you're up against a Belmont or a Rob, for example. And Grayson is the kind of Rob that you are probably the most justified in camping against, because his combo game is so explosive, as Rob tends to allow you to have.
Yeah, I just can't wait until we see a game on Kalos with Zai playing him.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That boy knows how to move from platform to platform.
And the platforms are pretty far away.
I remember the first time I saw, it might not have been the first time I saw Zai play, but one of the most memorable sets that I've seen Zai play was Zai at a Shockwave against MVD, almost timing him out to win 2-0.
Boy, I was glad I did not have to commentate that. It was such a great set, but I think I would have passed out at some point.
I loved it.
It was because it was exciting all 24 juicy minutes of gameplay.
I am of the, I think, minority that I love watching a good timeout.
Yeah.
I don't know if
A
anyone's
two-stock
talking
timeout is not fun.
about it. Yeah.
But the timeout where both players are at like 130%. Now that's
a fun
fun.
time. That's a good time. Is it what I'm rooting for in every single match? Not necessarily.
No.
But I love seeing players play to win.
Just like I would not, I would not want to watch every single baseball game that I watch. I would not want them to all go to extra innings.
Oh god.
I would like some of them to end in the ninth.
Sometimes it's really interesting to see that extra inning come through, but like sometimes I've only got time for those 9 and then I want to go home.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, can we just, we don't need to kill too much more time, right?
Triple overtime is excessive.
I think baseball may be the only sport where it's reasonable to go into like decouple overtime.
Yeah.
But anyways, we won't get any overtimes here. We could go 2-time. We can't go anywhere past that because this is Smash Brothers. So yeah, Grayson versus Zai. Zai rocking that Palutena, gonna get a lot of openings early game. That no matter what character he's playing against, he's gonna have crazy early game combos. We saw that in the set against Yosifu about, I think at this point, like 2 hours ago. And that's another thing to keep in mind, right? Is that both of these players, Grayson even more so than Zai, are playing pretty cold.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? I mean, in a Wi-Fi.
Ooh!
Oh, jeez. He just 2-frame catches the whole thing, is able to spin him right back off stage. But a Wi-Fi event, you know, they can still be playing right now when the games aren't going on. They can stay fresh.
Boy, Zai really loves to get those reads with those down smashes, huh? And he's good at setting up for those positions too, right? I'm just amazed how many times he's able to successfully do it. They get up attack right there. He's got the gyro of his own. He tried to catch it again if you saw that with that forwarder.
Ooh, trying to fall down with the up air too, something that kind of really works on a big body like Rob, but wasn't quite able to fully connect. Grayson able to escape the pressure. Reflect, staying out for a while there.
He stayed up to protect her, man.
Reflector protector. Either way, he's gonna keep her safe.
Yeah, finally able to get that stock too. Again, big body Rob. You're gonna fall victim to a lot of Palutena's, big, long-lasting hitbox nonsense, and that explosive flame is no exception.
Explosive flame is the secret weapon that Palutena may only pull out every once in a while.
Yo, turns out we had a secret weapon. Oh, 2 up airs? Looking for a third, but Grayson kind of sees the tempo where that's going to come out, is able to not only get out of the way, but also air dodges just for good measure. But even with that being said, back to even percents and a couple of auto reticles, and Zeiss suddenly got a lead.
Yeah, and now getting a grab set up on the platform into the explosive flame, trying to catch the landing, and he does find it with the up air, sends Rob tumbling into the backside of the stage.
It's quite a statement from Zai to have gotten that much percentage racked up. I think he had like 80 unanswered when he got that stock. And all of that setting up for those up airs that he's really saying, again, big hitbox versus big character means good for big hitbox. Ooh, great mash.
Yeah, phenomenal, but great on Grayson to react to that air dodge away. Still find a down tilt and potentially a setup afterwards. So just smart with it, able to escape any pressure afterwards.
And jumping out of the way of that laser too, preemptively. He knows it's something that Grayson loves to get off the ledge and use just to give himself even more space. But with that maneuverability that Palutena offers you, Zai is able to maintain a really nice lead and, importantly, control of the game. With the gyro in his hand, he almost gets a big stock.
He's going for some nasty stuff, trying to gyro set up into the down air, trying to bounce it off the stage into a forward air. He's going for all of it, and that move is insane. Grayson just backed out of the way, did a handstand, and took it back to the last stop.
I have never seen somebody so confident in a gyro that they have zero control over it. It's like, I think that you will send it this way. Again, getting that full laser reflected, it does so much damage.
Yeah. I mean, it
Side B?
Woo! He went for it, but not quite when you expected, trying to cover the 2-frame on the recovery.
I'm just happy that that shout was probably actually in sync with the stream. It's really hard to do that online.
Definitely a little bit.
And Grayson backing up, gets the gyro out there, but it's not his own anymore. Gotta find a way to take it back.
Ooh, doesn't quite get the teleport cancel, but not enough, or too much endline for Grayson to find a punish.
Ooh, many back airs to keep up this ledge trap. Wanted an up air, but instead got that committal up tilt. Gives Grayson time to get back to center stage and set up his own game plan.
Yeah, I'm amazed that Rob fell out of the up air up tilt setup, but he still has signs of life. Even sitting at 150. Dash attack barely not going to do it. Has to avoid the explosive flame. His own gyro coming back down against him. Barely gets out of the way of that dash attack, but eventually the barrage of back airs is going to clean it up.
And it was so big that Grayson whiffed that gyro right before he got back aired, because if he hits the Palutena, he's able to get himself some really solid stage control, fight her to get back underneath that platform, but because it went over, it was way out of his reach, and there was no way to get around that barrage of back airs.
Man, it's just impressive the way that Zai felt like he had more control over Grayson's gyro than Grayson had.
Yeah, I mean, having that big reflector that hits on both sides of you is very big for that. And, you know, on top of that, he's throwing out so many aerials that he might as well be catching it most of the time. That's just what Palutena does.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you're throwing out an invincible one half of the time, and it's what happens. You just hit it, and then you're good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, big chillin' with a phenomenal set of aerials and just a phenomenal set of tools to deal with both the laser and the gyro, as well as having your own auto reticle. You have your own explosive flame. Palutena is built different, man. She has all the tools in the matchup.
Yeah, for sure. So, able to keep the Rob block down heavily, as Palutena is known to do against, like we were talking about, big bodies, but characters in general. Zai has taken away as many flat stages as possible because we see how much he loves to juggle, loves that aerial combat against Rob, where he can really lock down Grayson and take away his ability to use that gyro. That's how we saw that game one end. And Grayson just wants to make the adaptations on the same stage. So PS2 we go, make the best games.
Man, already starting off with 50% and finding, continuing the juggle. Not going to be able to punish that air dodge because eventually on the way down, the gyro comes through, but almost going for the gyro attack setup. He wants at least one of those to put on Twitter.
That's gonna be one of those motivational posters where it's like, you only see the success, you never see the many failures.
Right.
Like trying to that time, Grayson recognizing, all right, if you want the gyro so much, then I'll give it to you, but I'll hit you back before you get it.
Barely avoiding that laser, continuing. Man. Whenever Grayson does have the gyro, things look nice, but again, it's not often that he is the one in control of his own gyro.
Yeah, Zai's just constantly able to grab it. Even that explosive flame opens up enough time for him to take control of the area that the gyro should be giving to Grayson. Oh, and he just catches him continually, trying to take him back, and he says, no, I will not allow you to play with your toys today.
An explosive flame is a nice tool in the matchup. Just the perfect distance. Once the gyro is already out, the laser, if it's not charged up enough or quick enough, it can be hard for Rob to challenge the distance.
Oh, here come the nairs right there, two of them, and then Zai redirects to go and grab the gyro himself. Again, he who controls the gyro controls this match, it appears, and Zai is acutely aware of that fact.
Wow, the spacing to come down with that low explosive flame and not get nicked by the gyro?
Gosh, I mean, again, we saw this back in the winner's semifinal set. Zai is so good at playing in a small, confined zone. You tell him where to play, and he'll be able to maneuver the way that he wants to. Even here on the ledge, with this ledge trap, most people would falter trying to keep Rob stuck there for so long, but Zai is able to build up 72% before he's knocked out of the way.
Here we go, Grayson though finding a down tilt setup into the side special. Not gonna do
Oh my goodness!
Catches the jump at a disadvantage, and that is a big stock for Grayson. Now finally having a lead in the set.
I'm sorry, I'm just astonished. He finally hit the Keisuke Takahashi. I've never seen him get the drift back there on somebody that way, and I'm elated.
He tries so often, but eventually he will get that read.
Finally finding it to put himself in the lead big time. Full stock over the Palutena, and if he gets to just simply control when Zai gets to approach, that's been his main problem, is that the offense comes whenever Palutena wants to. She's far faster than Rob, but now Grayson, he gets to sort of conduct the tempo.
Yeah, definitely. Now almost putting a clean... Ooh, the up air from below? still taking it, but 115% on Palu. We could see, you know, potentially depending on mashing circumstances, that down throw set up for Grayson. We could see just a raw back air, down throw, up air. No, great DI and great escape, but the up smash does eventually come through, and Grayson evening it out 1-1.
Grabbing that Whopper Deluxe on the cross up, not giving Zai any ability to just throw those aerials out on his shield. He's gotten away with it a lot when it's been either the back airs or the forward airs, but even we saw a couple of the back airs get punished on shield, and that time the Nair way too committal. Grayson's one of those people who's learned through trial by fire, just, hey, yeah, maybe I should stop jumping into Palutena Nair.
Yeah. Maybe it's not the best option. But multiple Palutena Nairs, they were punished with up smash for a solid stock. So maybe something Zai's going to have to cool it down with. And if he does have to slow down the pressure a little bit, that might give Grayson an opportunity to play a little bit more. Give him some room to breathe and set up his zone, and maybe he'll have a gyro for his own. Never know.
Never know, man. I mean, at 1-1, this is another one of those sets where I'm like, I really wouldn't be surprised to see it all play out in Pokemon Stadium 2. They're close games, and I think that these are two players who really relish in, you know, playing the player and not necessarily the game sometimes. So we'll see. Sounds like we're back on Pokemon Stadium 2. I hear Gladian's theme, and indeed we are. So I would say that this is a pretty safe indicator of we're going to stick it out on PS2.
Probably going to be all 5 games here. And again, I have no problems with that. I feel like there's not a particular stage where one character gets so much of a benefit that they're missing out by not taking it here. Both characters just... I feel like both characters do enough on this stage with Rob Crazy side B close to the edge. And her incredible control of the whole stage with her movements.
I would have to think that overall for both of these characters, this is going to be the most fun stage to play on. Anyways, the perfectly timed parry by Grayson on Wi-Fi, no less. That is impressive.
Definitely
even more impressive from Zai with that reflect on the laser.
The perfect angle, bounced off the stage, back up, and then back down, and then back up into Grayson. Jumping into it.
It looked like he was playing Sonic Colors, dude. Got that laser wrist.
Oh, into the side special though is going to take it off the gyro at 84%. Grayson, definitely not trying to even those up.
Yeah, Grayson, again, this is one of the things we see from him a lot, his tenacity as a player to continue to keep the pressure on until he evens it back up. And this time, Zai makes the adaptation. Last time we saw that exact situation, Grayson did that exact same air dodge. This time, Zai was able to wait for it and then counter back with that back air. Set up for some good damage, but now he's getting ledge trapped at the end of the day.
All those down tilts gave him time to get the gyro back on his own. Great high teleport recovery to avoid any gyro setup at the ledge. Now he's gonna land. Oh, great weight on the air dodge. In comes the explosive flame. Gotta catch the landing again, but drifts all the way back down.
Grayson's really taking his time to get back to ledge. He's seen how eager Zai is to try and, like you said, get that Twitch clip, get that quick edge guard and take away the Rob stock before percents start to get ridiculous. And hey, believe it or not, percents are starting to get a little bit ridiculous.
It's in at almost 160%, but okay, if we see like a back air catch a jump right here,
oh my gosh,
or a deep arm rotor, that could definitely swing things in Grayson's favor. But Zai, keeping it consistent, drops down to the air, eventually is going to get the job done in almost 80%.
Dude, Zai's spacing, like the changes to it in particular, have been really good in this game through that he's realized, okay, I can't land too close to Grayson if this Nair ends up on shield because he'll up smash me. And especially on that arm rotor too, how he just drifted away from it. This is what I'm talking about with Zai. You give him a small amount of space to work with and he says, yep, that's enough. Oh, fading in with that Nair, not safe.
Ooh, jumping just over. Trying to read an escape option and go for a double there.
I see him bonk away that gyro. Hey, I have a trample hitbox. How about that?
Grayson going really, really high to come back down with that Nair. And he's putting in a lot of work to even up this stock count.
Man, that was a 2 for flinching there as well. He saw that the Nair got stuffed out by Zai earlier. He's like, all right, I'll just do it again.
Wow, he just waited for the gyro to disappear and didn't even clip his hands.
Twice with that backer. Rob's backer, kind of like Corrin's backer that we've seen a lot. Just one of those ones that is very powerful, self-spaces. Such a good tool for him, especially in the context of his kit. Speaking of the context of the kit, my goodness, Zai knows how to take advantage of that explosive flame, barely whiffing. Now being taken down to that last stock, but boy, he's got to lead the play with.
Definitely falling there, converts into a grab, almost going for another explosive flame, bouncing back that laser, and barely gets hit by that gyro before another explosive flame comes out. It is Zai's ball game right now.
Yeah, Grayson's really hunting for that signature Rob combo. I think that, you know, next hit's going to cancel that out. Like, he's not going to be able to get it if he puts any more percent on Zai, so you'll have to get that gyro in hand as soon as possible, but could also go for that clean and simple win as well.
You know, if he's able to get around all of the pressure, but no, the dash attack catches DI in, I believe even there, him trying to dash in for an aggressive option of his own, gets him right off the top.
Mm-hmm. A strong aggressive bonk. Again, the trample hitbox doing wonders for Zai's confidence and his ability to just run right up despite the threat of the projectiles, because he says, I've got a pretty solid window of time here where that's not going to matter. Whose decision was it to make that dash attack and that back air that good? I don't want to fight anybody. I'm not mad at anybody. I just want to know, so do you think about the consequences of your actions before you take them?
I mean, they were that good in 4, they just were attached to a character that didn't function that great.
We were talking about this with Kirby too.
Yeah.
It's like there are characters that just, they have good things, but, you know, other things are holding them back. Yeah. Palutena is no longer one of those characters. She's one of the most well-rounded in the game, and you're seeing exactly why. Zai's been able to make so many changes around the adaptations that Grayson has been making. And we'll have to see if the robot's got more in the tank. He ran out of the uses of the gyro there, disappeared on him, so no big Rob combo to start off this set, or at least for game 4.
And here we go, retreating to the platform, but it's so hard for Grayson to consistently cover those teleport options. I think he's not going to go for it, but oh, double uppers. Now it's Zai's turn to put on the damage.
That time Grayson mixing it up by drifting right after those uppers, nearly backered himself right into one of Zai's own. Could have put him in a horrible spot. This should be 4 throw off the stage, and yeah, again looking for the backer of his own, but big commits by Grayson this time. He's not playing to react as much as he is to say, I'm going to throw out very, very strong options that will get me stocks if they work. Big reads.
Yeah, definitely. Charging, smash attacks, just throwing out aerials without waiting for an option. There we go, down smashing. This is going to cover the high recovery, which Zai went for to avoid getting 2-framed by the down air. So, coverage there from Grayson.
Fantastic parry right there, though, by Zai. Nearly got himself an opening. Laser once again will come in and bounce back to hurt Grayson. I feel like it's 50-50 based on who's gotten hits with those lasers at this point.
Woo! With gyro toss down.
Oh, this should be it.
Send him up. That's, yeah, arm rotor, and that's over.
Grayson, 2 quick stocks. 1 minute and a half into this game. Oh, the down smash, though.
That's beautiful. You talked about it before. I feel like more than any other Palutena, we see Zai go for those down smash reads. But it feels like Red Bull's giving him wings every week.
Big shoutouts. And right now, he's going to need a little bit more than just a can of the good juice to get back into this game, though. Like, a big stock and then a big read, something like that.
Oh,
being down this big is so scary. Goes for it all with that second one, because again, like I'm saying, he knows he needs a big play if he wants to close this out without a game 5.
Right, and if he connected that second one, that could have been crucial. Definitely some momentum swinger going into the last stock, but Grayson now still has both of them, still sitting sub 50 until that hit right there.
Just, again, all those backers trying to cover specifically the jump out of the corner. He's limiting Grayson's options to just the projectiles and maybe the down tilt to try and get away. Otherwise, he's going to have to deal with that backer and being off stage again.
It was wild. Palutena counter. Oh,
wow.
My goodness. Great setup again. Same way he got the second stock, or set up for the second stock before he went for this 2-frame. Going for the gyro toss down, bounces the opponent into that back air. But it's crazy how in most matchups, Palutena's counter is just awful. Not a move you would consider pressing, but in this matchup, it's just phenomenal.
I mean, Rob's projectiles are used so far away that you can use that counter pretty safely. And not only that, when you counter the gyro, even at close range, it sticks next to you, and it makes it hard for the Rob to get that punish up close. You're right. It is a very unique matchup in which she does get to utilize the counter far more often.
And making great use of it as well so far. But now, again, going to the Pokemon Stadium 2, don't expect to see anything different. If we see a rematch in Grands, I feel like we're gonna see up to 10 games on Pokemon Stadium.
I hope you like Pokemon music.
I personally big fan.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and also for me as a person, I hope you like Pokemon music.
Yeah,
it's good music.
Genuinely, I hope you enjoy Pokemon.
Am I also wrong? I just want to say, before we start talking about this game, am I wrong for liking the original Gladians theme more than the remix in this game?
I honestly couldn't tell you the difference. It's been so long since I've heard either of them because I don't have headphones on.
That's okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Either way, though, once again, we see that gyro getting reflected does help make it a little bit more safe on Zai's end because it will become that active hitbox on his end. Going for a big downer. He gave up a lot of space to Grayson, but he was actually ready to cover it with that backer. Look at how much damage he got out of that.
The explosive flame to auto reticle actually being like a combo and not just silly neutral tools from Paolo is very funny.
The double parry, Grayson had to burn that air dodge just to avoid getting donked by that laser, getting the stock taken. He's barely able to come back on stage with his life, but the up tilt to anti-air, wow.
Great job by Zai conditioning the roll there with his movement and then still catching the jump away after.
Okay, gyro, no big setup though. Zai's defense is perfectly timed. Goes for the drag down up air to maybe turn around and get a grab to reset into the vortex, but does not find any dice.
Still though, I love the little resets to extend the combo a little bit further if you do connect it, other than just one more finisher hit.
Oh, actually coming in as a counter instead of the reflect this time. I think that Zai was expecting the gyro at that range, but hey, you'll take the counter any day of the week, and now you got a full stock lead.
Yeah, and even with gyro barely clipping at the very
end.
Woo, Bounce is gonna punish with a forward smash. He's just barely not able to reach that.
And that was honestly a 50-50 on Grayson's end because Zai could have picked that up with the Nair as he's done many times, but he's also picked up the gyro a lot with the dash attack as well, and the dash attack wouldn't...
It's so hard for Grayson to find opportunities to just throw out the gyro and not give Zai an extra shield.
He's definitely got to pick and choose his moments to throw out the gyro rather than just relying on it as a sort of second character that he can use.
There we go, gets him caught on the platform. The up tilt doesn't quite catch him. And it was out of shield off. He slams back to shield again.
Ooh, up air doesn't connect on the shield. That gives Grayson a small opportunity to run away. And again, yeah, that dash attack just does not care about your hitboxes. And Zai, he's so good about picking that 2-second span where he turns on the jets, in fact, the afterburners to get that stock. He was so far extended, and now a big lead for him once again.
Wow, just a little push. I'm pretty sure that is an unshieldable move. That Palutena reflector on the counter.
Oh my goodness. I thought that this game was firmly in Zai's control, but one quick back air really close. I'm amazed that came so close to killing.
Right. Oh, the gyro gets rid of the combo. He almost down-aired out of his own throw.
That's insanity, Grayson. He's at 82%. Zai is only like one combo away from having him at kill percents. Like a back air near the ledge of the stage could do this. Grayson taking his time to come back.
Back hit of the Nair, potentially setting up a ledge trap. Ooh, that's a punish. Absolutely no connection.
No double jump either from Zai.
There we go, does find his way back to the ledge. Grayson has to give up so much space, though, to respect the explosive flame. The other
oh my goodness!
Showing.
I think the up smash was a miss input, but either way, Zai's able to stay alive. In fact, starts up a juggle, but doesn't find anything else. He better mash quick, and he does.
Yeah, consistently we've seen Zai smashing to be incredible. Even online, you'd expect something to get, something to get dropped here or there, but no.
Not in this instance. Both of these guys well into their kill percents at this point. This could be one grab under a platform away. You can see Grayson's playing near him just in case Zai stops right underneath it. Rolling away once again, does not want to get caught on the roll from that up tilt. Both of them hanging on by a thread.
Such a high pressure situation. Last stock, insane last hit. Game 5, winners finals. Huge advantage to whoever's going to be able to take this. You'll be sitting pretty in grand finals with an extra set to play with for whoever comes back to you. And then they're barely clipping. How did he avoid the explosive flame and still wasn't ready for that DI?
He was able to avoid that explosive flame because he saw that anytime Zai does that jump and falls off stage, he knows that explosive flame is coming. The only thing that Zai is using that to do is to cover that gyro. He doesn't want Grayson to be able to pick it up, and in that case, Grayson knows that that Nair is going to be active just long enough that it will be able to kill Zai, even with good DI, as we saw into that corner, and he's able to clutch out the most nail-biting Game 5 we've seen all day.
Yeah, Grayson's got to feel really good about that one. Now sitting pretty in grand finals, as I was saying, whoever gets to him is going to have to beat him in 2 sets now if they want to take the tournament over Grayson, and that's a feat.
Anybody who has had to play 2 sets against Grayson in a row knows that that is an ordeal. That is hard to do. Because you saw right into that, like throughout that whole winners finals set, that his adaptation game is ridiculous. Let's actually take a look at some of the Red Bull replays to see how that develops a little bit, because that was where Grayson really shone in those games, is that Zai had some pretty convincing victories in the ones that he was able to take control of, but Grayson always had an answer going into the next game.
Yeah, he was always ready to change the game plan, found almost different kill setups in like every single game. Almost every single stock was something completely brand new.
And that's what makes him such a good Rob player, is that he very clearly starts on the level 1 of Rob has many funny kill setup with gyro. I go for them.
Yeah.
But then his opponent take control of gyro and he goes, oh, go to step 2, no gyro.
Yeah.
And then, oh, go to step 3, no down throw either.
Yeah.
He's got to find so many different ways to do it. And eventually he found out it's reliable if I take him to just 140% and then kill him. So we'll see, you know, again, how that developed. There were a couple of real fun stocks, and that sort of, you know, was the moment where I went, oh, yep, we're definitely watching a Rob.
Yeah, definitely. Grayson is back in his groove. Those type of moments.
And see why up until this set he hadn't lost a game yet in that tournament, and the patience to just wait for that gyro to help him out. He has so much faith in his toolkit. That right there, that was one hell of an edge guard.
Toss the gyro down into the back there is definitely one of the cleaner looking setups.
The fact that he was able to find it, despite the fact that Zai constantly had control of the gyro, was one of those big things, but that he backed off of relying on it here in this last stock. We'll see this again right here. As I was talking about, Zai sees the gyro, he covers it with the explosive flame, but then goes right back to the exact same flowchart, and Grayson just slides right over it.
Amazing how he just, like, the Venn diagram of him versus the explosive flame is they're almost touching, but just barely not.
There is no middle.
There's no Venn diagram. Yeah.
Yeah, it is just 2 circles.
2 separate pie charts, but you really are almost convinced it could be a Venn diagram.
I don't think you know what a pie chart is.
Well, they could be pie charts.
I don't think a pie chart just has a bunch of words randomly placed within it.
No, it could just be 2 circles. That's what I'm saying, is there 2 circles and they're all
Yes, there are 2 circles. I'm just saying it's not a pie chart.
Not with that attitude. Anyway.
That is my attitude.
Yeah, it's a loser's attitude. Not gonna adapt to the situation with the pie chart that you're given. The pie chart of the Rob Nair is ones that I don't like hitting me, and it's just that entire chart.
It is. There are 2 colors, but only one of them is present.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, Grayson able to move on. He's going to be sitting pretty in winner's side of grand finals. He's going to have to wait on 3 more players to duke it out here on the loser side of things. We go to loser semis to see a match that we have been awaiting for a hot minute. Danby versus Yosifu.
Again, going to be the Belmont out of the Yosifu. There's no question there. It's going to be Simon. No Richters in sight. And on Danby's end, I expect the Pikachu. I really don't think Kirby sees any play in this matchup. And maybe we'll see a Yoshi here or there if he's really going to bring it out, but I think it's just going to be the Pikachu. I don't know the last time his Yoshi's actually seen it.
Yeah, especially I know it's a lot more of an offline character. I have played against his Yoshi online before. Granted, it was on quick play, so. But yeah, I know I've had a couple of Twitter DMs with Dan be like, "Hey, bro, that was nice. Thanks for destroying me for 7 games in a row."
Right.
Like, #1 in Northwest Arkansas, no joke, man. But we'll see who he brings to the table. Game 1's going to be on Smashville, and we've seen how good Yosifu is playing on Smashville, so I would expect that means the Pikachu, and it does indeed.
Yeah, for sure. It's got to be the Pikachu in this matchup if you're willing to let it go to Smashville on game 1, because that means you're ready to just go for those back air loops off the edge and make the Belmont's life just a rough one.
And out of anybody that can actually dance around the projectiles despite these platforms, Pikachu's going to be the one to do it out of his whole character pool. 55% real quick, and he almost gets the stock. I thought that it was going to be over when Yosifu missed that tether.
But fortunately for Yosifu, was able to dodge all those aerials. Oh, the fair drag down!
He went for the ledge trump too, but just a little bit early.
And a brave thing to do against the uppercut as well. Still putting on so much damage, multiple opportunities now to end this stock even. We'll see why this is just such a... I talked about it before, I feel like it's a pretty bad matchup for the Belmont when the Pikachu's on point.
Yeah. We've seen that here at the start of the game, but Dambi's going to have to keep it up for a while. All these sets are best of 5, and that's going to give Yosifu plenty of time to adapt and figure out how the Pikachu moves, especially that Dambi plays a much slower game with the Pikachu. We saw a couple of situations where Yosifu left himself wide open throwing a projectile, and Dambi was nearby, but instead he opted to jump away and see what the idea was going to be following it.
Has Holy Water in hand, just drops it right down.
I've never seen such a menacing Pikachu. This is fine. Oh, this is not fine for the Pikachu.
No, it just waits for the drip to drop, but didn't have enough invincibility to let it rock like that. In comes the whip. And
fire once again.
We saw like there was 3 opportunities for Damien to take the stocks pretty early on in the game, but Yosifu, living through all of them, was the one to take the first stock and the lead in the game.
Nuclear to take him off stage. His defense not getting edge guarded is so ridiculously good. I feel like I haven't hardly seen Yosifu get edge guarded at all today, and that's surprising considering that he has played against some characters that are good at edge guarding, but hey, even on stage you got your weaknesses.
I mean, Pikachu's definitely like the flagship character for the edge guarding, and we've seen him get through so much already. I don't expect there to be a shortage of situations like that in the future as well.
But you also have to expect, okay, when is the edge guarding actually going to come out? Because Dambi hasn't been successful, and boy, has Yosifu been successful in locking him down.
Yeah, even a character with as much mobility options as Pikachu has struggled to move around the stage pretty freely.
Fantastic back air, though. Again, the tricky recoveries from Yosifu, though. I have never seen a Belmont move so elegantly off stage.
Especially around a character like that's how you know he's practiced. Definitely feeling comfortable.
Ooh! That air dodge was so big. A lot of people would panic and say, oh, I've got to set up for one of my recovery options, but he recognized in the heat of the moment right there. He's close enough to air dodge back and doesn't give Danby the time to get that back air. Anything less and he would be dead.
And again, drifting just outside the range of the aerials. The Pikachu's bringing to the table and still, with a long distance the whip, able to make it back to the stage.
I mean, man, even though Danby hasn't gotten any big flashy kills off of his edge guards, you can see how much work it's done for him. He was able to rack up 100% virtually unanswered onto the second stock simply by keeping Yosifu off stage, but now it's Yosifu going for those flashy plays, that down air into the drag down there.
And Danby again stuck at the ledge, using quick attack to escape that situation. But I feel like, ooh, down tilt again, trying to set up a tech chase. Expecting the air dodge in, perhaps, for the other.
I like that Yosifu's setups are turning us into Jar Jar Binks. Ooh, go for down air, woo!
Misa like this play.
Ooh, Misa like, woo!
Dragged out into the uppercut. That's a 2-stock for Yosifu, and it's not an easy matchup at all.
I mean, that last stock went by so quickly too, and I almost don't know like where it went so quickly, because it's not like there were, again, a whole lot of that game was not super duper flashy. There were a couple of moments, but it was mostly just clean 30-40% at a time by 4 or 5 hits like you would expect to see in that. It was honest gameplay.
Yeah. And Belmonts, I feel like sometimes that happens where it's not combos, it's not even you being stuck at the ledge forever, but like one axe does hella damage. One whip does like what, 15 to somewhere in that range. So
yeah. It almost makes you feel like you can allow yourself to be hit by holy water.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Almost.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can.
Yeah. Sometimes you get lulled into that sense of security and then you a lot of pain. So FD, definitely the pick I expected here. Wide stage for Pikachu to move around with, no platforms to mess around. And just get the Belmont off stage and hopefully finish an edge guard.
Oh, and Danby just stood there and let that holy water come down, put on the shield pressure, and Yosifu took big advantage of it. You can see that the combo game just isn't quite there yet for Danby. Yosifu had enough time to air dodge out of those back air loops that I think should be guaranteed.
But again, trying to connect these difficult to connect combos on Wi-Fi is not easy. Sometimes the inputs are just not 100%.
Yeah,
you know?
that's true. Danby does get the Bowman off stage, but again, the quickness, the swift recoveries from Yosifu are really what has been helping him out so much that he actually hasn't had to deal with the edge guarding so much because he spends as little time off stage as possible.
Yeah, and on stage, he's not been giving a lot of opportunities to Danby to reset those situations and keep trying.
Ooh, back air does finally connect on that last hit. Danby's got another potential setup. This should be the big one, but again, he's just not quite dropping low enough to hit Yosifu before the aerials come.
He's able to drift. Oh,
there you go.
Catching the jump. That's going to be a stock on the Belmont.
And what he did right there was he caught Yosifu getting a little bit, fancy on his feet and trying to mix up the recovery when he didn't need to. Maybe he felt that Danby was going to make the adaptation, so he threw out the cross to cover the low drop. But instead, Danby did what he's been doing the whole time, going out there as quickly as possible, but not so low that he can't actually follow up. And as I'm talking about that, boy, is Danby making some good changes. 71% real quick.
Yeah, no real pressure from Danby, so he's able to apply these thunder
gosh!
Look at that combo game. I mean, we might not need to see an edge guard at all. We just got raw damage. Oh, that's going to be a back throw setup. An opportunity for ledge pressure here. Oh, but he's Pika. He doesn't matter.
Oh, but he's Pika. That sounds like a fake Dragon Ball name.
Oh, but he's Pika.
Not gonna cap. Oh, the jabs come out. Probably not actually what Yosifu wanted, but either way, still sets him up in a great position. Forward throw at the ledge will do it for sure. Up B as well.
That'll end up taking it, but still 118 on Yosifu. You could definitely see like a nair down smash setup or nair up smash, something of that variety. One of the smash guys.
I feel like Yosifu has also picked up on a little bit of the ledge game from Danby, and that when he's stuck there, he's not going to go for the same option twice in a row. Of course, the ledge trump's something that Danby has labbed out a whole lot of, as we've seen today. 3 separate sets, he's now gotten ledge trump back airs to get the kill. So he does remain well in the lead, but that could go away if Yosifu continues to take advantage of the habits that Danby is showing on the ledge, that in particular, he just doesn't pick the same thing any 2 times in a row. We saw him do a tournament winner, and Yosifu was all but guaranteed that he would not do it again because he did smack him with the whip.
And going for these up air ladders into the forward air, but not in a situation where he was able to continue that pressure into an edge guard because he had it at so high up. It's just all on the stock. But 72, not healthy. Up air bridge.
I think Danby has thrown more projectiles than Yosifu has this game.
Honestly.
Oh!
So that finally connected big Belmont whip. Might it be 100% too late?
100% too late. I mean, you might be right on that. Yeah, he is down 100%, and honestly, the way Danby's been playing, yeah, one of those ledge trumps could do it. That was a time for a back throw right there. Got a little greedy going for the aerial. That time he gets that setup, though. Belmont go off stage again.
Just on the other side, wasn't able to turn around the down smash fast enough. Ooh, Holy Water finds him an opportunity to get back on stage.
Danby's going on full defensive right now. He knows that all he needs is one grab to finish this off. That's why I would recommend not going off stage. You really don't even need to do that anymore. Up throw should do it, but he mashes
greedy.
too much. Yeah, I think they need to be able to do it. They should do it.
Thick, and he doesn't have like any range. But...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was wrong.
But he does end up catching him on the way back down with the forward air. Does seal it off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, finally able to get the kill off the ledge, but only after the up throw, not a back throw, forward throw, anything like that. Danby was able to keep it close and honestly keep it into his favor. Not having to worry about the Belmont escaping the platforms was so big for him in simplifying that game and giving him less to have to think about.
For sure. Now, I'm wondering what kind of stage we'll see out of Yosifu on the rebound. Because Smashville's certainly not going to be on the table anymore. I would I'd imagine. That'd be something that Danby would want to ban.
Yeah, banning Smashville, banning, I don't know, probably not Yoshi's. That probably makes the Holy Water harder to use. I would say probably Battlefield.
That'd be what I would expect. Because even if Pika's all right on that stage, you don't want to deal with Belmont whips over there.
We're gonna be going back to PS2 here. We're going to. I don't actually remember where game 1 is.
Yeah, we didn't start here. We started on Smashville.
That's true. That's true. So, game 3 on to Pokemon Stadium 2. I think that, again, this is just going to be big time for Yosifu, looking to give himself a place to escape from when the Pikachu is putting on pressure, and especially let him get around the Thunder Jolts, which were such a bane to his... Oh my gosh, never mind! Danby's going to the Yoshi!
Danby Red Yoshi coming through. Okay.
As he jumps right into the holy water. Oh, quick damage.
Gonna use those eggs to try to maneuver around, but there we go. Finally finding his first hit in the match. I would be interested to see how well the Yoshi's going to be able to bring the maneuverability to the table, because this big airspeed is crucial in avoiding a lot of these projectiles.
Oh, I think Danby got robbed on that up tilt missing. Yeah. I think this game needs to get its eyes checked. I'm not going to lie. Oh, my damage!
That is insane damage. Nothing Robin about that.
Oh my god! Speaking about Robin, though, I think that Yosifu robbed that stock real quick. I love to see that from the Belmont, right? That aggressive edge guarding. Rather than just sitting on the stage, he noticed the time where Danby got rid of the double jump and he could actually do big damage.
There we go. Egg confirmed into the fair. Gets a little bit extra eggy.
Great timing there by Danby, and catches him up there without the double jump. There is no recourse for a Belmont to get down at that point. Yoshi has 4 times the aerial drift, I think. Something like that.
Yoshi having insane aerial drift and the big maneuverability of those eggs as a projectile really does help get around the cross, the axe, everything else. Stay away from those whips. Ooh, the up tilt's still coming through. You can't just jump on top of a Belmont, no matter what you want to try.
And that up tilt is not only a pretty big hitbox, it's very lingering as well. Sticks around for a while. There's that up B out of shield. We've seen it a lot from Yosifu. And I think that, especially now, he's using it, a lot more defensively. Whereas before, he was actually kind of using up B out of shield offensively as an anti-air. And this time, it's if Danby does actually drift all the way towards him.
Right. Oh, rolls back into that holy water, somehow avoids the setup forward tilt, puts him back at the ledge. Scary, scary spot to be at.
And sometimes I'm looking at this and Yosifu's sitting center stage, Danby's under a platform. I'm like, is Yosifu really at the advantage right here? Right. That time he certainly is. He drops that fire right on the Pokeball's center. It's a big setup for him, but 171, it feels like that right there was the first time I feel like he hit Danby hard that whole stock.
Right. It's just been little hits here and there, and sometimes that double jump armor kind of makes it look like less significant than it is.
Ooh, up B to catch Danby, trying to get greedy for center stage. Misses on that one. Putting himself up on that platform is a real problem against Danby. Like I said, against the Pikachu, you can escape as the Belmont, but against the Yoshi, putting yourself on that platform is putting yourself in danger.
Want more of these eggs. That's definitely what I would like to see more of, to try to pin down the Belmont, really? Which is a little bit backwards of what you would expect the gameplay to be hitting the Belmont.
Just down there and right onto that platform. Gonna get caught by his own holy water there, right there. So Danby's still got to do a lot of work to take his first stock. Even at the high percents, Yosifu's DI has been phenomenal, and this time with the up smash, finishes out a 2 stock. He says, get that Yoshi out of here.
Yeah, he just looked way more comfortable dealing with even with the insane air mobility of Yoshi. Yoshi trying to get anything started had to drift so far in that it just didn't seem like he had the same aerial pressure that he could come down with, like with a back air from Pikachu or a forward air. Yoshi seemed a little bit less safe pressure, and constantly, as soon as he got on in Yosifu's zone, he was just able to escape with out of shield option or catch him on the way in with like an up tilt.
Yeah, the anti-air game in general from Yosifu, just stopping the Yoshi from utilizing all of that aerial drift, like you were saying, is a big factor for him in that matchup, right? To be able to actually maneuver around the projectiles. Unfortunately, he spent so much time focusing on the projectiles that it was oftentimes just the whips hitting Danby for most of the damage. And I'm thinking that we're going to Town and City here for Game 4. I would expect that the Yoshi does not come back. Certainly not the Kirby. I would want to see the Pikachu, though.
Yeah, I'd be happy with the Pikachu. I wouldn't mind even seeing the Yoshi again just to give it another shot. But I think the Pikachu is the right choice, as it is. Yoshi has always struggled with disjoints, and whether it be a sword or a whip, it's still just as difficult to deal with.
In terms of hitboxes, there is no difference between a sword and a whip. They are both just disjoints.
Just big and no hurt zones.
No touching me.
Ooh, the forward tilt kind of panic over the up special. But now we're seeing like eggs couldn't really do this for you, where you just toss out the people. If it hits, fine. If it doesn't, fine. You just wait for the next opportunity. Going all the way across? Nope. Fake out.
Pikachu does learn fake out, does it not?
It does.
Yeah.
It does indeed.
I mean, that's one of the things. I want to go back to the Thunder Jolt topic real quick versus the eggs, because a lot of people think about them pretty similarly, but in this game plan in particular, Gambi gets to be proactive with those Thunder Jolts, and he uses them to control the pace of the game. Whereas with Yoshi, you're using the eggs to stuff the Belmont. You're using it to stop him from throwing out his projectiles and playing his game, and that is not as counter to what Yosifu does. Yosifu stops you from playing the game, and so if you're just trying to stop him, you're not really accomplishing much, and that's why you can see Gambi having so much success pressing the advantage even when he goes off stage.
Eventually, then, again, finds the Belmont off stage, but not
Ooh!
Really. Ooh, he does find a punish on the jump from the ledge.
I'm amazed that he found the blast zone too. I know Town and City's small on the side, but that looked like he was gonna live.
Oh, I thought with the weight of the Belmont, that's right. Porto is gonna eat him out of there, though.
Yeah.
Even game.
That's once again small close blast zones. And now Whip once again putting in so much work for Yosifu at that close range, right? I have not seen people use that Nair as much as he does to get big follow-ups, but he's very good at finding the moments where he can actually drag down with it.
Doesn't quite find a grab. Maybe reaching percents where down tilt can set up into a tech chase.
Maybe missing a punish right there. There's something about the way that Belmont moves where I think his aerial drift is just like so much less that you would expect that you miss some punishes that you shouldn't be getting. Gambi doesn't miss that one right there though on the tech chase. Goes off stage way too early though, and that gives Yosifu the chance to maneuver around and get that early tether.
Dash Tech does get through the holy water pressure. Now gets him back over to the ledge, but now he's back off stage. Such a quick tether on the way back on.
And low profiling the whip as well after that quick attack. Just ducking down onto the ground. Gambi, again, 113 is sort of the equivalent with his other characters to like maybe an 80%. Because you can see, even with that confirm into the up smash, Town and City's got those tall ceilings. And he wasn't able to get the KO despite having a really nice setup. There to get the Belmont off stage. And once again, going very low and letting Yosifu get that high tether. And this time getting caught by the whip. And out of nowhere, seemingly, Yosifu gets the lead.
Yeah, it feels like Denby's been chasing Yosifu all the way across the stage, left to right, back and forth, and eventually Yosifu finds his feet on the ground, connects one whip, and it's over.
It's a war of attrition, this one. Very quickly getting off stage. He knows that once he sees Gambi running to that ledge, will oftentimes result in a trump. Maybe Gambi needs to start taking advantage of that, stopping short and reading a roll in or something like that.
Just punish whatever gets buffered.
Up throw should do it.
Yeah, even on Town, not even on Town.
I just severely, I think that Mr. Belmont's a little bit thinner than he actually is.
Yeah, he is actually a chunky boy. Pikachu's not mad as not that mad, you know.
240 pounds of pure muscle.
Yeah. Back air, not gonna kill all the way across the stage. Sets up an opportunity. Yeah, second order will do it. 55% on Dandy.
That's the thing about Pikachu against the Belmonts. You're either going to kill him at 6 or 206.
Yeah.
And the difference is quite large in how many times you're going to have to win neutral. It does come down to the punish game, specifically for Pikachu. Whereas, again, Belmont, even if you're throwing out all these Thunder Jolts and dictating when he gets to throw out the whip, when he gets to use the cross and the holy water to control the stage like he does right there, you get to determine the tempo as the Pikachu.
Oh, and the Nair drag down loop up air, bridge, but doesn't quite find another follow-up. It's so hard to connect that full combo.
Getting caught by that whip. Dambi's reaching his last legs. One solid holy water connection could mean a forward smash and an end of the set. Trying to connect off the ledge. So hard to do, even with the range that Belmont has. Connecting with the down tilt, not quite.
I would have been shocked. I'm not used to seeing that move just be the KO tool, but like the get me off the ledge tool.
Ooh, fading around with the back air. Yosifu's able to punish, but not enough for a kill. Oh, the cross is not enough either. Look out for the axe. He didn't see it coming. He was turned the other way. And Yosifu, excellent coverage all the way through with those projectiles, closing it out 3-1.
Earning his comeback game against Zai now. It's going to be a rematch. The first one went to game 5. You know that the second set is going to be a nail biter as well, I'm sure.
That comes after such a, I wouldn't call it a grind against Danby as much as it was just, you know, it took grit rather than, you know, maybe the determination that you would associate with a longer set like he had against Zai. It was just a whole lot of, all right, he's going to get some wins in neutral, and I got to accept that he's going to do some damage to me, but I just have to make sure I'm doing more.
Yeah. It's, I mean, the whip was just so ever present, even when you get around the other projectiles. Like you said, I feel like there were times where it felt like Danby was throwing more projectiles in his Thunder Jolts than Yosifu was, but the whip was ever present as a tool that covered so much space. Super prevalent in the Yoshi game, but even against Pikachu, just covering him when he was trying to go for those aerials or as a way to deal with Thunder Jolt pressure.
Well, I mean, let's take a look. Like you said, at this Red Bull replay here, spent so much time worrying about the whip because it ended up being so big in that game that the axe sort of came out of nowhere. You forgot that it was such a big tool in the arsenal that when you're on that top platform, you just think, okay, I've got a second to breathe, and then it smacks you.
Yeah, and such a telegraphed sometimes recovery when you think, my character is gifted. They can reach this platform as an escape option. It's a mix-up. But if it's one of those things where like, oh, you can reach that platform. Not many other people can get up there. And
I should cover
feel
that.
safe right there. I'm just gonna toss this axe over here. You know, when they've totally left open the normally scary opportunity of just going to ledge.
Yeah. And against the Belmont, I can see why you'd want to avoid it. And I think in that situation, it's smart for you as a Belmont to throw projectiles and try and cover the obvious escape plan.
Yeah.
So, you know, good on Yosifu to move on, making it to top 3 here, going to losers finals. But, you know, to kind of recap some of our fallen Smash brothers.
Yeah.
Somebody please kill me.
No.
Here in the top 8, I'm just going to take a look back. AZ and Seba both at 7th. Had very good performances today. Rated Rudy and Shattuck out at 5th. And now Danby out at 4th. Everybody, you know, from here on out gets their own individual placements. You don't have to share it with anybody.
Yeah, still, we've got three states remaining that are willing to try to claim the best.
Arkansas out of the picture. Now it is down to Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And Texas is the one that's waiting in grand finals. So we'll see which of the 2 states upon the Gulf Coast that remain are able to make it up.
Yeah, and I'm really shocked because all of these are. There's a couple potential rematches set up, where if Zai is able to take it again over Yosifu, it'll be a rematch versus Grayson. Zai versus Yosifu is a rematch in and of itself, but Yosifu versus Grayson is one we haven't seen yet. So if he's able to overcome it, bring the set count even between him and Zai, then could bring something different as well. The Belmont versus the Rob. I don't know if we've seen that at all.
Right. Yeah. I'm really excited to see, no matter who gets up there, we've got another very exciting match to watch here in Losers Finals. But before we get there, guys, we're going to take a quick break so that, you know, you can go grab a snack, get a drink for this upcoming couple of sets that are going to be an absolute blast to watch. You know, keep yourselves company in Twitch chat. We'll be right back here on Even Matchup Gaming with more of Get On My Line for the South Final Playoffs. Well, welcome back to Get On My Line on the South qualifiers here during the playoffs, man. We've got 2 more sets to play. I was laughing because we were literally about to go on and Ryan had his hand, he was literally just like right next to the mic, and I was like, we're about to start, you dumb. Anyways, I thought that he was supposed to be the smart one, but yeah,
Well,
no, yeah, your boys next door are locking it down. I'm the dumb one; he's the smart one.
Sometimes.
You should know that usually. Either way, though, we gotta talk smart and dumb. Whether or not as it comes about losers finals that's coming up next. We've been talking about this because we saw this in winners semifinals, and now we get to see it again. It was one of the best sets we've seen all day, and hopefully we get to say that again as Yosifu and Zai go at it here in losers finals. Best of 5 set, and we launch into it so quickly we almost missed it.
Almost plugged in the 2-3 shot. But immediately comes through. Zai waits for no man.
Dude, he has been looking for that down air all day, and he just goes, you know what, I'm getting it right now. I do not care.
Unfortunately, didn't wait long enough to get the full clip on Twitter.
He got posted on Twitter, and he's gonna be like, I had to look at a loading screen and then a down air just instantly, but it's all right. Because it doesn't change the fact that that was a sick first stock by Zai. Getting to play with a lead that big as we start, we saw in that winner's semifinal set, having a lead is game-changing for either of these two.
Well, for sure. Definitely, totally, like,
Oh my god, he does it again!
That's insane. The empty lane into the down smash. It just, the pace is at the player's will, whoever has that lead.
And boy, Zai's will says, let me, oh my god, the reads coming out of, dude, it is so good. It is so nice to watch high level Smash again.
Yes.
I've been lacking that for a while, but seeing
the
read
contour.
after read after read, even if they miss, the idea was correct.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it in winners, and we're still gonna see it. Tossing out a holy water behind to cover the teleports. Here we go.
Teleports again.
And down tilt's just under the auto reticle kick. Doesn't quite take it.
Wow, and the tenacity right there by Yosifu. He knows that Zai has to be thinking in his head he's going to cover the teleport this time. So very quick and simple edge guard to close it out there for Yosifu. We still got a chance in this one. We are on Smashville, which as we've seen, Yosifu has taken great advantage of today with his Belmont. Great coverage on the center platform. Gets the quick auto parries on that explosive flame just for the style points. But yeah, 110% built up. This is only going to take one more aerial from Zai, or how about an explosive flame to set up? Give him one more.
Ooh, no jump. Oh, he did. He went so deep for it.
Maximum distance, you might as well use every single bit you've got as a Belmont, and he does it again to maneuver around the explosive flame, and he nearly deked Zai out of that stock.
But instead, Zai comes through with the counter again. One of those things where, like, in most matchups, that counter is not great, but against the balance, it'll get some use here and there.
Love the quick downer to land by Yosifu. We've seen that Zai is taking advantage of his willingness to just take his time to land, try and throw out some projectiles. He's gotten hit early a couple of times for that, so now he wants to try and establish his presence on stage as soon as possible.
And setting up these holy waters at the ledge. He just slowly walked into the whip.
That tells me that Zai was not ready to be on stage right there.
No, I think he was maybe trying to DI away from the fire, but I'm sorry.
Another nair to cover that jump back on stage. Belmont only has so many options he can do. Now that double jump has to go to the air dodge, but he's able to reverse that whole situation to bring this down to last stock. But the read again from Zai. He constantly just slams the wings down on the ground, and this time they fly him to a game 1 victory.
That's insane. Yeah, that's one way to use your invincibility. Stand directly in the opponent's line of movement and wait.
And then slam. And the ground pounds have been big for Zai so far. I mean, he's closed out a couple stocks. That one, perhaps one of the flashiest using those reads. And you want to talk about flashy, I'm sure we'll see it later, but that downer to just open up the VOD, basically. Right. We haven't seen anything like that, basically, at all in this top 8. A very quick stock like that. And for Zai to make that the defining moment at the start of the set, that's huge for him.
And it was really interesting to see. Yeah, Smashville as the starting stage in a matchup where it's so strong for the Belmont, but We saw from Zai, obviously, it does not matter how strong it is for the Belmont when Zai is on the screen. He's just fine working with the stage that he's given. Totally cool with this one.
Even though Smash Bros doesn't give him a ton of room, he also realizes that if he gets up close to Yosifu, he also does not have a lot of room to try and get the projectiles where he wants them.
Almost saw a repeat immediately of that down air start for the game, and I think that really did mean a lot for the game because it felt like they were playing very even, blow for blow, outside of the fact that Yosifu was down a clean stock.
It is all down to that, again, that very early quick stock, and you know, it looks like Zai has the right idea that he's not going to look for any, you know, where they're not there, but when the opportunity is presented, he takes them quickly with force.
Oh, nice use of the explosive flame again. Just weaving around this pressure, chilling at the very edge of the platform with a cancel.
Ooh, Nair to cover on the platform. The up B comes out again. It's something that we saw from Zai in the set against Yosifu back when they played in Winter Semis, is that he just missed a couple of punishes that he really should have gotten. And I think that after that Nair, that accidental up B, or whether Yosifu meant to do it and just missed it, that was another opportunity for Zai to get some serious damage. But even so, he knows that he has to move on in this stock and go with what situations are here now. And what he's got to do, get around that holy water. And it looks like he's done so. Well, as I speak that.
He gets donked, and then again, did not leave enough room for Zero.
Donked, doinked, and dinked. All three of them. And back down to that ledge. Not well placed there on the holy water, but he's able to cover the tournament winner. And I love that by Yosifu, that he has so many ideas in his head that he's willing to utilize whenever he sees his opponent come off of ledge, and particularly covering the double jumps from ledge. Can Zai close this out? Not quite. Great recovery again from Yosifu.
But still, Vortex is into almost a second explode. There we go, another explosive flame. There's no way he makes this one back. Just the little tip of it bounced him really far off.
And this is crazy, right? We haven't seen really anybody edgeguard Yosifu in this way the entire day, the entire tournament, I would say. And yet, Zai has been doing it, I wouldn't say with ease, but every opportunity he's had, he has not missed.
Yeah, normally, like, you expect to see Belmont in an Edgeguards compilation kind of thing, where it's just this character getting knocked off stage and repeatedly unable to return. But Yosifu's recoveries have been great.
He's gonna look for that downer, isn't he? If he went low, went for that up B, he might have found another one. But yeah, Yosifu knows, you know, he's got to play to not lose right now, rather than to win.
Sometimes you're on stage to be like that.
Ooh, the up B just to knock him off. Again, that's one of those big risk up Bs where I say, yeah, the reward is nice to get him off of you, but man, it opens you up so much if you miss.
Go down tilt, goes for the tech chase setup. Down smash is going to cover a lot. Yosifu is at 51%, but he is very close to taking this stock from Zai. This is very well within Yosifu's reach.
Yeah, 51%, that's something that a Belmont can make up real quick. He comes down with that downer just to get himself out of the situation. The double teleport into the explosive flame, very fancy.
Yeah, very fancy. Goes for the downer, almost sets that one up into explosive flame. The percents are slowly leaving Yosifu's face. Within a range where Yosifu.
But hey, I mean, right now, solid less than 30% now for him to make up. One holy water at the ledge means that this is actually his game, and the axe puts him in the lead as well.
Now he's got to get through the holy water again. Bounces off the shield, but he's stuck there for a minute. Doesn't quite catch the landing.
Yeah, Zai sees that opportunity. He knows that if he runs away, gives Yosifu the chance to throw out one more projectile, it becomes all that more difficult. Shields the down tilt. Now he's got a ledge trap.
Forward throw, yeet. He wasn't ready for the DI.
I think that he just was not ready for a grab in general.
At all, no, because we rarely see them from Yosifu, but when they come out, it is big.
I think that's something to expect when he's playing grounded and he's not jumping up into the air. That's something that I think that anytime that a Belmont holds forward, he's probably looking for a grab, right? Because otherwise, you're going to stick at that medium range where he had so much success. But yeah, Yosifu found a fantastic comeback factor right there and just building up the damage and then catching that off DI. Yeah. Any opportunity that he is given, he will use.
Absolutely will take it. And now, at this time, smartly getting rid of Kalos. Unfortunately, not going to be able to watch his eye on Kalos anymore.
Much to the chagrin of RJ.
Yeah. Zion Can I get some Zion Kalos pogs in the chat?
Yeah, press 1 if you want to see Zion Kalos.
I want to see Zion Kalos, but instead we're going to Battlefield, which again, it's fine enough stage for both characters, but I think all the teleport cancel stuff that we're seeing out of Zion, he might be able to pull something out.
And not only that, I mean, he's been playing so well whenever the Belmont is within arm's reach of him, right? And Battlefield will sort of give him that opportunity to keep him close enough. But the idea then also goes towards Belmont that you are always just out of arm's reach against him if he is utilizing the whip correctly.
Absolutely. And Yosifu has been very expertly using that whip for
Like, Yosifu wants to play a spacing battle, and Zai wants to do anything but that. Just throw your projectiles, fine. You go up and play Marshall with me, great. But if you just keep throwing out the whip and the holy waters, that's where I'm gonna lose. That's what we've seen so far.
I don't like that.
Boy, yeah, Yosifu's platform coverage is insane.
And Battlefield really gives you a lot of that. A lot of people will say this is one of Belmont's, if not Belmont's best stage. I don't know about the best, but
It's
really
gotta be up
strong.
there for sure, yeah.
Not uncommon to see it as a counter pitch.
I wonder, we might see it right here where Yosifu throws down the holy water and then tosses up an axe afterwards. We see some slick movement from Zai to get around it, and that time he just gets caught doing that neutral get up. Whip comes through, but I've seen him do a little bit of a drift away and then drift back in, and I wonder if there's anything Yosifu can do about that, or if that's just something that he has to respect that Palutena can escape from.
Holy water keeps getting hot potatoed around there. That's gonna be a whip just to punish the smash attack, but covering yourself on the way back down, you see it close this lane. Ooh, that could be a good combo.
And the long-range holy water not going to give him anything coming off the platform like that. Goes for the axe, looking for an air dodge or something.
Doesn't quite find it, but man, he's taking a lot of percent already. That's gonna be, yeah, Nair drag down into the up special. Not gonna kill, especially on Battlefield now.
Oh, and the jump away as he notices the explosive flame coming out, and it also lets him set up for the holy water. Damage is done there by Zai to take that stock, but 133 is plenty of damage for him to be having to play gingerly.
Yes, it is. Nearly 150. We might even. Oh, interesting.
Okay, you know what? If that was on purpose, that was the coolest thing.
Do your own thing, man.
Ooh, off stage though.
That could have been really scary. We'll drop a stock at 45.
And here we go again, the cross this time. That time, the cross came out specifically because Yosifu knew that Zai knew that he needed to be more proactive after seeing that last edge guard sequence. And it just goes to show you how good Yosifu is in terms of adapting very quickly. Zai, 171%. You did not really even spill that much milk, so don't cry about it.
Yeah.
Ooh, again, too slow on the punish right there. We've seen this a couple times from Zai. Now that Rolando on the explosive flame could keep himself very much in this game if he closes out the stock, but he's got to do it like now.
Definitely gotta play.
That should do it. I think up air may have been able to do it right there, but instead the Nair comes out. Back throw at the ledge. Battlefield's pretty large and Belmont's pretty heavy, so it's not quite over yet. Nair's not going to do it either. Didn't even have to burn the air dodge to make it back in the footstool to take the stock. Yosifu, in his own right, is allowed to throw out that taunt after that, saw his opportunity, and took it to the bank.
That is a reversal if I have ever seen one.
It's so, like, that was the most intentional footstool I have ever seen. You're a Belmont going off stage on purpose because you know this Palutena's only got one option, and throwing out that taunt afterwards, you know that Yosifu is feeling it. He can smell grand finals right now.
And again, no Kalos, no Pokemon Stadium. I don't think that as Palutena you really want Final Destination.
No, and even Town and City can be difficult, right?
Yeah,
So we actually go back to Smashville. That just goes to show you that stage bans really can change the landscape so much, especially in a matchup like this where Zai has shown Kalos is deadly in his favor.
And I'm pretty sure we saw Kalos twice in their first set. Both games going to Zai. That's 2 of his wins on a stage that's no longer available. Pretty huge going into the second set.
Yeah, makes it a lot harder for him. Obviously going to be sticking it out with the Palutena here. Twice with that up B really quickly here from Yosifu. Wonder if he's looking for Zai to get so aggressive now that he's chosen a small stage again. And it's so interesting, right? We've had a lot of games on these smaller stages that would normally inhibit what worked so well for Zai in that first game where he camped out Yosifu a lot, but playing up close, it's 81% well into Yosifu's favor, not quite able to close out the stock though.
Trying to catch a roll there, doesn't quite find it though. Still, just when it fails, it still gets Zai pushed just to the other ledge.
Jabs on shield will not be safe. Zai goes for that down air follow-up. Air dodge afterwards will let him continue that with a sort of a pseudo frame.
Some, 55% not bad. You can set up potentially an edge guard. Hard enough not on it. Down tilt's just under the auto reticle again.
I think the big thing that's changed in between last set and this set, as he gets that edge guard right there, and it just kind of goes to show what I'm talking about, is that Yosifu has changed the way that he plays around these projectiles so much. He's so much better at punishing Zai for them rather than just waiting them out and saying, well, mine are better, so I'll just wait for yours to finish. When in fact, he's got plenty of time to punish an auto reticle or an explosive flame. And it's been doing so much good for him in this set. However, the reflected axe, you don't often see it come into play, but that time it works out.
Definitely a rare gem, but that one a valuable one.
A little bit of diamond in the mix. Now we'll see, once again, stuck at the ledge, able to get right through before that axe comes out. I feel like this is where the game plan has changed for both of these players, right? Is that they are both now trying to stop the projectiles before they even come out, and we're getting a brawl between these two players, whereas Winter Semis was nothing like that.
There we go, down throw sits him on the platform. Not really a big follow-up down air has been big now for Yosifu to get back off, away from the pressure.
Quick jump, air dodge down though. I saw a lot of that from Grayson as well. The air dodge to try and avoid the up airs. And the reflect on the cross. Zai's one up air away from finishing this. Instead, he sets up for another juggle.
Ooh, and that back air comes through, punches away the holy water attempt. Ends up taking that stock when Zai was behind for a good bit there.
Behind pretty significantly, but now these two nairs kind of show that he is right back into the zone. Smashville may very well be his domain, as he's gotten up to 50% and more on the explosive flame. It's a whole mess, and somehow Yosifu comes out with the stock.
Could hardly see what was happening with all the graphical effects on the screen, but eventually I think it led to a nair drag down into the up spectrum.
That was like one of those cartoon scenes where people are fighting and it's just a dust cloud with like arms and cat noises.
It says poof and pow and
yeah.
whack and
That's all I could see in that situation, but man, Yosifu is seeing nothing but colors right now. Zai is making his head spin 132% and not a whole lot to show for it on the Belmont side.
Starting to get a little bit, but just baby hits. Eventually the reflectors coming through a little bit more out of Zai recently than I've seen the entire set.
Oh!
Up throw's not going to do it just yet.
But I think that is very particularly showing that Zai wants to set up for a juggle in that situation. Heavy boy gets back thrown, but it won't be enough to save him. The chunky man is gone. And we go, as we predicted, to another game 5.
I believe I told Kimona as I was sitting back down preparing for us to get back from break. I anticipate there being 15 more games tonight,
which is fun.
Yeah, I do believe we're already a third of the way there.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, that many is guaranteed. You are so far 5 for 5.
So now,
and you will be guaranteed another 2 once Grand Final starts.
I'm at least.
You're almost halfway there.
It'll be 3 for Grand Finals.
Well, you're guaranteed 3 games, but if it ends 3-0, then
I'm at least
done.
Then I'm at least over halfway there.
Over halfway there.
8 out of 15 ain't great, but
that's not quite enough to pass a class. But you know what? It's enough to pass my friendship test.
Thank you.
A passing grade is 0. I don't care how many games you predict correctly.
Oh, wonderful.
You can still be my friend.
That is relieving.
Thank you. Not that I asked, but thank you.
Yeah. I was worried for a moment that I would be kicked out immediately.
Get out of my apartment right now.
No, Battlefield is about what I expected for the last game.
2, 1,
It's
go!
There's not a lot of options. They keep bouncing back and forth between the same stages. They both won on multiple of the stages. But it just comes down to don't let Zai play on Kalos and we're good.
So you'd expect Battlefield to come back. Again, you know, as much as the Belmonts like the triplats, you're never going to see Yoshi's story if you can help it because those slanted ledges make it so much harder to throw out those holy waters. But now we're going to see Yosifu trying to fight back that quick lead that Zai brought up. Nearly got another one of those downers to close out that first stock. We saw how much of how meaningful that was in that game one, right?
Oh yeah. Nairing all the way to the other side. Nair hitting your shield on a platform like that is terrifying.
That's one of those times where you just have to hold it and say, all right, I don't get to play the game right now.
Yeah, I just gotta wait for the next mix-up. Not my turn.
Ooh, up close. This time, I think Yosifu was looking for Zai to get aggressive, try and meet him at his own that he expected. And they just ended up kind of staring at each other like,
are you gonna move, partner? Yeah. Definitely a Mexican family.
Up to the top platform, he will go, but nothing to show for it. Oh, nearing that top blast zone as well. Yeah, 125. Expect that one more up air, something even like a ledge guard should do this. Don't know about back throw. With the rage at the ledge, though, it certainly does.
There you go, now just coming down with an axe, toss that whip. Eventually, keep throwing these kill moves, you'll get one of them, right?
And I think that's really all that Yosifu's trying to set up for right there, right? It's just he wants the platform coverage. That's how he won his game on Battlefield, was noticing that Zai wanted to jump towards him, and that means he's got to go where the whip will cover.
Rolling just out of range of the attack from Zai and is able to get a little bit extra damage off of it. Nair, because he was able to be stuck on that platform still, didn't really convert into a whole lot.
But now into that forwarder to knock him off stage. He's setting up for a very nice ledge guard. Whether that dash attack was intentional or not, it got him perfect coverage to keep Yosifu stuck off stage. But even though, you know, both of these players have had some pretty good streaks, they are still dead even. Game 5.
Ooh, forwarder though converting into the explosive flame. Now he's going real low. Not going to be able to cover that with a cross in there.
That's exactly why Yosifu took so much time, is he realized that if Zai ran into it, then he would get great positioning, won't have enough time to cover it, but it doesn't matter. He's not close enough to tether with the whip, and Zai is the first one to get his opponent the last stock here.
And last stock, game 5, but Zai's still chilling at about 80. You've really got to find something special to take a stock now. And this percentage just climbing. I love the idea there for the auto and punish the re-grab with authority on the down air.
I can't believe it. We started the set with a down air that Zai had been hunting all day and not finding. And then we end the set with a down air that he just really wanted to put a pin on, like you said, with authority to take a set.
It was beautiful play. Zai now 2-0 in Yosifu in sets in this tournament alone, and earned his right at the rematch against Grayson.
And I think that this is going to play into you know, the grand final set as well, but their losers finals, I think that Zai really took advantage of wearing down Yosifu over the course of that whole game and kind of turning everything into sort of a little bit of a blur for him. That I think that after playing this deep into the tournament, that Yosifu went down into losers a little bit earlier than Zai did. I think that a lot of that game was determined by the fatigue of having to go into a game 5 and, you know, Yosifu kind of losing a little bit of focus. And I think that down air there at the end shows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Yosifu had to play so many games. Even after playing against Zai, had a game 5 against Shattuck, had a game 4 against Danby.
No easy pickings for anybody here. And it might be the same story for Zai up against Grayson. The Rob has had plenty of time to rest. Grayson has been watching and waiting, much like Hall & Oates. And Zai has had to, you know, play this grueling set now and doesn't get that time to relax. He's got to launch right into it and keep the engine burning.
Right, Zai today started off 3-1 against Magic Trumpet Man, but I'm never not stressed playing against Little Mac, right? Going in against AZ, again, game 5 against the Wolf, always stressful. Game 5 against Yosifu. Game 5 against Yosifu again after your loss against Grayson, which was another game 5. Zai's been playing so many games. He's got to be feeling some kind of level of fatigue.
I mean, look at the stuff that he's had to deal with, too. Like, up against Yosifu, making plays to get big comebacks against him. I mean, we saw, obviously, he opened up that set with such power and ended it in that way as well. So he's got some adrenaline in him, but if Grayson is able to wear that down over the first couple of games and mellow out Zai, he might be able to just kind of cruise a little bit.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just want to see... I really expect there to be 10 games. I really don't think that there's going to be an opportunity for Grayson to just clean it.
No, I don't think that we're going to see that at all. And if we take a look at the bracket, we'll see why. Because the whole adventure to get to this point has honestly been sort of that story. There were some 3-0s earlier on in the bracket, as you might expect. But down in losers, a whole lot of stuff was not so close. We obviously saw Danby had to make a very long run just to get up to 4th place, up to losers semifinals. And he had to beat some threats. He had to beat Giddy, he had to beat Isman, he had to beat AZ and Rated Rudy. Like, all those guys are threats, and he just ended up getting worn down. It's kind of the same story for Shattuck, who had to make a pretty long losers run himself, playing against some stressful characters.
Yeah, Magic Drum Man's Little Mac, definitely terrifying. We saw some clips from him yesterday, going up against Trump, going up against Seba, and then coming down against Yosifu at the end of it. Yosifu has just been that block at the end of everyone's long fatigued run. But finally, Zai was the one to put a stop to that menace.
Yeah, you can see that Zai, he got knocked down in winners finals. He did not have to go through that grueling losers bracket that everybody else really had to just pound through threats with, and that stamina ended up being such a big reason that he came out on top of that set. So between all of those matches, we're down to just 2 people and down to a classic battle between Grayson from Texas, who 3-0'd his way all the way into winners finals, where it was then a 3-2 over Zai, who had to beat AZ and then had to beat Yosifu, who he then later had to beat again just to get to Grayson. But now grand finals, like I said, classic battle between Texas and Louisiana.
Yep.
It's an old, long-standing rivalry, and we finally get to revive it again here at Get On My Line for the South qualifiers here in 2020. We hope that you guys are having a wonderful time watching the NA Open so far, and there is one more set to play. And I can guarantee you that it is going to be just as close as all of the other ones.
Yeah, I said it before, I really don't see this not at least going to a second set.
Yeah, that is what I would expect. But again, we saw that, especially in the first Zai versus Yosifu set, and also in the winners final set of Grayson versus Zai, that a lot of these games just do not account for you to make mistakes. If you play perfectly, the game will be decided basically by a coin flip.
Right.
And it will be determined by fractions of mistakes that you make, down to spacing, down to using one move when you shouldn't have. That is the level at which we are watching people play at this point.
It's incredible the way that they're able to find these little cracks in the armor and take it all the way through.
Have to find your opportunities to strike, and we'll be starting that strike soon. Grayson and Zai, man.
Yeah, right now, the players are probably striking stages. But I imagine striking to Pokemon Stadium 2, we saw the entire
I forgot. PS2 make the best games.
I mean, what else are you going to play on? Use your Rob the Robot, Robotic Upper, like,
yeah.
Play some Gyromite?
Yeah.
Could not be me. I would much rather play some Yu-Gi-Oh! The Falsebound Kingdom on the PlayStation 2.
Well, as we know, PS2 make the best games, and it will continue to, I imagine, for the rest of this grand final. So let's get it started. Grayson and Zai already right off the bat going at it here. And we'll see if the results are any different from what we saw in winners finals. Grayson came out on top 3-2. Zai will have to win 2 sets to do it, and it all starts here.
Here we go. Gyro in hand means it's a little bit harder for Zai to box
Oh
this
my
situation. chasing the teleport all the way down. And one big theme we saw in Winners was, man, and this gyro has been great so far for Grayson, but the gyro control out of Zai almost makes it feel like it's his tool and not Grayson's a lot of the time in this sense. So you got to keep an eye on that. Now it's in Zai's hand. Could be big!
And even that right there, Zai wasn't the one holding the gyro, but he knew that Grayson would take the bait to go and catch it, and he caught a big up smash for it, one that evened up the game.
Yeah, percents are just about even. Catches that explosive flame, though. That's going to be the first stock in Zai's favor.
And after the start that Grayson had, you wouldn't expect it. Quick mash, and I love that he goes right to the ledge as well. Doesn't give Grayson a chance to follow up.
Yeah, no. Oh, and he catches the gyro with the back air, catches the jump with it as well. Nowhere to run, except for the gyro was almost expired, so he could hold onto the ledge just fine.
Even with that high percentage, you still have enough invincibility to last it out at that point. Grayson pulled the trigger too early. 181% explosive flame gets the robot off the ledge and gives Zai the chance to get on. Tombstone will do it though.
Yeah, absolutely going to take that stock at 196, more than enough. 28% on Grayson. He's going to have to hold on to that the best as he can. The low percents, he's not really, known for big combos without setting up with that gyro, and right now that's in Zai's hand.
And gets knocked away, back into him too. Grayson spent so much time without the gyro, and you can see how much it's affecting him.
That counter, again, something that's going to come into play a lot in this matchup. A as a regular counter, and B also just working as a reflector, keeping the gyro away, keeping the laser away. Here comes the laser, just gets a parry instead.
Oh my gosh, again, you
drop.
said it. It's basically Zai's move.
Yeah,
It's his gyro.
Zai Z drops the gyro, gets an up smash, and it still has it in his hand to continue the extensions right here. Drops it for some nair pressure, picks it back up for an extra conversion.
Oh my, he still has it.
He got a new toy for Christmas.
It's called gyro. He doesn't even need the Rob to play with.
Grayson tossed it at him and he said, "I will dare you eventually."
Thank you for the fun. Oh my god, Grayson just can't, it's like he can't use it at all.
Yeah, and let me tell you, Rob as a character without gyro drops significantly on the tier.
Without a gyro, he's pretty mid, I'm not gonna lie.
He's not the hottest character on the block. One of his biggest weaknesses is not having feet as a character. The gyro really adds to that.
It's true.
Covers some of that weakness. Now he's just a character without feet. What do you do then? Can't really run away with anything.
You got me there. No, you sure can't. Back air. I like that he tries to go for the back air to cover too, just because it's a more active hitbox than the downer, or at least it feels that way. And it can also cover if Zai tries to go for that horizontal recovery rather than just the one below. But 141%, Zai knows that he doesn't want to stale any of his throws, so he goes for the forward instead.
Nice being cognizant of the explosive flame that Zai's continually been putting out to cover himself at the ledge. Gonna be an up throw maybe? Is that gonna do it?
Oh, up throw will certainly do it, so now you have to be afraid as Zai. You have the Rob with Rage, the gyro in hand, and you know what Grayson's looking for.
He wants that Nair big funny combo set up for a... Oh, here it is. Z-drop Nair. Doesn't quite find it. But that could be an extension still. Down tilt. Doesn't quite find the chase.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I have certainly seen Grayson win these. It is not beyond his reach just yet, but Zai is staying just beyond his reach physically to make sure that he doesn't get those openings in the first place.
And shield looking real low. Luckily for him, was out of range of that auto reticle. I swear it would have poked if he tried to block it.
I like the idea of putting the gyro on the platform too, just making it that much harder for Zai to actually get it into his hands.
Ooh, Nair put him on the platform was a scary prospect. Barely able to avoid that dash attack, and now just a weak one's not going to do it, but he's stuck at the ledge. Gyro in Zai's hand.
Oh, forward air.
Oh.
He does cover that as well. The spot dodge taken care of. And this is one good read away from Grayson getting it, but the same goes for Zai. Rob's so heavy.
Barely avoids dying off the dash attack. Does get around that explosive flame, but falling back into that big coverage spinning disco ball. Not disco ball, disco pole, whatever it is. That up tilt.
It's a Lady Gaga song.
Yeah, you know, that the disco stick.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the one.
I had to lie to my mom and say that was like a disco ball, but it's like a cylinder.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's not a conversation you would have with a parent.
No, well, I mean, she was like, "Why did she say that?" And I was like, It's a new kind of disco ball.
Yeah, it's like one of those, pole dancing, but not that.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No.
That would get my Lady Gaga privileges taken away.
Oh yeah.
And I gotta tell you, I don't want my Lady Gaga listening privileges taken away.
No, I wouldn't either.
Sai strikes me as the kind of person who appreciates good music.
He seems like a cultured individual.
Yeah. And we'll see if that can carry over into the... I have no transition for this. Game 2, back to Pokemon Stadium 2. We'll see if there is any difference in this game, especially in the way that the gyro is used. We've talked about it so much, but obviously it's the very center of Rob's kit, and it's been the very center of Zai's game plan as well.
And look, like, all of the pressure at the end of the last game was almost gyroless from Grayson, but that opens you up so much for more opportunities that Zai can play without worry of the gyro to ever appear.
Ooh, back hit of the Nair. I'd like to see Grayson using the Nair less as a landing tool and more as an actual neutral tool. It's obviously something that Robs will do often, but he hasn't been doing it so much against the Palutena, mostly because he hasn't had the time to set it up.
Yeah, and it's also terrifying to try to play the game of dueling Nairs against a Palutena.
Yeah. Anybody could come out on top in that situation.
Here we go. Up tilt. You're not going to connect in the up air. Man, up tilt and down throw follow-ups have just not been a real thing for Grayson in this set. Zai has been incredible at getting those down time.
Love to see that. Again, the play around the gyro has to change for Grayson, and right there he realizes that it is not his friend. He's got to get rid of it as soon as possible. And so now, with the ledge guard set up, I like this as well, right? Grayson normally just tosses it down at the ledge, and then he goes ahead and, looks for maybe an up smash afterwards or something like that. But now, he's realizing that there are many uses for gyro, and right there, it's all to divert Zai's attention to that and let him smack him with a few moves.
Down air into up air? What a sick conversion. Grayson barely holding on to life because he's a big body right
You heard it here first, everybody. Ryan Neighbor thinks that down air to up air is sick.
I thought it was pretty cool.
It was certainly effective.
How often do you see Palutena just land that covering neutral get up?
No, the landing with down air was sick. I think that the up air afterwards is pretty guaranteed. But nonetheless, Grayson really doesn't even care about it because it did not kill him. He's playing with a big lead, and more importantly, I feel like Zai just doesn't have the time right now to focus so much on the gyro. He's got to focus on taking the stock.
Ooh, the counter coming through a little bit early in a situation you'd maybe expect a laser or just an aggressive option from Grayson, but he just sat and waited.
You see that a lot from most Robs, right? They'll shoot the gyro and then the laser comes immediately afterwards, but Grayson was a little bit too close to fire off the laser safely in the first place there, so he took care of that situation by being patient, and that time he just takes care of the Palutena.
Oh, does he get the
tech?
He does, and then punishes the recovery, getting his own two-frame with that down air, drops the gyro from on high.
His timing has just been locked in this game. That's what I'm saying, man. Go into a game 2 against Grayson, right? If he loses one game, he will come back so much stronger with new adaptations in the next. Now we'll see how he plays with that full clean stock lead.
Trying to swat Zai out of the sky while he's holding onto the gyro. Gonna make him either toss it or drop it if he wants to fight back.
You twist it, bop it, pull it. Gyromite will find you eventually. Zai's trying to take advantage of it when he gets the chance, but now that Grayson's got the lead, he knows he doesn't need to give Zai too many tools to work with.
Go platform coverage with that forward air. Look at the way that he bounced back so far with that laser to try to cover the aggression.
Grayson's movement, like I said, he has just been locked in this game. Has not really been making a whole lot of mistakes, particularly in his movement. He's kind of had everything exactly where he wants it, and Zai's had a couple missteps, but nearly got the big opportunity that he needed to get that down to last stock.
Yeah, definitely covering with that nice jump read. Used the laser to cover himself a little bit on the recovery. Watch out for the explosive flame. It's going to be back there to reset the ledge pressure.
Now the gyro in between. It's one of the less dangerous places for a gyro to be if you're on the receiving end, but either way, it helps Zai keep Grayson at the ledge. He's just sitting there.
Back throw is not going to do it again. No gyro in play now.
And that time, Zai's just tossing out those down tilts because he doesn't want Grayson to sit on the ledge as long as he did last time. He does not want to be played for a fool, but Grayson right there gets played for a fool by playing with his food too much at the ledge, throwing out a bunch of moves when Paolo is nowhere near. And now Zai's got his opportunity to bring this back.
Oh, already setting up the Nair, taking 36, and it's gonna be climbing. Doesn't quite find that explosive flame, almost eats his doom for attempting.
Great DI by him, though. He knows which way to go on that Rob up air. Keep an eye on those hands, and you'll know where to go. But at 134, this is only going to take maybe one grab for Grayson to do this. Nair even.
Picks up the gyro with that dash attack. Still playing with it. Z-drops trying to come down with the aggressive pressure.
Oh my goodness. Knocked off stage, so scary to be against a Palutena like this. See if Zai can make that landing. He does it with the counter. Puts Grayson up onto the platform. He's at such high range that an up air certainly does it right now. And he's looking for it. The laser as well, so close.
Oh my goodness, almost going into that explosive flame that certainly could have done it. Going for it all with the back air stage spike. Probably would have been untechable at this point. But
who's gonna die?
Flame is definitely gonna take it first.
Wow. Detonating right on the Rob as well. Zai able to claw back in that game where it looked like Grayson was just in control at the start the whole way through. His tenacity cannot be understated, that Zai will play just in the moment at all times, and that's why he's up 2-0 right now.
Yeah. Even in moments where Zai is behind, even by stocks, multiple, never looks uncomfortable. Continues to play with his kind of standard game plan, and he's always having fun when there's a gyro involved and he's near it. He literally looks like he's a kid having fun with a brand new toy.
I mean, he's been making such good use of it, and been making good use of his time on Pokemon Stadium 2 so far. He's won 2 in a row, and a third one could make Grayson reconsider the venues for these matches, just because Zai has been playing to such great effect here. But it's not to say that Grayson hasn't had his merits in this set either. He's had a lot of great moments, a lot of great combos, and importantly, good sequences of just keeping Zai locked down, particularly off stage, but it just seems like he's having a lot of trouble closing out these stocks above all else.
Nair does find his way down against the explosive flame pressure, but trying to parry that neutral air is a tall task.
See if he can keep the Palutena off stage again. I don't suspect that damage output is going to be the problem for Grayson, but he's just not a closer right now. He's got to get back into the zone. A big punish on that backwards auto reticle will certainly get him that quick stock that he needed, and maybe he can continue to carry that through this game 3.
Ooh, look at that. The second Grayson jumped into the air. We saw Zai sit, literally crouch, wait for a second, and not press a button until Grayson jumped, and then immediately went into the air with an air. Converted to the up air. That's why you don't want to play the game of dueling nairs against Palutena.
Yeah. It's a huge problem, man. Even if you've got a one as good as Rob, hers is going to be active pretty instantly. Rob needs a second to wind up. And hers covers around her pretty much all the time. So, man, what are you going to do about it?
They're there to punish that attempted grab, but stocks even, percents just about even.
Oh, back air again!
Doesn't quite take it.
I'm amazed that Zai lived that.
Same. Yeah, it's definitely like the back air came out of nowhere. I wouldn't have been reading the DI myself.
Oh, wow, he's really going for that big offstage coverage because he knows that Grayson's content to go off stage because Rob has such a large recovery window, but he stays, again, tenacious, waits for Grayson to go off stage because he knows that eventually he will go for that ledge, and that's why Zai has a big lead right now.
Oh, tries
Don't
to
throw
go
it away,
extra
though.
deep for that down air. Still, he's able to make it back. Why not make those plays when the risk is so small?
That's true, and gets the Nair off of that gyro as well, the full connection, and now perhaps even more over at the ledge. Nair will bail Grayson out of the situation, but if he takes the stock, he's got a comeback to make.
Ooh, just gets up in the Nair to steal the gyro so he doesn't have to deal with the pressure.
Ooh, the down air to set up. Can't get anything after it, though. This time, Grayson's DI was great.
Ooh, and that little tricky movement there with the platform cancel to still apply pressure.
Vertical coming out to cover that platform as well. It's kind of been Zai's go-to when he's in the corner, and this time the explosive flame. He continues to put on that pressure off stage when it's dangerous to go out after the Rob, and Zai And I thought that he might be fatigued, but he is running with full power, getting that 3-0 over Grayson to reset.
Turns out he was just ready to roll, and Grayson might be a little bit too cool on this one. I mean, that was a pretty solid 2-stock. He was sitting at 170, but it didn't look like he was out of control for a moment.
Yeah, no, that was all Zaya's game in that game 3, and I think that really speaks to, you know, the mental damage that game 2 must have done to Grayson, right? Where he was in control for so much of it, but then after he lost that lead and after he lost that game, I think that's sort of a game 3 where you have to spend your time focusing on centering yourself and remembering how to focus on what's in front of you rather than the things that you're hearing in your head about that last game.
Mm-hmm. And like you were saying, you know, there's a chance we might see a different venue going into this next set. Maybe something other than Pokemon Stadium 2 to bring Grayson back into it. Maybe Pokemon Stadium 2 is just playing like a lullaby for him right now, and he needs something to wake up. Yeah. Actually going through stage bans, so maybe there's a chance.
There is perhaps a chance. I think that if we're banning, we might end up at PS2 anyways. Grayson's got the choice. Oh, Grayson could have Town and City. No, Town and City got banned. Never mind. Yeah, so I thought that was Smashville. So yeah, PS2 it is. Mm-hmm. I was about to say, there's no way Zai leaves Town and City open for Grayson. He must know.
Yeah, everyone should know at this point. Don't let Rob take you over there. It's a scary place.
Well, I guess that also speaks to the counter picks as well, right? That we keep going back to PS2, that Grayson must feel locked down. He obviously does not want to take Zai to Kalos. Right. I think if anything anybody has learned today, it's that you don't take Zai to Kalos.
Don't let Zai play on Kalos.
And you don't want to take a Palutena to Triplats as a Rob, so this is your next best choice, basically.
He tried to go for the ledge trump setup off of the down tilt. That was so sick, but good on Zai to be well aware of it as well and buffer an option get away.
Well, and it hugely put Grayson on the back foot, too. He had to burn a lot of fuel and kind of put into an awkward position that just totally let Palutena, let Zai get himself set up in that situation. So, yeah, definitely going to be one of those situations where, as the Palutena player, you say, all right, how can I continue to go on and, you know, stay in front in this match?
Now, so much damage already applied. Both players sitting basically at death percent. It's just one setup away. Right now, Zai is in the driver's seat.
And Grayson's like, look, I got plenty of fuel. Like I was saying, he can stay out there for a hot minute. Laser comes in through the hotness of that explosive flame, and this is the situation that shows you that game 1 gives you so much momentum. It's going to be that down air off the top to take the first stock, though.
That's something else. Not common, for sure. Still, at this percent, you're not going to see any success off of the down through those percent.
Just the mash has been so good. The arm rotors, though, come through. Grayson's able to keep it close. And that means we're going to be right back to that situation that we had in that stock 1, right? It's just all down to who can get that break point in the game that can take a big lead.
And then again, playing the game of dueling nairs, your nair trading with Palutenas, sometimes seems like it'll be fine for you because that's just a little baby hit, but it put you in an awkward spot.
So, you know, we kind of have to see who can actually, you know, take advantage of the situations that they're given. Again, right, we've seen a lot of that from Zai today, and Grayson maybe a little bit less so, but it's just more been that Zai's been so slippery that it's hard to actually get your good follow-ups on him as the Rob player. As you see with that down throw, there's no chance to follow up on that. The mash is too good.
Man, in the game of the scramble, I feel like Zai's been winning almost every time. I'll just constantly see those little T-Rex arms of of the robot trying to reach out for something they want to grab it. It's never there.
Man, and that just the mash is so crazy from Zai. And yeah, you would expect Palutena to win in those scrambles, right? Her frame data is great. She's got a lot of moves that can take care of it, but Grayson with the awareness, knowing that with that gyro up close, Zai would probably want to wait it out for it to go back towards center stage, and he just covers that with the arm rotor, now getting plenty of damage as well.
And Grayson, definitely Sons of Life still has that second stock, applying almost 50% now over in Zai's side.
And, you know, sitting at that 140 plus range, you know, you expect it from Rob. He's a large man. He's a large robot, but man, Zai, he's been he hasn't had the kind of struggles that Grayson normally has with closing out that stock. Finally does. Palutena has a lot of those kills eventually moves. Dash attack is certainly one of them, and safe. But at 75% and with the damage short to climb, you know, he can land a hit or two, but Grayson has been seriously keeping the pressure on in this game 1.
Yeah, finally utilizing the gyro as one of his own tools and not one of Zai's. But Zai does such a good job of waiting out that gyro at the edge.
Now going back in with the arm rotor. Shouldn't be enough to kill just yet. Zai has the right DI and burn the air dodge to get through the laser as well. Grayson tried to take advantage with the linear recovery at that point. And the up smash out of shield, that's something that we saw earlier in the winner's set as well. That nair on shield is something that you cannot land deep with.
Yeah, we saw it multiple times in the winner's set. Haven't seen it yet in the loser's set. You know, that quick 3-0 reset, Zai was very cognizant of not letting it happen. But coming through now in the reset, maybe Zai finally feeling some of that fatigue and, you know, hitting some of those, oh, yeah, I shouldn't do that moments.
Yeah, Grayson's definitely been a bit on fire since that 3-0 happened. I think that was a bit of a wake-up slap to him. So we'll see if he's able to carry over that energy that he's been granted here into the game 2 against Zai. I'm honestly more interested to see now the adaptation from Zai after he's lost a game coming into this game 2, because most of we've had to see that Grayson's fighting back from being on the back foot in most of these games. And I want to see what that looks like for Zai.
Yeah, and Grayson already starting off aggressive. And we've talked about it before. Sometimes Grayson would just like to press buttons. He's a Rob player, but he still likes to swing.
I mean, he's going to live.
Yeah, but still a phenomenal read on that recovery from Zai.
I think that's Zai answering my question. Yeah, of course I made adaptations. What are you talking about? This time, it looks like he's a lot more comfortable going off stage quickly to challenge the Rob, where of course it is scary to do that, but Palutena has a couple of quick tools to actually give the robot a little bit of harassment out there.
For sure. But Grayson finding his way away from the ledge traps by just swinging again aggressively.
I love that empty hop there from Zai also, where he many times in the past would go for the back air on shield. This time he waited for Grayson to react, and he dashed back into the stage, gave Zai more stage control, and then was able to get a bigger punish afterwards.
Here we go, just run at him, throw that nair, punish the jump, and again, using this gyro to set up a potential ledge trap situation.
Here to come out as well to push Grayson towards the ledge and taking the first stock of this one. Again, Zai is so good at establishing that first kill. That's what we've seen in these sets against Grayson, is that he's often the first one to punch. And I think that tells us why that game 1 went the way that it did, is that he was struggling to find the kills and Grayson was actually fine.
Yeah, I think it's crazy how often Zai is able to find some of these like kind of non-committal kill options where you can, oh yeah, I'll just throw off the explosive flame while you're off stage, you know, kind of things. Whereas Grayson, I feel like sometimes has to work so hard trying to connect some of these, like, oh yeah, I have to wait for you to mess up and my shield's wrong, or really punish you with this gyro that Zai's just been on top of so often.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. A lot of Grayson's, you know, signature game, as you would expect from a Rob, is based on that gyro, but boy, Zai's edge guarding in this game has been even more based.
Yeah. Based on what?
I don't know.
So
I'll have to ask him later. Ooh, up there to finally catch that drift in. We've seen this a lot today, right? That 3 stock to 1 and then somebody gets that first, you know, that first kill, finally makes it 2 to 1 with that clean 1 stock lead. I think Zai's been one of the best players with that lead that we've seen from anybody today, right? I think that he's definitely been one to not let off the gas.
Twice now we've seen cross up there and Grayson not punish it with the up smash, because why at this percent would you go for it? So he's trying to get these grabs.
Grabs are big time, especially at that low percent. You're going to find tons of follow-ups as a Rob. I love the empty hop right there to try and bait, I guess, an aerial or something out of Zai there. Up tilt didn't get anything on the shield. This time, though, arm rotor off stage.
Yeah, now 74% for Grayson. Definitely not healthy, but and getting a little bit unhealthier as time goes on. But
He needs to call a doctor pretty soon, man. I guess a mechanic.
Rob definitely is a person that can put on the damage pretty quick.
See, Zai's got that gyro in hand, so a follow-up It's going to be a lot more dangerous for Grayson to go for. Almost got up smashed for his troubles, but instead, he's gotten himself just a little bit closer.
Z drop again from that gyro just to activate the hitbox company with the jab. Forward smash is going to catch him jumping. He's going to get knocked out of his jump there, and he's going to catch the recovery using the arm rotors. You talked about it a couple, like, we've often seen that finally taking that first stock in a game, push the momentum through the rest of it, and Grayson just taking that clean 2 games now.
I'm saying, man, there's something about seeing that fresh 2 stocks to 1 that does something to your mentality that kind of takes you out of the zone and says, oh, thank God. And when that tension goes out of your body, I feel like that just deactivates the focus for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And we've seen it all day. It's like it's almost past a theory at this point.
Right. It's like going up 2-0 on N. Never a good idea.
Yeah, never go up 2-0 on N.
Yeah.
Boy, the master of the reverse 3-0.
Yeah. But right now, like, it's so crazy to me because I really did expect 15 games. And we got the game 5 out of Zion Yosifu. But now I'm wondering if we're just going to get back-to-back 3-0s.
Yeah, which is more than just the 1 3-0 if Grayson had done it in, from the winner's side in the first game. Right. Or in the first set, rather. But now Grayson's up 2-0. It doesn't matter. We're both here in the last set of grand finals. And yeah, he just needs 1 more to close it out and win this tournament.
Yeah, but the way that Zai's been playing, I feel like Grayson's really pulled 2 games back from Zai's control. So we'll see if he's going to be able to continue making these miraculous moves, or if Zai's going to really tighten it up.
I personally believe in that, the Zai that I have seen all day today, where you think that he's down and out in the game, and then eventually he's just able to claw it out. That's the Zai I've seen for years.
Yeah.
And I know that Grayson is the same way, but he's so good at playing with the lead that once he gets in front of you, it's really hard to catch back up because he's just so consistent. Look at how consistent he is.
Drops the gyro down.
And Zai got super lucky there. He ends up getting killed anyways. Grayson is looking like he is rolling with all the momentum in the world right now. And not only that, it looks like Zai has lost a lot that he's gotten. That's the first time today that I've seen him get hit with that gyro at the ledge.
Yeah, and Grayson, much to his credit, is altering a lot of his timings to make that happen.
Here we go, down throw to forward air, bread and butter. Down air comes out, but Grayson's still the one that ends up in an advantageous position. Nothing to be done about those down tilts on the shield either.
Sometimes you just gotta hold it. Man, already tossing the gyro though meant he wasn't able to punish that teleport all the way around, but look at the damage. Already almost lapping Zai in percent on the way, on the second stop. Dash attack's not gonna do it. Paladin is gonna haunt for that recovery. Even up the stocks.
You're gonna need a whole lot of damage to come out on this first stock. Again, Grayson's the kind of guy that embodies the character, right? He's kind of a machine once he gets into that lead that, how do you stop a train, right? And, well, one way to do it is to just become a train yourself. The reversal from Grayson, though, I thought that was going to be Zai's stock for sure.
Yeah, but Zai wasn't ready for the tech. I wouldn't have been. I didn't expect the forwarder to have time to come out.
Oh my gosh, Grayson! He's playing around out there. And he's got Zai down to his last tournament stock potentially here as well.
Yeah, and still sitting at a percent that I feel like is, again, I've said it before, not healthy, but not the worst place to be in against Paladin. She's got to do a little bit of extra work to kill you.
Gyro comes out again, doing a lot more work in this game. It seems like Zai has sort of lost the idea a little bit. Not lost, but has abandoned a little bit of the idea of using the gyro. You see right there, he just tosses it up into the air to not worry about it. He just wants to play against the Rob. And, man, that's just not the way that he's been winning games so far. Grayson's getting closer and closer to victory here.
Oh, but the up smash there is definitely going to punish the whip on Grayson. Trying to use that side special as a reflector. Just bounce that gyro back, but backfired.
Speaking of bouncing back, Zai looks like he might be doing just that with that gyro in hand. 48% quick on the custom combo follow-ups. Oh, that's it!
Catching the neutral get up though with the back air. It is back-to-back 3-0s. Grayson reversing what Zai did to him, making it into the grand finals. That bracket reset match though, Grayson is going to take it much like he did in Winners.
And the robot just continues to roll along. Rob has claimed another tournament by the hands of Grayson. He's won a lot of weeklies so far, but this time he's won one of the biggest online tournaments that you'll see down here at the Get On My Level online NA Open. The South tournament here has wrapped up with Grayson as your winner. I think that everybody has known up to this point that he is an absolute force to be reckoned with online, and he's just proven it again today that after getting 3-0'd Winner's Side in Grand Finals, he turns it around and gets a 3-0 of his own.
Yeah, man is adaptation is one of his strongest suits, and I feel like him, especially in Winners Finals, just not wasting all of it. Like in Winners Finals, he was able to take it. Grand Finals, first set, he didn't waste all of his adaptation power in that first set. He's, you know what, I can drop this one. That's fine. I'll come back with a vengeance on the next one. Powerful punch.
And it could even play a little bit more into, you know, the fatigue that Zai is going to show, having to play more and more games. And we'll see, you know, kind of a little bit of the things that Grayson was able to pull out of that bag of tricks once we got into that last set. You know, if we take a look at some of the replays, I'm sure you'll see that, you know, Grayson, you know, while he did seem locked in that first set, I wouldn't say he was sandbagging at all. He was still trying.
Oh, yeah.
But his energy was focused on figuring out where Zai is as a player right now and what his focus is on, and then focusing on just cutting out Zai's gameplay. So, I mean, yeah, Grayson has been just an absolute beast this whole tournament. If not for the winners finals, you know, those two losses against Zai in those games do count, you know, as well as getting that 3-0 by his hand. Grayson did lose that set, but you know, you got to remember that up until that winners final set, Grayson had not dropped a game in this tournament. Zai was the one that gave him, you know, the most fits for sure. But at the end of the day, Grayson had, you know, just a bit more left in the tank.
Yeah. Only games he lost were to Zai, but eventually was able to take 2 sets over him.
Yeah, looked really, really solid this whole time. So, I don't know if we're going to end up, you know, going back to those replays or not. But if we want to recap, you know, some of the placements here, you know, that Grayson obviously won Zai in that second place. Got to give big shout outs to Yosifu, the #1 from Mississippi, getting 3rd place. But 3rd place, man, not quite enough to get into Grand Finals. And yeah, we'll take a look back at a little bit of the action that happened there in Grand Finals. Just because, again, I think that this was somewhat to the tune of what we expected, and yet on another hand, we didn't expect 3-0s in Grand Finals. We expected all the actual sets themselves to be very close. And, you know, just looking at the gameplay, you know, you look back and you watch that gameplay, I think that you can kind of see, you know, the game plans on both sides. So, yeah, I don't know about the replays. I'm hoping that we get to watch them just because there were some sick plays near the end. But you know, if not, y'all, this is Ben. I think we're actually gonna get them on the end of day reel. So make sure you guys tune in to just kind of get that recap of the action here after we wrap up. But you know, that will be doing it for us here on Even Matchup Gaming as we wrap up the Southern playoffs for Get On My Line's NA Open. So
it's been a pleasure being here, commentating for y'all today. Again,
it's good to be back. It's good to do it again.
It's been a minute, but watching high-level gameplay, you're saying over and over, like, it's refreshing watching really good players go at it over and over again. But there's always going to be more. Definitely keep your eye out for more coming from Get On My Line.
Yeah, especially here on Even Matchup Gaming, going to be a lot of content.
Yeah, but as far as this particular tournament goes, with the end of the South qualifiers, it's gonna be the end of us here. So I've been Neighbor today.
Yeah, I've been Kimona.
And we're gonna be signing off for the night.